Get started as soon as we have 5 members present. I'd like to call to order this public hearing board workshop on the 2022-2023 budget for Thursday, July 14th, 2022. I would like to open our meeting with an invocation by Mr. Board Member Goday and the Pledge of Allegiance to be led by Board Member Dyson. Please rise.
Our Heavenly Father, God of peace, we invite you to preside over this meeting. Even if we have different opinions, give us unity of spirit. Help us to listen to each politely as others share their points of view. Help us to work as a unified team in combining ideas for a great outcome. Help us to work as a whole rather than as individuals. May we have the spirit of camaraderie in this room and work together on our shared mission, which is to serve the students of this city and work with our staff and faculties to make that outcome as well as we can for those students. Amen.
Amen.
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Thank you all. We move now to roll call. Madam Secretary, will you please call the roll?
District 9, President Tatman.
Present.
District 4, Vice President Collins.
Present.
District 1, Mr. Blue.
Here.
District 2, Mr. Lannis. District 3, Mr. Howard. District 5, Ms. Ware Jackson. District 6, Ms. Dyson.
Present.
District 7, Mr. Goday.
Present.
District 8, Ms. Bernard.
Thank you. We have a quorum. We move now to item B, presentation of the proposed 2022-2023 general fund budget and presentation of the proposed 2022-2023 proposed special revenue fund budgets. We'll do both presentations, please. Thank you. Ms. Go ahead.
Thank you, President Tadman. Before we begin, I just wanted to just say a few things as we go through our work tonight. First, I wanted to welcome everyone to this meeting and for taking the time to learn and understand our goals for creating the best possible learning structure for the 40,000 plus students we have in East Baton Rouge. And I say 40,000. That is about 10% of the parish population. That's a big number. And to be sure we are here to talk a lot about numbers tonight, I think it's important to understand that careful consideration has been given by individual experts for every digit and dollar sign you'll see presented. Because these numbers represent an immediate and lifelong value, as a community and as taxpayers, we are investing in our future as a whole. We expect a return on investment, but it is imperative that we invest wisely. Make no mistake, the budgeting process starts way before the spreadsheet is open. It's not a simple process of plugging in some numbers. It's plugging into the community to learn the needs of our neighbors. It's connecting with industries to explore their needs and future opportunities for our students. It's implementing innovative techniques to advance the way we reach and teach kids from the time they cross the threshold from pre-K 0 to 4 until they cross the stage at high school graduation. Every decision we make is with intention and expectation and with every student in mind. That means all students. All means all in this budget. During this process, we're constantly evaluating our operations and the results, good or bad, pitfalls or progress. And as necessary, we recalibrate our approach to better avenues. And tonight, we are sharing with you the best plan possible for the future of education in Baton Rouge. So, with the numbers you see tonight, I hope you remember the young faces they represent. Those students who must be taught that nothing is impossible. There are few things more critical than our children and their ability to become successful human beings in and out of the classroom. Like all challenges in life, that often takes extraordinary pursuit and perspectives, but as leaders, we grow and evolve in an advanced world of education opportunities that look different from those that many of us were used to. But this isn't about us in the immediacy. It is about our students and their ability to succeed at a higher level. For the myriad ideas and expectations each of us has carried into the room tonight, there's a little doubt that we all found our way here with the same mission in mind: educational achievement for our children and the prosperous future for our community. I submit to you, we will not make a more important investment in that capacity. And while there is always a risk in investment, we've put painstaking work into ensuring a profit. So when we present this plan for the financial stability of our school system, I hope we all remember the long-term stability we are striving to achieve. If we are here for our students today, they will be here for our community tomorrow. This investment can pay off dividends if we prove our commitment to give them the opportunity towards success. Now, I'd like to invite our Chief Financial Officer, Kelly Lopez, and also Dr. Sandra Bethley, the Director of Federal Programs, up to present the budget to you all.
Good evening, board members and superintendent. I am pleased to present this balanced budget for the 2022-2023 fiscal year. The proposed 2022-2023 general fund budget includes staff recommendations for revenue and expenditures. Revenue projections are based on the revised 2021-2022 budget approved in May of 2022. This public hearing is required by budget law, and proper advertisement was provided to the advocate. The financial summary for the general fund includes total revenues of $517.5 million, total expenditures of $515.5 million, a final balance of $2 million, and an ending fund balance of $54.6 million. The district has worked diligently to maintain a positive balance in the past several years, and we are strategically using our dollars and additional funding. As a result, we will have a positive balance of over $2 million for this fiscal year. The superintendent and the finance department are committed to bringing you a balanced budget every year. This chart shows the relationship between student enrollment and general fund staffing. The district is strategically placing staff in appropriate funding sources. As a result of this strategy, the district will continue to build a reserve in the general fund. The projected unassigned fund balance at the end of the fiscal year will be $54.6 million. Unassigned fund balance is the fund balance the district can use at its discretion. Projected assigned fund balance at the end of the fiscal year will be $29.7 million. Assigned fund balance is the funding that must be used for a specific purpose. The total projected fund balance as of 6/30/2023 is $84.2 million. As a percentage of general fund revenues, it is projected to be 16%. LDOE requires a 7.5% fund balance as a percentage of general fund revenues. The district's goal is 15%. By reaching this goal, we can ensure that the district is both financially stable and our fund balance is healthy. The next slides will provide you information regarding our projected revenues for the next fiscal year. Revenue is projected to increase by $7 million. Ad valorem tax collections are projected to increase by 5% or $11 million. The majority is due to the roll forward approved by this board in March of 2022. Sales tax collections are projected to decrease by 14% or $13.8 million. The district will follow the recommendations of City Parish Government and Dr. James Richardson by assuming a 3% increase of the 2019 sales tax collections. While this is a conservative approach, it will protect the district in the long run by ensuring there is not a financial cliff in the middle of the year. Other local revenues will remain mostly unchanged, with a slight increase in administrative fees from charter schools due to growth and an increase in extended day program use throughout the district. MFP is projected to increase by $7.2 million. The majority of this increase is due to the state raise approved by the legislature. Federal revenues will increase by $2 million with an additional year of ESSER funding in comparison to the revised 2021-2022 budget. ESSER funding has provided a unique opportunity for our district. It has allowed the strategic plan to dictate the movement of the budget and the general fund for all students and staff. It will allow the opportunity to increase the district's fund balance to ensure that we have a reserve in future years. The next slides will provide you information regarding our projected expenditures for the next fiscal year at both the school and the district level. Regular education will decrease by $1 million, inclusive of streamlining staffing by using student enrollment projections. Magnet education will increase by $2.2 million through the growth of programs, the opening of 2 focused choice schools, and the growth of the Mandarin program. Special education will decrease by $1.8 million as staffing is being appropriately aligned with student needs as well as student enrollment. Other instructional programs will increase by $3 million. This is inclusive of the Fine Arts Department funding, athletic department programs, and the growth of the ROTC program in the district. This also includes additional TUR positions for schools based upon student enrollment. Special programs will increase by $2.8 million by including 40 ESL teachers placed strategically throughout the district to assist those students that have English as their second language. Vocational programs will increase by $1.5 million as the Pathways to Bright Futures program continues to grow and we stretch into our 9th grade cohorts. Pupil support services will decrease by $4.6 million as the district realigns both staffing and student services to align with the strategic plan. Instructional staff services will decrease by $0.7 million and general administration will increase by $0.4 million. The majority of this increase is due to election fees being added to the budget for property tax elections in the upcoming fiscal year, as well as increased tax collection fees. Operations and plant services will increase by $1.1 million. Along with continued increase in both electricity and natural gas, the district has increases in repairs for aging facilities, and the energy management will become centralized at the district level. Security will decrease by $0.2 million. The district will begin hiring 26 full-time SROs for the district, and this will ensure the safety of both our staff and our students. Transportation will decrease by $1.8 million. The DERA funding will continue to fund 26% of our bus purchases. While fuel costs will remain higher than average, the ESSER funding will be used to purchase the new routing and tracking software for the district's transportation department. Central services will decrease by $0.9 million. This is inclusive of accountability, public information, information technology, and human resources. Other use of funds will increase by $15.4 million for the continued growth of charters in our district. The next two slides are a summary of the special revenue book that is available on board docs. It is also available in your general fund budget book on pages 221 and 222. The district has several opportunities that it has and can take advantage of. The rolling forward of the millage was a $9 million boost that we will see in January of 2023. The review of land sales and school consolidation in the district continues to be an opportunity. The Pathways for Bright Future program is allowing the streamlining of instructional programs at the high school level. Program evaluation continues throughout the district to align all programs with the district's strategic goals and KPIs. We will continue to shift our priority areas around literacy and numeracy. Comprehensive Staffing Program has assisted the district in properly staffing all locations based upon the enrollment and needs of the individual student populations.
Is that the first
That's-
one?
yes, sir.
Okay. Thank you very much. I don't have any board questions right now. Ms. Bethlen, Dr. Bethlen, I'm sorry.
Good evening.
Good evening.
So throughout the ESSER presentation, you will hear me say the following terms that I will kind of summarize for you. When I say allocation, allocation means the amount of funding that's designated to the entire grant or individual category. Encumbered is the projection of an item that we are anticipating on funding, but it's not yet a paid expense. Expended is the amount of money that an organization has spent or paid for an item. In the business world, indirect costs and administrative costs pretty much means the same thing. But in our world, indirect costs is the amount that's populated by our State Department of Education. And for ESSER 2 and ESSER 3, it's populated at 26.7433%. The administrative cost is expenses that include related benefits to the employees that actually perform the work. As I present ESSER 2 Action 1 and ESSER 3 Action 1 to you, I just want to apprise you that most of these funds have been spent or was spent for the 2021-2022 school year. So ESSER allowed us in ESSER 2 Action 1, it allowed us to have more pre-K teachers and paraprofessionals to support our early childhood program. And as you can see, our balance is, as of today, is $2.3 million. The grant also afforded us the opportunity to buy materials and supplies for all of our schools. And our balance, we started with $6.6 million, and as of today, we have a balance of $489,000. The grant allowed us to invest in personnel and provide support to our comprehensive schools. So we were able to pay the salary of district-wide literacy coaches and 15 school-based literacy coaches in this grant, and also have Edgenuity and Illuminate. This grant also provided us to pay the salary for 504 personnel for the 21-22 school year, and we will use this funding for the next school year as well. We were able to fund 5 social workers last year, and this year we will fund 9 social workers. But we will have medical assistance with our social and emotional mental health category, and we also invested in Rethink and the Castle Foundation programs. Money was allocated for feeding and nutrition, and as you can see, we have a balance of $37,000. For our sanitation and training supplies, we have a balance of $14,000. The grant allowed us to spend almost $2.7 million on Chromebooks for all of our students, and to provide them with replacement Chromebooks as well. And we have a balance now of $711. This grant, we also have to allocate funds for our charter schools, and you can see the direct costs, indirect costs, and administrative costs that's listed at the bottom of the slide. So ESSER 3 Action 1 was very specific that we had to spend on evidence-based activities. So the most important one was to address learning loss with all of our students. So this category where you see Smart Start learning loss, it provided us the opportunity to provide 3 additional days for our students and teachers that included instruction and professional development. The grant also allowed us to hire a math supervisor and to have 19 math coaches. We have a growing population of our EL students, so this grant afforded us the opportunity to have 69 ESL instructional specialists. We had 57 diverse teachers and 14 classroom teachers that was funded at Terra High School. With the evidence-based activities for academics, you can see the programs that are listed in the slide. And as of today, our balance is $107,000. The next slide captures the funding that we spent for heating and ventilation. This grant also provided us an opportunity last school year to pay all of our school counselors our extra 1 month salary so that they could provide support to our students and teachers. We also funded 9 social and emotional learning employees. We paid for CASEL and also Rethink. You can see our balance is 0 for Rethink. Again, you can see the amount that was awarded to the charter schools and direct costs, indirect costs, and administrative costs for ESSER 3 Action 1. As I present ESSER 2 and Action 2, only a slight amount of these 2 budgets we have expended funds, but mostly ESSER 2 Action 2 and ESSER 3 Action 2 will be allotted for this school year. So, of course, we're going to continue our early childhood initiative with an allocation. We're going to continue purchasing materials and supplies for all of our students. We are in the process of purchasing an online program for our English learner supports. And this year, all of our schools will have literacy coaches and math coaches. And this grant will fund 41 literacy coaches, 3 curriculum content trainers, and it will also fund Edgenuity and Illuminate. The next slide captures the amount that we will spend on other subgroups, such as our neglect and delinquent population. We will spend $2.7 million for materials of instruction and also for technology. For professional development, you see the contracts that we plan to invest in. And also we have a new program, our Para to Teacher Pathway program, where we will pay for stipends and tuition. For sanitation and training supplies, we allocated $2 million for that category. We also allocated $2.4 million for student devices and student connectivity. Again, you see the amount that has been awarded to the charter schools and our direct, indirect, and administrative costs. The next grant, ESSER 3 Action 2, is our largest grant. As you can see, we've allocated funds for expanded learning time, which includes our elementary enrichment program and tutoring services. Also in this grant lists a number of personnel. As you can see, we're going to fund 49 math coaches for the 2023 school year, and a list of other teachers and personnel. We are going to, for our materials and continuous learning category, we're going to invest in Achieve 3000 for the 23-24 school year. This grant also paid for the 21 and 22 school year. We have Dreambox, Junior Achievement, and other programs that you see that are listed on this slide. The next slide captures our English learner support category, where we will be funding our 14 ESL instructional specialists at $1.4 million. For our parents and family support category, we will fund 1 project manager, 14 parental involvement district-wide employees, and 25 parental involvement paraprofessionals that will be housed in our middle and high schools. This grant, we also allocated funds for professional development, stipends for our teachers, and you can see the list of contracts that we are going to partnership with. For social and emotional health, we allocated $1.3 million. That will be for our director of multi-tier systems, for our social workers, and for our social and emotional learning specialists. For the 21-22 school year, we invested in City Year and Manners of the Heart, and both of these vendors have been paid through this grant. We also will invest funds for 3 504 facilitators, and we also have allocated funds for student devices and student connectivity, $9.7 million, and you can see the list of items that we are going to fund. We are also allocated funds for our homeless and our foster care students for materials and supplies and technology. For our compensation study, we partnership with SSA Consultant, and you can see the amount of that contract. We're going to fund $1.2 million for transportation software, and you can see the amount that was allocated to the charter schools, direct costs, indirect costs, and administrative costs. So we have other grants that the state has awarded us. These are our incentive grants, and they're very specific. We have to use the vendors that are in the LDOE vendor guide, but you can see the categories that are listed. For our core subject curricular, we invested in Eureka Math. We also have money was allocated to us for pre-K and for high school supports. Money was invested also for summer school learning, and we are paying for teachers and bus operators and for paraprofessionals. We are also paying for professional development for English learners and math and special education. The next grant is ESSER 2 School Choice, and this grant is for the charter schools that you see that are listed on the slide. The total amount of this grant is $711, and it is for Basis, Primary, Mid-City, Helix Aviation, and IDA University Prep. This grant flows through the Office of Federal Programs. The next grant is the ESSER 3 Incentive Grant, where we are going to invest with supporting our ninth graders with the Ninth Grade Academy. That's under the high school supports category, and you can see the allocation is being $967,000. We're also, in this grant, we're allocated funds for professional development for the Literacy Foundation training. And we're also paying for part-time teachers for summer learning and bus operators. We also will engage in a contract with the Boys and Girls Club. Also with the ESSER 3 incentive grant, we are in partnership with Empower, which is helping us with the 3 schools that you see listed: Baton Rouge Visual and Performing Arts, Baton Rouge Flame, and Capitol High School. We also have funds allocated for social and emotional mental health again, and this is on a reimbursement basis that with Medicaid, where we will be reimbursed for those claims. Also, we have a teacher shortage with teachers that are teaching English as a second language and also special education. So these funds will provide tuition and praxis reimbursement for teachers that are seeking additional certification in these two areas. As you can see, the total of this grant is $4.2 million. The next grant is our homeless ARP grant. With this grant, the state awarded us $556,000. With this grant, we are paying for 2 homeless ambassadors, a part-time parent instructors, and this funding will also be used for extended instructional time. This grant also allows us to pay homeless families for short-term housing and also provide supplies and personal care items. The last 2 grants I will share with you is IDEA 611, and this grant is designated to different categories, especially compensatory education. With these grants, we have to offer funding to our non-public schools, and you can see we've allocated that for staff development and social and emotional learning. This grant will also pay for staff development for our special education teachers as well. The total of this grant is $2.7 million. And the last grant I have to share with you is the IDEA 6119, which is also for extended learning for our special needs students and also for technology. And you can see the non-public's allocation. And this is one of our smaller grants, which is $229,000. So I've just shared with you 10 ESSER grants.
Thank you, Dr. Breathley. I don't see any questions at this point from the board. I will go to public comment now. Any public comment on the budget presentation for this hearing? Just so you know, we'll go into the special meeting number 2, which will be actual consideration of the budget. This is the public hearing. So any comments in the public hearing section?
Storm Matthews, District 4. There were a couple of things that I saw in the presentation last night and again today. There's a 504 coordinator. There's only 3 of them, but they're making more than principals with master's degrees and almost 30 years experience. 504 coordinators were done by the counselors before, and so making over $100,000, I kind of question that in the budget. Also, they said that we're investing in Achieve 3000. I understand it's going to come back in August, but that was voted down. So why are we still presenting it like we're still doing it? When it comes back and you approve it, let's present it then. Pathways to Bright Futures, still on the budget. That failed to get a second. Again, why are we presenting things like we're doing them when it failed the board? Board policy says that the board sets the policy. We don't just do things that we want to do if the board hasn't approved it. Once the board approves it, then we do it. We ask for permission, and then we do what we're supposed to do. We don't just do whatever we want and then ask for forgiveness later.
Any other public comments?
Good evening. My name is James Finney. I don't really get how this is a budget hearing because the budget hasn't been revised from all the questions you asked a month ago. It still has a June 9th date on it. I'll have more to say in a few minutes for the action item, but this budget, neither general fund nor special funds are anywhere close to being in the kind of condition where you should reasonably consider whether they can be passed or not. Make the administration go back and fill in all the blanks, fix the things they said they're fixing, and then maybe you can consider the budget. Thank you.
Any other public comments in the public hearing section?
Dr. Leach, District 1. Can someone explain to me what Ms. Matthews just spoke about, the 504 coordinator and the salary?
We take comments. We don't take questions, but if you ask the question, a board member can.
I'll take it.
Yeah, okay.
Okay, you'll take it at a later time?
Like in a minute, yeah.
Okay,
I'll take it after all of us for public comments and a staff person will answer
all right, thanks.
for me on your behalf.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Good evening, Tanya Nyman. And I don't know if this is the pertinent time to bring this up, but I did want to make this point about ESSER funds. And it's related to a comment that Superintendent Narcisse made yesterday about the purpose of those funds being primarily just focused on the children. But I wanted to point out that in December, U.S. Secretary of Education Cardona traveled to Baton Rouge and was here on a visit, promoting the things that he recommended for ESSER expenditures. And he issued a letter the same day of his visit, in fact. And I'm just going to read a little paragraph because everybody knows we only have 3 minutes. But this is from his letter. Let us be clear, ARP provides vital resources to hire additional educators and school staff and to improve compensation to recruit and retain educators and school staff. School districts should act with urgency to keep schools open for in-person learning and ensure they do not waste this opportunity to make critical investments. And I want to emphasize the importance on retaining and paying school staff. One of the primary things he mentions is providing one-time bonuses from ESSER funds and then also making sure they get some salary increases. And so I have sincere concerns about whether those ESSER funds are being used for those purposes, or have they been used to instead pay for salaries and positions and programs that are typically paid for out of the general fund budget. And so by diverting those line items, or however you want to phrase it, I don't have the terminology, recurring expenditures to ESSER funds, you then also create this artificial surplus in the general fund, and also that danger of that fiscal cliff that we'll be facing in 2024. But certainly the teachers, the amount that they had to fight to get what I would think are pretty modest bonuses, a mere $1,200 for all this time and $600 for support staff. And it isn't very clear to me whether those were paid for out of ESSER funds. And I think we should have done a lot more to increase the pay and support for our teachers, who certainly have shouldered the greatest burden during this pandemic. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Nyman. Any other public comments on the public hearing portion? Seeing none, back to the board. Are you going to ask that now, or?
Yes, if you all could just answer that question about that the public member wanted. Yes, thank you. You hear me stumbling about the 504 coordinator.
Okay, so in ESSER 2, we're paying for the 504 coordinator we paid for the salary last school year, and we're going to pay for it this school year. And then in ESSER 3, we're paying for 3 504 facilitators that work in that office.
Okay. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Vice President Collins. Seeing no other, you're not showing up. I'm sorry, Mike. Mr. Godet. That's all right, buddy. We're good.
Dr. Narcisse, if it would be your pleasure, I would like to have Ms. Hall come up and address, because I think the question is the setting, the salary level. And I'm under the impression that that salary level has not been changed from prior years that are in there. So I think I saw Ms. Hall in the audience. Yes, there's that bright face. I just wanted to confirm that that is not a change from prior years, that that has been the salary level that it's been at for the last several years.
Yes, that is correct. The salary, we follow the salary schedule, the approved, board approved salary schedule.
So,
If there's a specific question regarding a specific person, I would have to send that.
right, yeah, I'm not, but on the 504 coordinator, that's the salary that's been there for multiple years and has been approved by the board.
Right. We didn't
Thank you.
change anything.
That's not something new, okay.
Yes.
All right, she's trying to come up.
Also, that includes benefits. That's the salary plus benefits.
30%.
Yes.
30%.
Okay, thank you very much for that clarification. I appreciate it.
Thank you, Mr. Gode. Ms. Ware Jackson.
Thank you, President Tatman. Yesterday, there was a lot of conversation around which pieces of the budget, especially ESSER, would normally be in general fund that were over in ESSER. And I know Ms. Collins asked some specific questions, and there was something that came in the email late today, like after 3 o'clock, and quite frankly, after 3 o'clock on a board meeting day, it's a miracle if I can read it all. And I started reading it, but really couldn't get deep into it. And specifically around like some of the pieces around the people parts and the ninth grade academies is where I was really interested. Could someone give us an overview of that? I know it's in our email and in a Google Doc, but I don't know if that's on board docs. Do you know, was that put on board docs? Does the public have that
Mrs. Lopez.
information or?
For board docs, we could check with, we can check with that. We can add that. Kelly.
So it was submitted to the board secretary and district staff to provide to the board members. I don't know if it's on board docs. I'm like you, it's board night. I haven't had time to go back and look at board docs. For items that were moved from the general fund into ESSER for the 22-23 proposed budget, there are no additional staff members. There are items such as Arizona State is going to come out of ESSER, textbooks, technology-related supplies, library books, J Campus, Edgenuity, Illuminate. These items were specifically moved over. The only positions that were placed into ESSER out of the general fund were positions that were never in the general fund. For example, the paraprofessional parent liaisons or the literacy and math coaches. These items were never in the general fund. We originally looked at putting them in the general fund and determined that a better source would be ESSER funding.
So those positions will never be in general fund?
They're not this year. Every year we relook at what is the best place to put staff and materials and items. So every year we reevaluate our budget. But for the 22-23, the budget that is in front of you, those items are in the ESSER budget.
But normally those are recurring.
Not the staff members.
Staff members.
Not the staff members. Those were new positions that we had not been funded by the general fund.
Is it temporary?
We talked about it, but it was determined to be better in the ESSER funding.
Talked about it. So are they temporary? Are those positions going away after the ESSER funding goes away?
All items, staff and items, it is at the discretion of the superintendent and the board. Whatever initiatives and KPIs that we decide to follow is at your discretion. It will change every year depending on the initiatives that the board and the superintendent set forward for the district.
And can you tell me what that number is? I know we got it, but you know, like I said, I really couldn't get to that. somebody who sent this or who built the numbers in the document and gave us the information, could you give me the specific numbers here now?
Sure, for the items coming out of general fund?
Yeah, the numbers, yeah.
Sure. So Arizona State is $4.5 million. Textbooks is $3 million. Technology-related supplies, software, and hardware combined is about $3.7 million. Library books and other materials is $450,000. J Campus is a $500,000 expenditure. Edgenuity is $584,000, and Illuminate is $465,000.
And what about the staff?
I would have to re-add that for you. I have that on a separate spreadsheet. I can't just call them out because I have them listed by individual.
So you don't have a total on?
I can have the total staffing complete in ESSER that will be recurring in the general fund, not this year, but perhaps a different year.
Yeah, I want to see what happens when ESSER runs out.
So currently it is 18.2 million in salaries inclusive of benefits for what are possible recurring positions in ESSER funding. Now, that is not inclusive of your pre-K because general fund never funds your pre-K. That is not inclusive of items such as, and you can read in your email, the different items that I listed that it did not include. For example, tutoring and expanded learning, that was for COVID loss. So you don't necessarily expect that to continue. These are literally only items that at this time we assume will be recurring.
Mm-hmm. And does that include the 9th grade academies?
Yes, ma'am.
About 18 million, and we have a $2 million surplus.
Yes, ma'am. Currently this year.
Okay. And still no real idea about any ideas, Superintendent, on how we might fund those later? If these programs are successful, and probably will be.
Yeah, so what we do every year, as you're aware, board member Jackson, once the board sets the set of KPIs, which the board adopted through the strategic plan, we then organize staff and programs to make sure that we hit those targets for students. So I know the question has been a lot around recurring for staff, but what we've put a focus on is making sure that we put the items for the students and then looked at what would be the staffing that can help us increase the performance for students that the board wants those KPIs to move based on our strategic plan. So an example would be, we've been looking at 3 to 5% growth on our benchmark. And so ESSER was to not only help catch up kids, but make sure there's growth happening. So the additional literacy coaches, for example, help with that. And then we will we evaluate that every year and then make sure that we bring back a balanced budget. And so as we've done every single year, any staff person that is on a grant is usually given a letter. They are made aware that that position is there until that grant sunsets, which means end. And what we do is, if it's something that we've shown effectiveness with our data, the board has been wanting to make sure that we're providing data for children, then we will look at our existing programs and prioritize. When we arrive to the 2024 during the sunset, as we will have clear sets of data, we can evaluate which programs are effective, which are not, where we're getting, what things are working, and then we then make adjustments accordingly, whether that's increasing here or reducing there, and then we bring a balanced budget. And so I only bring that up to say I know that a lot of the questions has always been around staffing, but we've prioritized student programming first and then adjust staffing around that to help schools reach their goals.
Mm-hmm. Yes, I understand. Without the staff, though, we can't do anything for students if we don't have staff in the classrooms and to help with the remediation and everything else that our kids need. So in other words, when these funds sunset, those positions will be cut. Correct?
Yeah, we'll bring a balanced budget and look at where our priorities are. So if we are effective in those areas and other areas we're not, then we'll make adjustments as we do every year around our staffing or program and those things. I think what the driving force for us all the time is looking at our data on how students perform. And then we look at staffing after that. We don't look at
Yeah.
staffing first and then we look at the kids.
Absolutely. So our kids are going to do better with these added programs and all the helps that we're putting in place. What I'm looking for them to continue and to continue to increase in their performances. So when we made the hires and put everything in place, do we have anything that we know specifically that all of the staff know for sure that this is temporary? They're not guaranteed that this is going to continue. And we have to look for other resources in order to continue.
Yes, Board Member Jackson. Dr. Bethley, could you come up and share with the board when we do grants and hire them on staff, what usually we provide those staff members?
When we receive the personnel transaction form for a person that's paid with a federal grant, we send that individual a letter explaining to them that your salary is being paid by a grant and that it's only for a year. And we specifically put their name on the letter and the year, and they have to sign it. They keep a copy, and we keep a copy in the Office of Federal Programs and the Office of Human Resources.
Good. So that's understood that this is going away, and if we don't find another way to fund the supports that our children need in the classrooms, then this will just be temporary.
Yes, ma'am, for 1 year.
Okay. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Ware Jackson. Ms. Dyson.
Yes, thank you. A couple of things that I wanted to ask about or just make as information, state as information. One of the things that I asked for clarity in last night's public hearing was that the para to teacher funding, real pleased to that we're going to continue to do that. One of the other things, though, that I'd asked last night was where the funding is for the teacher to upper level teacher, like so that they can be trained, receive the training to be able to teach AP classes, IBC, and BRCC, and then coming next year, I would add the Southern, LSU, Southeastern.
To grow your own.
Grow your own.
Yes, ma'am. That will be funded.
And these are all going to be funded.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. Thank you. I wanted that for clarity. And then my next thing real quick is that, and I know that there was a statement made about us not having actually approved some of these programs. One of the things that, though, I want to make sure that I make clear is that in listening to our teachers, Dreambox, Achieve 300, and even AR are going to be able this school year to qualify as gradable assignments. And I just wanted to make that clear, that every chance we get, we need to be letting teachers know that we have listened. One of the things that I wanted to just bring up real quick is the 14 parental involvement employees. And I know how they're needed on our school sites, and this may be for Ms. Hall or Superintendent, but And I know that they're, in the schools. But I am, as I've said before, we need, and maybe including are these under our communications team? Or these 14 are going to be under the school leader, or is this a combined?
Ms. Hall, can you come up to the mic?
So they are district-wide support folks. However, it's a combined effort because we believe in collaborative partnerships. So it's going to be between the building principal and the district leadership.
And so these 14, that is in addition to what was already there?
No. So
Okay, so 14 would not include every middle and high school or
correct.
anything like that? Not
Correct.
even close to the numbers of schools that we have?
Correct, because we still do have parent liaisons where some folks think that we did away with it, but we still have those individuals.
So a
So
school,
it's a district.
every school will either have a parental involvement
Yes.
employee or a parent liaison?
Correct.
Okay, and I don't remember if we, when we have approved the parental involvement job description and the parent liaison, but I would like for us to maybe bring those back to look at, just information on them. I'm just a strong proponent of these people getting out into the communities that we serve. And I actually was at a meeting today where, I heard that there were 3 or 4 events happening in other areas of our community. And, do we have people assigned to have a table with a cloth and, working where the people are at their community fairs, church fairs? We've got to go to them. We can't expect that we're calling this event and they're going to all pour in and come to us. So I'm really hoping that we can be highly visible out there, even with, computer laptop over there, trying to help families get through all of our processes that have to take place if they want their child enrolled this way or that way, or,
Understood.
and have computers there. Let's get you, have you opted in for a bus route yet? But we can't sit in offices and expect that the word is out there, even if it's on social media or whatever. We have to visibly be there as part of the community and integrated. So I'm really hopeful that we can look at those job descriptions and really make some substantial additions to these 2 roles.
Okay, I'll update the job descriptions.
Thank you. And have we been able to staff a social worker at every one of our school sites?
Not successfully, no.
I didn't think so.
No.
I didn't think we ever would be able to in this short
Well, I'm
time.
optimistic. I'm optimistic.
Well, I know, and we all are,
Yes.
and that's what I do in my other life. Is I'm an executive director in that field, and do you have some idea of where we are? How many schools do we have?
No, but I could check real quickly. I have my laptop. But I
And
do not
if
have
we're
a round.
unable to fill that at every school, which is in our comprehensive staffing model, are we going to be able to add something, an additional something that we can get that will be that person?
So
Or
yeah,
help with, like maybe a licensed counselor? There's just different, they're not all social workers.
so we do have counselors. Should I answer? Okay. We do have counselors at every school.
Guidance
School counselors, I should say. Those are the correct term now. The social worker, thanks to the board, 2 months ago, was it, that they approved the mental health new job description, which is going to be tremendous because it's marketable. So we're hoping with those new job descriptions being out there, that would help to market us a lot better versus the social worker, which is a little bit antiquated. But I am optimistic, and we do have a plan. Dr. Webster, if you know who she is the director of social worker. So we have a plan in place. She has a plan in place to support the schools that do not have a social worker assigned, which may include sharing resources until we're able to plug in those holes.
Can we bring that to the board, please? And
Yes, we could
as
do
an
that.
information item?
Yeah, and we've also we've been very aggressive because we've talked a lot about social emotional support for kids. We have decreased the ratio from counselors to students. We now have one counselor for every 300 students in our schools. We used to be one to every, it was over 400. So now counselors will have more time in each of our schools to spend more time with kids, help guide them through their path.
When you bring that to us, can we have it by school across the district?
Okay, you're referring to the social worker? Okay.
And the plan, if we can't fill the social worker for that specific school, for that one, what is our plan?
No worries. I'll collaborate with Dr. Webster.
Thank you very much.
You're welcome.
And then one other thing, and I just wanted to ask and just get verification that in this budget, we have included additional stipends, not the stipends that we gave last year, but we have included additional stipends that have already been discussed and considered. That, can you explain that to our viewing audience?
There are no stipends in the general fund budget as of right now. That does not mean that the board cannot approve additional ones. But the general fund budget is based upon salaries and items. There is no additional stipends in the budget at this time.
So didn't we send an all-employee email out that said this much and
Yeah, so what we,
these dates?
Ms. Hall,
Yeah. So in an effort to be more transparent and to be more forthcoming and to try to rebuild culture and have a warm and fuzzy feeling going on, we wanted to share all of the board approved stipends that were on the books already to let folks know the calendar dates when it will be processed and when they can expect it in their bank account. That was the primary goal of releasing that information from HR.
So then why is it not included in the budget?
Those are.
Those-
I'm sorry.
Yes, you're referring to
The special education stipends, yes, they do get the additional funds because it's built into the salary schedule. I'm sorry, I misunderstood. I thought you meant another, everybody gets a stipend. No, but the stipends that are built in naturally into the salary schedule and are hard to fill areas, yes, ma'am, those are already built into their salary in the salary schedule to be given out at those times.
Okay.
Yes.
Thank you very much.
Thank you, Ms. Dyson. Seeing no other questions or comments from the board, I entertain a motion to adjourn the public meeting.
So moved.
Mike Goday, Mr. Goday, sorry about that. Would you all now please log into Miss April, the second special meeting? Is that what we're looking at? Yeah, second special meeting in board docs before we get into it on the budgets. Okay. And while we all work on that, I'll go ahead and call the meeting to order. Like to call to order the second special meeting Thursday, July 14th, 2022 to discuss the 2022 and 2023 budgets. Madam Secretary, please call the roll.
District 9, President Tapman.
Present.
District 4, Vice President Collins.
Present.
District 1, Mr. Blue.
Here.
District 2, Mr. Lannis.
Present.
District 3, Mr. Howard.
Present.
District 5, Ms. Ware Jackson.
Present.
District 6, Ms. Dyson.
Present.
District 7, Mr. Goday.
Present.
District 8, Ms. Bernard.
Thank you. We have a quorum. We move now to item B1, consideration of the request for the approval of the proposed 2022-2023 general fund budget the budget resolution and the 2022-2023 salary schedules. I have a motion moved by Mr. Lannis, seconded by Mr. Goday. I'll get you next time, Mark. Okay, let me go to request to speak. We've already had the presentations. I don't see any board members at the moment that have questions or comments, so we will go to the audience on item B1. Any comments from the audience on item B1?
Good evening. My name is James Finney, and I heard a moment ago from a fellow audience member that the salary schedule that is in board docs is allegedly a draft salary schedule. And I have reason to believe that it is the intention of the administration to wander away from the budget that is actually on board docs. So I think the only responsible thing would be to table this to another meeting, perhaps the evening of the regular board meeting in August. There is no urgency to pass this. It's better to do it right than to do it fast. Thank you for your time.
Good evening, Jamie Robinson, District 3. I still have a certain level of concern with all of the uncertainty that surrounds the budget. I do believe that there is a difference between lying and being disingenuous. And I don't believe that people come up here and blatantly lie on the behalf of the administration, but I definitely believe there are a lot of disingenuous comments being made. Questions go completely being answered. We answer questions around the question. There's never a clear, concise yes or no. And there's still, and because of that, not only are the board members, I'm sure, are uncertain, but the community, we are left uncertain. We come up here and we make these public comments, and it's almost as if they're in vain, because what are being done about it? Sometimes our questions that we ask from this podium aren't answered. Things that we've been fighting for and asking for since the beginning of this budget still has not yet been done. Nothing has been done. What about healthy compromise? What about change? What about moving in the right direction, working with each other, building that relationship? We talk about restoration, restoring things, restoring the public trust in this administration. Are you serious about doing that? And if so, it should be evident in your actions. It should be evident in what you approve here today. Yesterday, school board member Ware Jackson asked a question around school clerks, and she gave us a specific example. And the superintendent had one of his employees come up here and answer the question. They said, "Oh no, school clerks were not eliminated." And sure, she may have misspoken. They had not been completely eliminated. But our question was, who is going to feel the responsibilities of the school clerk at the specific schools where there would be no school clerks? So, for example, she gave Capital Elementary School. In the budget, it has that it's going to go from one full clerk to a 0.5 clerk, meaning that they're going to be part-time. That's our front line of defense. That's our person in the main office. Who is going to feel that responsibility of that personnel? Is it going to be the administrative assistant, the executive secretary, who already has so many responsibilities of balancing the school budget and other day-to-day operations? Is it going to be the principal, or is it going to be the assistant principal, who no longer have the support of deans or other staff because those personnel have also been cut? Who's going to do it? We just want honesty. We want true transparency. And we want yes or no. We want you to answer our questions. And I want to see the people that we elected to represent us, their questions be answered. Because not only do you not respect us, obviously, but them too. Thank you.
Storm Matthews. Equity is what this was all about from the very beginning. We had some very broken situations that desperately needed to be fixed. But to do that, this administration broke every bone in our body. And what we were left with, the 3 hardest hit schools, Melrose, Park Forest Middle, Terra, who do they service? Those 3 schools don't service disenfranchised Black and brown children. I'm sorry, let me look around. I'm confused. Who do those schools service? Park Forest got gutted even more teachers after y'all cut 14 positions. Now, by the grace of God, through all the fighting and all the public records requests, I apologize to everybody that had to fill my public records request, even the ones that I had other people do on my behalf. I put y'all through a lot of work. I love y'all. But since, principals have had to sign don't talk to people stuff, I'm very happy that now that the dust has settled, positions have all been put back and schools have the positions to service our children in EBR. There aren't any humans to fill the positions anymore. Teachers of the year, people with PhDs, gone. LSU came up, baby. LSU picked up a whole bunch of people from EBR. They're gone because of the way this was handled. As an educator, sometimes you do a lesson, and I'm the bomb. I've done this. Sometimes you do a lesson and it's garbage. And you say, you know what? I ain't never doing that again. That did not work. Sometimes you do a lesson that's great, but you need to tweak it and make it even better. This is one that you need to throw in the trash. Let's never do this again. Because this hurt every school. Every single school has holes. Every single school is hunting for teachers, and there are none. Because in the nation, there are no teachers. There are 15 vacancies at Melrose. Wasn't this about equity? Wasn't this about helping those schools? How can you say this is about equity? How can you say this was about getting those great teachers to those schools? You can't. This wasn't about helping them. I'm not quite sure what it was about, but it didn't do anything but hurt this entire district and our children. And we lost a whole bunch of phenomenal teachers.
Good evening, Tanya Nyman, District 7. And again, I wanted to bring up the issue about the way in which one-time funds are being used for positions and programs that are hopefully going to be recurring. And one, as I mentioned before, it creates the appearance of a surplus where there is actually no surplus. But more significantly, which I think Ms. Ware-Jackson was alluding to, was how are we going to come up with those funds when the ESSER funds go away in 2024? And so that's the real danger here and the real worrisome thing about it, because of course there's going to be at the very least the appearance of a great hole in the budget, if not an actual hole. And so my concern is financial exigency. There's unfortunately a pattern across the nation where public school systems, particularly in urban areas, are sort of set up to experience financial exigency. Katrina was one model, right? They had a disaster that created a situation to essentially take over that school system. And similarly, it's happened in other urban areas, Detroit, things like that. And it's used as an excuse to allow the state to take over the schools, or the mayor to take over the schools. And then the solution, the only solution that's offered in those situations, is to privatize the public school system. So I will tell you that I know Mayor Holden was pressured to take over the schools and did not. And I know I've heard Sharon Weston Broome is under intense pressure to take over the schools and is not. And so we certainly want to be wary of instances where budget holes could be created to create, if not that instance, but the appearance to allow that to happen. That's what happened in Washington, D.C., which is where you were previously, Superintendent Narcisse. And now in Washington, D.C., there is a dual system. There is a charter school system that is governed by a board whose members are appointed, and there is a public school system whose members are appointed. Well, the charter school system is self-appointed, and the public school system members are appointed by the mayor. And so there is no democratic control of the public schools. So it is a means of suppressing the voting rights, particularly just coincidentally, right? In majority African American communities typically. And then typically what happens with privatization, people don't realize, is that the funds, rather than invested in programs and in people who work in the communities, it is divested to private companies or corporations that do not aren't based here. They're based around the country. And so it siphons those funds out of the community. And the people who are actually performing labor are not fairly compensated for their work. And it destabilizes the entire community. So it's why the East Baton Rouge Parish, every person in East Baton Rouge Parish wants to be wary of these trends and these warning flags and to resist them. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Nyman.
Superintendent, President, Madam VP, Dr. Tony Jones, United Faith Leaders. I know that I'm speaking to intelligent individuals. I've watched you. I commend you on fighting for your kids, for your district. But now we're in a place where things they don't make sense. From the Wright brothers, the invention of the plane, all the way to your cell phones, the mics, the technology that we're watching right here, people were not worried about tomorrow. They decided, you know what, if this works, this is going to be better for tomorrow. We're not looking at that. It appears to me, maybe I'm wrong, that we have children and we're saying that we don't have enough money for next year, so let them starve today. That's what it sounds like. Everything we do, from budgeting for our children, maybe they may not be able to wear these clothes next year. It's always about now. So you're saying, let them be dumb and held back now because we don't have money for next year? You're too intelligent for that. I understand some of the comments that came up here. But for some of us, you need to cut the string. I'm talking to the audience. You are intelligent people. I watch you fight for your districts. This doesn't make sense. You're fighting not for the children, you're fighting against a man. That seems like it's time to change seats. And if you think your seats are secure, you're going to be filling some pins. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Jones. Where you been?
Had to hand my baby over. He sleep today. But good afternoon. My name is Karonda Corley. I'm a proud parent and disabilities advocate. And our budget sucks. That is the nicest way I can put it. I had the pleasure of watching on BR Proud our 2 ESS directors. Now, why do we have 2 people doing what Miss Elizabeth Chapman Taylor was doing? I have no earthly idea, but we are about to pay, according to this budget. One of them will be paid out of the special budget and the other will be paid out of the general budget at an increase. And one of them is not legally qualified to be in a position. I had the pleasure of looking at that and talking to LDOE about that. So what are we telling our children? I agree with our good pastor that said that we shouldn't wait now, but our budget is not right. So what are we going to tell our children? What am I supposed to tell my child when our school system get the most funding for our children with disabilities, that we're going to continue to give it over to magnet students? Because Liberty gets a lot of money courtesy of my child's back. We cannot continue to feed the magnet, the gifted and talented, monies that's supposed to go to our children with disabilities. Because in reality, that is the group of children that are always left behind, along with our English language learners. And I know Dr. Narcisse should actually have those statistics, considering he was one of them. But he never say anything about that. But you did expand that program at Wham to the tune of over $240,000. That we don't have any more money to have it continue to expand. So, because we blew all of the ESSER money, we have nothing to give our staff. My child's teacher has retired. Retired. What do I tell my child now when he was making progress? What do I tell him then? That, oh, maybe, just maybe because we want Lehigh to get so much money, that maybe he would do better again in the future? No. He's now being diagnosed with dyslexia. So that means more money that will be coming to our school system to actually have him propelled to the next level. He's about to take LEAP this year. It should not be that I have to continue to take our school system to court. But just in case Dr. Narcisse forgot to understand, under IDEA, I now can take you, not the rest of the board, but I can actually take you to federal court. See, that's what you did not read when you read the final verdict of that lawsuit. I take it that you should actually educate yourselves on IDEA, but also on American Disabilities Act, because those children with disabilities have a lot of protection, and you're about to see how much mine have. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Corley. Any other comments from the audience? Seeing none, back to the board. Okay.
Dr. Leach, ESS, District 1. We do have a huge crisis with teacher shortages, and it's exponentially a crisis in the special education area of teachers. I'm not sure what's going to happen to these kids, but I do know the input, the throughput, and the output. And the output is what we should be looking at. These kids coming into the system, what we're doing for them, and what they will be able to do for the community. I don't know how you're going to get new special ed teachers. I know that you're going to lose a lot of special ed teachers within the next 2 school years or the next 6 weeks. But there should be some focus. There should be somebody somewhere doing something. Because she was right. There are a lot of legal ramifications, and I am sure the attorney for the school board is aware of it. And if not, I think we should be following what the state courts are deciding for students with disabilities. I think we should be aware of the ACLU and how they want to come into this district and file lawsuits on behalf of the parents for students with disabilities. So not paying attention to it is going to be a very costly line item for the district. That's it.
Good evening. Robin Clark, National Board Certified Teacher. My soapbox is pre-K. I love early literacy, and I want to speak to those ESSER funds. When I took the position last year to teach at the EBR Virtual Academy as a pre-K virtual teacher, I was funded as Title I. Somewhere along the line, I looked at my email profile, and it turned out that my funding source had changed. No notification. So in an ideal setting, I felt disappointed, unappreciated, and uninformed mostly. I do what I do for the kids. My parents will tell you I have academic excellence. My children are high achieving. There is no summer slip, no loss. My top students tested and wanted to go to the gifted program and passed all the credentials to get in. So there's no loss. I just want you guys to be careful when you're doing this. We're real people. We're not checkers. We really have real lives and real passion in our profession. We work very hard to do what we do. And there aren't that many of us, teachers, those who apply and those who are vested and do it beyond the money or beyond the money we don't get or do get. Sometimes it's just a thank you, appreciation.
and sometimes some advance notice. So maybe in a perfect world, I would have gotten a notification that my funding source changed, because that's insecurity for me. I know those ESSER funds are going to be expended, they're going to be used and walk away, but I'm going to be in it for the long haul. And so I have to do what I have to do to take care of myself. And to that end, I moved to face to a Title I position that's not going to be shifting. I'm still in pre-K. I'm still on the pathway to do what I need to do. But please be careful, because teachers are watching. I found out another way that my funding source had changed by coming to a meeting. It was up on the little TV screen over there. I looked up and I saw my pre-K position as one of 12 people. And I will help you see that now there are 10 pre-K teachers and 10 paras, because I stepped aside, allowed someone else to use that funding. So just keep us in mind. We're real people. We're doing a hard job. We just want notification. We want an honest shake at doing what we do. So please inform us, say it more than once, just like those who have disabilities, maybe dyslexia. Say it once, say it twice, say it 3 times, different ways, different times. Keep coming. And then we'll maybe believe it and be informed as well. Thank you.
Good evening. My name is Eileen Walker, and I simply just want to say what my shirt says: put students first. I have a special need child, and it takes special people to be able to teach. Put them first, just like if it was your children out there now. Amen. Thank you.
Any other comments from the audience? Seeing none, back to the board. Mr. Lannis? Oh, okay. Yes, sir. Yes, Madam Vice President.
Thank you for providing the information I requested. Again, that was a 2-part thing: knowing time constraints and reality. My first part was, what's the supplanting of and new reoccurring expenses, etc. So you supplied that to me, and I appreciate that. The next thing I want is a sustainability plan. In regards to what I asked for, first I need to make sure I'm clear. You had mentioned in the email, it was mentioned in the email about indirect costs. And then there's a history and a projected amount. And so I just want to make sure I'm clear on what that means. Once the ESSER funds are completed, all indirect cost rate revenues to the general fund will end. Revenues to the general fund will return to the pre-ESSER amounts.
Correct.
See attachment for indirect cost revenues so I'm looking at the attachment, but can you make, I just want to make sure I got that part before I go on with the rest.
So as you know, all the federal grants have an indirect cost rate. And the indirect cost rate is determined by the state and is provided to us. And typically, for most of our grants, it's approximately 8%.
Okay.
And 8% of the grant, whatever we're funded, if it's $3 million, 8% goes back to the district for processing, basically. And it goes into revenue for the general fund. Now, the ESSER funding was different. The ESSER funding had unrestricted indirect cost, which, as Dr. Bedley told you earlier, it's about 26%. So for every dollar, 26 cents goes back to the general fund. Now, as you know, we had a significant amount of ESSER funding. So for every year when we would spend the funds, as we would get reimbursed, part of it would go back to the general fund. So starting with year 2020, 2021, we received approximately $10 million in indirect cost revenues, which typically we get about 3.7 to 4 million, which is for our Title I, Title II, Title III. So this year, so far we have collected 15.6 million. We have not received the June because, as you know, we're a month behind. So all the June expenditures are currently going through LDOE. All of them have been submitted, so we're waiting for the reimbursement. And we are projecting $18 million inclusive of Title I and everything for the next year. Well, once the ESSER funding ends, so does the indirect cost. So that will be an additional revenue loss that we will have.
I'm sorry. Let me make sure I understand the implications of that. So, in addition to the other information you have given, whereas we have been seeing 10 and 15 and 18 million, it's gonna go back down to 3.
Closer to 4, but yes, ma'am, it'll go back to the way it always was because ESSER is what lifted it up.
So then that's an additional decrease in revenue of about $14 million.
Give or take, depending on how much ESSER funding was spent. Because remember, you don't get the indirect cost until you get the reimbursement. You don't get the reimbursement until you spend the money.
I apologize. Y'all all know I'm very passionate, etc. And I didn't expect to have the, I wouldn't expect, for some reason I thought you were gonna say something different. So then when I look at, so last year, I voted no. Some people might want to say I'm wishy-washy. I'm not. I'm very consistent. Last year I voted no on the general fund and the special revenue fund because things what was being said and the framework was not straightforward. And it didn't matter how many times I asked the question. I wasn't getting a straightforward response. So for example, last year, I said, I see throughout this general fund budget, dash, 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 dash. And I began to realize that that was an indication that regular recurring expenses that had been on the general fund was shifted, supplanted to ESSER spending. Just like that poor lady from pre-K just said. Now that's Title I she mentioned, which then caused me to ask questions then, what else did we supplant besides general fund money? And why? I asked last year and I said, did we shift this money and these expenses from the general fund to ESSER? Because without this one-time money, we would have a deficit. The answer the superintendent gave was no. But the truth is, the answer was yes. And the answer continues to be yes. We at last year would have had about a $17 million deficit with no COVID money. This year, let me restate. Right now, what is being supplanted? So old recurring costs, regular costs, not special extra program, pie in the sky that we don't need, just basic stuff. Regular recurring expenses and new expenses, important stuff that I agree is important, like pre-K, 3 and 4. Dual enrollment is also important. Now, I might not agree with the plan of implementation, but it's important because guess what? I'm one board member up here with my blood is currently, personally, my blood is attending EBR school system. My grandson did pre-K 3. He did pre-K 4 in this school system. So I care. Every vote I take, on every agenda item is dedicated to Eden Stephon Collins and Adeline Isabel Collins, who's on the way in December, who will also participate in this system, and this system need to be right for their full participation for a quality education. So when I look at what is sent to me, we looking at $28 million old and new of various programs, etc. And then we're also looking at $18 million of salaries and benefits for a total of $46 million. $46 million plus now another $10 million from the lack of indirect cost reimbursements we will be getting as the ESSER money phase out. So we're looking at about $56 million. When I came to this school board in 2016, the big push by the board at that time was balanced budget, and Warren Drake had better fix it and make sure that this budget was balanced. And so he downsized the district level staff. And then come 2018, we had a $21 million deficit despite various corrections, driven by a lot of different things like charter schools, yada, 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 increased expenses over time, inflation. Okay, what did we have to do in 2018 in response to that $21 million deficit? We did RIFs and impact letters. What are we going to do with $56 million? What are we going to do? And we have shifted, and I have a question. When we are reassuring as a budgetary matter that everyone knows then their position is funded with a grant, then when the grant money runs out, you just get a letter and baby, the grant money is out. So then when folks are impacted, thank you for the tissue. When folks are impacted, when they are on the general fund, my basic understanding, and I've never framed it like this before, so special counsel, correct me if I don't frame it properly now. When we have our staff coming out of the general fund, their salaries and their benefits, when we need to make some changes to the budget to correct for deficits, then we have to send either, depending on what approach to take, impact letters or RIFs. And there's process that takes place. But we're looking at $18 million worth of salary and staff that's on grant money. And we just spent a whole lot of time reassuring everybody that the budget is not out of whack, because we could just tell these people they ain't got no job. So do they have the same protections that they would have? Do they have the same legal protections now? If the money run out, is it just a courtesy? Do these people have to pray that the board will be courteous and do an impact and or RIF process? If the board chooses not to be courteous, do they have any legal protection other than the money ran out and you ain't got no job? As it relates to, and I want a little bit more clarity on the year by year. $46 million of recurring expenses as different phases of ESSER run out. So all the money is not concurrent necessarily.
No.
Okay. So the last of the COVID money will be 2024,
23, 24. Yes, ma'am.
23, 24.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. So then, but that's not when but there's money that's gonna run out this coming year,
Yes, ma'am.
and then another bucket of money gonna run out after that.
Yes, ma'am.
So then it's not necessarily, let me make sure I phrase the question well for you. We may not necessarily, it may not be 23, 24 by the time we actually see deficit. Or no, help me understand what's going to phase out 22, 23, okay? And then at that time, at the end of this school year, would things have to start going back to the general fund for 23, 24, even before the last of the money? You understand what I'm trying to say?
Things will have to start coming back in 23, 24. Yes.
So we don't even really have until the end of 23, 24 before we see budgets. See deficit.
Items will have to start shifting, and decisions on what initiatives to continue will have to be made for the 23, 24 budget. That does not mean that all of ESSER will end. ESSER 3 Action 2 will still exist. There will still be some funding, but determining on what we're using that funding on and the initiatives that we're using that funding for
So
will determine
then,
what comes back.
Now, we supplanting right now, and we have a $2 million surplus. As it relates to, thank you, as it relates to the ESSA money itself, what day did the board vote on every $365 worth of COVID money? I'm told we decided on every single penny of the 300. The board decided, even though the money wasn't actually. So last year, 21, 22, the board decided on every last penny. And it's assumed that we just agree that that amount that was voted for in 21, 22 is what we ready to roll with in 22, 23? Or did we vote specifically? Did the board specifically vote that for the years that the ESSA funding is here, this is what we doing?
I'm going to defer the votes to Dr. Bethley because she knows the exact dates, but the
Okay,
board
and the
did
motion.
vote for special revenue budgets along with the general fund in
Yes.
June of last year. You
Come
did.
on, and let's look at that. In the special revenue budget document, it says, ESSER, hold up. ESSER money. And you look in the 21, 22, and I'm particularly on page 143, 144 from the old document. Okay. And, the general fund, everything else is year by year. And we might get the money differently. as it relates to the COVID dollars, but as a budgeting practice, board members are accustomed to looking at things year by year. And oddly enough, there's a little footnote at the bottom of the ESSER budget. So for example, 21-22 special funds, program title Strong Start Achieve ESSER 2, $32 million. $32,191. Beginning date, January 1, 2021. Ending date, September 30th, 23. Estimated life of funding, 24 months. Estimated life of program, 36 months. What I find interesting, and as I've said before in previous meetings, and I'm going to say again right now, I get that the head of this whole ship, in terms of staff and what staff do, is the superintendent. So when I ask these questions, because staff are delegated to present, I'm asking them of the superintendent, and they are answering on his behalf as they have been instructed. Estimated life of funding, 24 months. Estimated life of program, 36 months. Is that what y'all referring to when y'all say that last year we decided that this how we gonna spend the money the whole time?
That is the budget that is processed by federal programs. I'll let Dr. Bethley speak to that one a little bit.
All right.
Okay, so to answer your question, the board meeting that was October 2021 was the date that you guys approved the largest budget, the ESSER 3 Action 2 and ESSER 2 Action 2. It was the October, I'm not certain of the exact day of the meeting, but it was October 2021.
Okay. So that one particular bucket of money, we voted on that particular bucket of money.
ESSER 2, Action 2, and ESSER 3, Action 2.
For clarity, that the memo is dated October, the budgets were approved November of 2021.
During that meeting, was it expressly mentioned? Because again, we vote on lots of things that keep happening. I mean, we vote on teachers. We assume we're going to keep teachers every year. I mean, we're a school system. We're going to keep teachers every year. That's assumed. But every year we still vote on how many teachers. Every year we still go through a process of, yes, we're a school system and we wouldn't be one without teachers. But and we're going to vote on that again this year. We're going to vote on the light bill again this year. We're not going to just say teacher salaries are such and such and bam, that's it. We're going to let y'all roll with it from here till infinity every year, according to law. As General Counsel had mentioned before. So law and standard practice of budget process and procedure is every year, no matter where the money came from, you look at it and you say, yes, I want to keep doing this. So when folks tell me we decided on everything and it's done, then that's why it doesn't match up for me. Because unless I just was not at that particular meeting, but I do think I remember that meeting, nowhere during that meeting when we voted on that budget was myself or my colleagues told, you're agreeing to this expenditure, not just this budget year, but the next budget year, and however long the money runs from each bucket of money, that's it. That's it. Did that happen? If I pull up the recording, or do the meeting minutes reflect, or does anything reflect that board members were explained to that, unlike standard budgetary protocol based on state law of budgeting process, was it made clear to board members that they were voting for multiple years of funding, a rigid amount, that's it, and we can't come back and say nothing about it?
Well,
That's really not for you to answer, Ms. Bevan.
okay, but may I say this?
Okay.
That the ESSER budgets, as the 10 budgets I just presented to you all, they all have an award date, a beginning and an end.
Yes.
And it's a one-time amount, whereas with Title I, Title II, Title III, and Title IV, it's an allocation that's given to us every year. And you vote for that in a special revenue budget. But since it was a one-time allocation, it was presented in the form of a budget, and it was itemized as well.
And so, but the one-time allocation ran multiple years or just 1 year?
Okay, so
we got each year they said this is a bucket of money and full stop, and then the next year there's another bucket of money, full stop.
No, ma'am. It was one budget. So our first ESSER budget was ESSER 1, and it was for a specific time. Then we were awarded ESSER 2 and ESSER 3 Action 1, and it was for a specific time. Then the state awarded us ESSER 2 Action 2 and ESSER 3 Action 2. Then in November, we had to apply for additional grants like the ESSER incentive. So we received those grants as well.
Okay. So, okay. But multiple years.
Yes, ma'am.
Different buckets of money, sometimes spanned multiple years.
Yes, ma'am.
So then each year I need to decide what I'm gonna do with the money, or at least when we decide and be told that, Ms. Collins, this is for multiple years, regardless of the bucket of money or when it came in. Ms. Collins, understand this money spans several years, and so don't worry about it no more.
And on the PowerPoint that was presented for each budget, the award period is captured on the.
Yeah, yes. But standard budgetary practice, it doesn't matter it doesn't matter how long the money is awarded, board members still go and look at it. And I know I'm not the only one confused, because I asked some of my board colleagues, did you understand you was voting on more than 1 year worth of money? No, they asked me, no was the answer. More than one board member. It was not made clear to board members. Okay, and as one of the members of the public had mentioned earlier, is another example of people not being fully transparent when people ask questions or give presentations. My last thoughts and concerns are where is the legal exception to board general counsel? You had mentioned the Louisiana Budgeting Act. Am I saying that? When it comes to general fund, etc. When I was asking about pathways to bright futures, we can't vote for multiple years of dual enrollment because that budgeting law says you deal with 1 year at a time. We were discussing pathways to bright futures. And I was asking for backup information, not necessarily that the board votes on it. And not that the board would vote on approving multiple years or not approving multiple years all in one vote. And it was explained to me that we can't vote on it. You were just making sure I understood. You can't vote on multiple years at one time, Ms. Collins. You got to just do 1 year at a time. Is that particular law is where that is referenced?
Yes, ma'am. So the Local Government Budget Act is what I was referring to, and it governs public entities' use of funds from a general fund budget and special fund budgets that are allocations that occur on an annual basis. Okay? And so because you receive those allocations annually, the action of the board is to approve that funding annually. If there are initiatives that are paid for out of those funds, then those initiatives connected to the budget will have to be re-upped every year as well. And so, for example, if you're talking about dual enrollment, if dual enrollment is a continuing initiative that the system has, and it's something that every year you're going to continue to do and is funded out of the general fund, then the board will have to re-up the budget to fund that, the allocation to fund that. And also any contracts, documents, approvals connected to the use of that allocation. So for example, MOUs, contracts to purchase books, et cetera. So the budget is an approval. In essence, the budget is an action to approve an allocation to pay for something, but the board then will take additional action and approve contracts to actually purchase it, if that makes sense. I'm going to allocate X amount for books. I'm going to approve a contract with this company to provide the books. And so the difference between, and I'm trying to help understand the difference between the general fund budget or special fund budget versus a one-time allocation is that every year the allocation comes again and the board has taken action. My understanding of the ESSER budgets is there a one-time allocation that the board approved. However, there still would have to be additional action by the board to approve, you know, the purchase of materials and funds that might have been approved in that one-time allocation.
Okay.
You still have to have a contract that the superintendent will use to then purchase the books to make that effective, if that makes sense. I hope it's not confusing, but
No, that makes sense.
yeah. And so to go a step further to help you with the clarification, you can review the ESSER budget annually, right? It's not necessarily a re-up approval, but you can certainly review it to see where you are. What do we have? What have we spent? What do we have left? Also, I would assume, and we haven't done this, the board could conceivably look at amending that if they wanted to. Potentially, right? So there are options available to the board, but I'm just trying to give you kind of an overview of how we view the general fund budget, special fund budgets as annual allocations versus a one-time allocation.
Okay, thank you. So then my last thoughts are that I'm gravely concerned about the up to $46, maybe $56 million that will go back to the general fund when right now we have a surplus of $2 million. Without us having a plan of action for something that's around the corner, I think it's irresponsible for us to say we satisfied with moving forward in this way. I personally prefer to see a sustainability plan, which is not unreasonable. In fact, when MSAP, when the whole idea of applying for MSAP dollars, Main School Assistance Program grant money for schools in my area was brought up, there was a huge concern about a couple of my colleagues on the board who rightfully so was asking about, well, what happens when the money run out? And so it's appropriate for us to ask that same question. And that question was being asked before we even approved the application for that grant. And so that was just $15 million little dollars. A huge budget like this with a huge impending deficit and no plan, I think is irresponsible.
Thank you, Vice President Collins. Mr. Lannis, you were actually in the gap. Did you want to?
Mr. Gode.
Okay. Mr. Gode?
Yeah, I'm going to try to be concise. Mr. General Counsel, we have contracts coming up related to the ESSER funding. And I guess in my mind, one of the things that's confusing a lot of people is I think we're misusing the term budget when we talk about what was first approved with the ESSER money as multi-year. Those were really plans. I don't think they were technically a budget. Those are really expenditure plans. Because right now we have the ESSER budgets coming up with the people attached. We have contracts that come up annually that we need to reapply because we have a whole series of contracts that are coming up. So I'm asking, are we misusing the term budget when it was first passed and it was really an expenditure plan, but not an official, it wasn't an official okay to go spend the money because we haven't passed the budget yet with the attached names and contracts and things to it?
I would describe it more accurately as a grant.
As a grant,
It
okay.
operates more like a grant.
So how, okay, that's fine. But I'm just trying to be clear because I think the public and others are getting confused on that. So we have authority by approving contracts and things like that back and forth to control how that money is spent within the parameters in which the grant was given to us. Because we have to stay within the grant parameters. Because whoever's given us the money has to do that. Now, Dr. Bethley, if you don't mind, could you give us the dates that the states actually released the money for these different grants? Do you have that off the top of your head? Approximately is plenty good enough.
I have that, but not with me.
Okay, but some of that was during the year last year.
The ESSER 2, Action 2, and ESSER 3, Action 2, and the incentive grants were awarded to us in October.
Okay, so before October, we couldn't make a plan or do anything for that to do that. So, okay, that answers the question. I just want people to understand why that wasn't in the June or July 1st budget, because it didn't exist yet.
Correct.
Because we couldn't budget what we don't exist. So we still have a budget. I also want to clear up, I really don't want our employees walking away from this meeting with fear that they won't have jobs. I want to go back to the time that we had the deficit under Mr. Drake of it was $27 million budget. It ended up being actual $29 million. Yes, we legally had to go through the RIF process, but between retirements and normal attrition and things like that and moving people around, not a single person lost their job. And right now, we're going into this year and we typically have between 150 and 200 open positions within the district. I realize there are qualification issues and things like that, but on top of that, we also have ongoing retirements and people moving and doing this, that, and the other to get out. So I don't want anyone in the public here to think that we're putting people's jobs at jeopardy. The funding source may change, and as we move things around, things may change. But if you're a qualified teacher, by God, we will have a place for you here in EBR. We need you. You're the backbone of this district. So I don't want anyone going away from this thing with a fear that, gee, just because I'm funded by ESSA money, that means I may not have a job and won't be able to take care of my family. That is the furthest thing from the truth that anyone should be worried about. We have jobs. We need qualified people. We need more qualified people than we have. Okay? So we're spending this money trying to bring up the performance of the students, recover from 2-3 years of COVID, recover from virtual schools and all the kinds of things that went on. We have a big task ahead of us. And I sort of like the way that, Pastor, I don't remember your name, but, we're to the thing of, do we starve the kids today because we don't know what the groceries are going to cost tomorrow? I recognize we need financial planning. That's something I did for a living. I also know that everything is not neat and cute that you can put together into things. I have no idea if you want to talk about what our budget's going to look like in 2024, then we got to talk about what is charter school enrollment. We got to talk about what's the economy, what's our property tax receipts, what's our sales tax receipts that go into this, what is the inflation going to be, what's gasoline going to cost. We're trying to do an 8% teacher's raise. There are so many moving parts to this. And the last thing I'd like to say, Because I just think trying to come up with a I can't say the word, a sustainability, thank you very much. A sustainability plan is, while you can do it in general, to do it in preciseness is basically a folly because there's too many things not in your control. So yes, you can put down general guidelines and you can put down general parameters, but you're not going to come up with a concrete plan. It's just not possible. And lastly, I just want to give everyone a vision. Wouldn't it be great if we installed a whole bunch of new innovative programs that are really helping kids? And then 2 years from now, we have to come down to choosing between, do we keep this good plan or keep this great plan? Or we've done so many good things, we have all of these good things, then we got to decide which of the good things we think are the best. Isn't that a wonderful problem to have? Think about it. Wouldn't it be wonderful if we had all of these great successful programs that are doing all these things to help kids, that we spent the money the federal government has given us to help all these children achieve what they can achieve and close the achievement gaps? And then our job, it'd be tough, but it would be sitting here going, you know, plan A is really good, plan B is really good, but plan B really addresses the needs we have in this community more than plan A, so go with plan B. So I really hope that when 2024 comes, we are faced with those tough decisions, because that means we've moved the needle. That means we've gotten kids somewhere. That means we've done the kind of things that we need to do to improve education in the city. So I, for one, I hope I'm on this board in 2024, and I accept that challenge to do that. That we need to do the kinds of things to move our kids forward today. And then 2024 comes, we will face those tough decisions. I led the board, I was president of the board when we cut the $29 million deficit down. I know how hard that can be. But A, I don't want to scare any employees. That is not the purpose of this. And B, think about what's possible. Think about the challenges we have ahead of us. Think about if we can get it where we're choosing between good things. If we can do that, then we've done our job, and we've done our job well. And the superintendent and his staff and other people have done their job well. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Godet. Mr. Lannis.
Thank you, Mr. President, Madam Vice President, Mr. Superintendent, board, audience. That was a lot that was said tonight, and there truly is some things to unpack, but I'll start from the top. And I'm not saying this to beat up on you, Mr. Superintendent, but I think that there needs to be a point of clarity because I heard several things come up. The superintendent we do not work for the superintendent. The superintendent works at the leisure of the school board. So that if there's a time, or ever a time rather, where the public is not receiving information, that's when you lean in on your school board member. What I can tell you is this, and I'm not saying this to somehow make it seem like I get special privileges. Anytime I have ever asked the superintendent or his staff for any information, it was given to me. It was given to me because I actually came to the school board office and I asked them and I sat down with them and we worked through those issues or problems. But I would like to start from the top. There's been several times I've heard that we don't have any ESSER money left. There's not any money left. That's simply not true. As it stands right now, for ESSER 2, we have $37 million remaining. As it stands for ESSER 3, we have $102 million remaining. I think it's very clear. I think Mr. Gwen Shamlin laid it out clear as day. One, we can reallocate anything that's already been allocated because this money is not finite. It is not written in stone that we have to use it for one specific program, one specific thing. We can use it in multiple different areas. And since we have received this money, we have not done anything that is outside the normal when you look at other school districts. So let's start with Jefferson Parish. Jefferson Parish, since they received their money, has used $30 million of their ESSER funds to go towards salaries, reoccurring salaries. And they're going to continue to use those funds until 2024. Don't believe me? Just go and read the article. St. Tammany Parish used $33 million for air ventilation systems, $33 million. And that's just a part of the funds that they have already received. Now, I say this again because these things are going to move around based off the rules and regulations which the federal government has given us to expend and use those dollars. As it stands right now, because I heard teacher shortages brought up, our state superintendent, Kay Brumley, or Dr. Kay Brumley rather, has said over 2,500 teacher shortages in Louisiana alone stand right now. 2,500. So Baton Rouge or East Baton Rouge Parish is not alone. Jefferson Parish is going through the same thing. Orleans Parish is going through the same thing. Caddo Parish is going through the same thing. And I only name those because those are the largest metropolitan school districts inside of the state, along with East Baton Rouge Parish. A lot of things are going to change. They're going to feel a bit uncomfortable because inflation is real. I heard Mr. Gode bring up the $29 million that we had to go through in 2018, but let's go back to 2006, back when we had a $56 million shortfall, a deficit inside of the budget. This is because nobody ever attributes inflation to that, but we also went through a recession. These things happen. Planning has to be reassessed, and some things are going to have to change. But that's also going to take us working with the community. That's going to take us having more meetings where we're giving people information when they readily need it. That's going to take more transparency. It's going to take more town hall meetings because people want to know what's going on and they want to know how money is moved. I would also opt to say that there should be a data ticker that shows us how much money we have available on our website. That's something we should consider. So people at any time, you don't have to worry about going and asking someone where money is, finding out how you get that information, waiting to receive information. It's right on the website. You can click it. And when you click it, it should be able to show you what allotment or what percentage was used on what particular thing. That's something I support. If it's an item that I need to bring before the board, I 110% agree that I will do that. If it's going to give our community comfort in knowing that we are doing the right thing. Attorney Shamlin, has there ever been a time when we have turned in a budget to the state that has been that has not been in compliance with the law?
Not during my time as general counsel, but I would lean on the CFO to answer that question since I'm not the fiscal person.
We've always turned it in on time and with appropriate information.
Thank you. Now, the only reason why I asked this is because there have been several people that have said that we are misappropriating money. Money's not being spent correctly. But every single time we turn the budget in, the state legislative auditor, anybody at any time can refer us to the legislative state auditor, and that person is going to go through the budget tooth and nail to see if we did any wrongdoing. Since the inception of this board, we have not had one budget come back that we have done any wrongdoing. Since I've been on here, from as much research as I've done, from the comprehensive plans or financial plans that have been turned in from this district. I say that again to add clarity to what we're talking about. Yes, are there things we need to change? Absolutely. Are there things that we need to reallocate and change? I think there are. But is there wrongdoing on behalf of the superintendent? No, because that stuff is going to reflect not solely on him, it's going to reflect on the board. If we sit here and we let him do it, that's where you all hold us accountable and asking us what's going on, what's happening, and can I get this information if you can't find it yourselves? And I heard one last thing, is that the mayor president of our city has tried to take over our school district. That is absolutely not true. And I can't tell you how many people have tried to text me and saying, where is this information coming from? It's simply not true. In fact, the city's plan of government would not allow it because we have two different forms of government. But it's when you say those types of infectious things, the community hears it and people will run with it. It's just simply not true. And that's a simple question that you can ask any person up here, general counsel, or even any member from the mayor's office. It's just not true. And I just want us to walk away knowing that we have to work hand in hand in order to enhance our school district. A board member can't do it alone, and certainly the superintendent can't do it by himself, and we won't let that happen. We have to be entrusting in our board that we're going to do the right things. And if you feel like your board member isn't doing the right thing, guess what? It's an election year. Go to the polls and make sure that your vote counts in the right way. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Lannis. Ms. Ware Jackson.
Thank you, President Tatman. Last board meeting, I had a couple of suggestions that just kind of went by the wayside. I'd asked for some items to be moved to a meeting today, and that got voted down simply because there were things that were not clear, or some things that really needed a little more vetting. But anyway, those items failed, and then there was this big blow up about trying to stop progress or whatever. But I say that to say, even when you ask for more time for something and you give all the reasons in the world, sometimes you just get plain ignored. Last meeting, after the meeting, and you all board members remember how we all complained about stacking all of the meetings one on top of the other and how much time we were spending, on one evening, and people getting tired and getting to the business items and not having enough brain power or anything left to really make good decisions. And after the meeting, I talked with a board member and the board president about moving this budget, the vote on the budget, separating it so that we wouldn't be looking at the overall view and then people asking for items and making suggestions and then people telling us, oh, we'll get you this information later. We got information today about 3:00 and I have not seen it, not like I should, because there just simply wasn't enough time to digest that and really look at everything, all the questions from yesterday. So I asked that we move that vote with a little space so that, this is, the budget says it's a draft. So I don't see any reason why any changes that might need to be made before the budget is actually voted on couldn't be made. There was some conversation around when money comes in and we could have the option to see what's been allocated, what's been used, what's left. I asked for that. Last time I couldn't get it. There was some reasons why, we can't do that because of something that really didn't make any sense. It's very difficult when you're one of the 5 of 9 people that advocated for our superintendent. And, I'm meeting with the superintendent every week, unless something happens and, we absolutely can't, to support and to communicate the difficulties that, that I'm hearing, when I'm in a grocery store or anywhere, where like someone said, you come to your board member for a lot of things. And there's a lot of things that the board member just doesn't have all the answers to, right? So we have to go to the superintendent who will go to, talk to his staff and see, what, if there's any changes or what's, what could be an answer to solve or resolve those issues. And a big area has been around just plain answering questions, straightforward, and being very transparent so that, when we get information, the public can also have information. We received information today that may have answered some questions, maybe a lot of my questions around the staffing model and how our schools are really being supported and how our children will be supported in the classrooms and our principals to be able to do their jobs. And, I can't see it. It's not going to be the changes that have been made because there's been improvements. I've been asking about certain positions and, I know, principals are under this gag order where they basically can't talk to many people and being, having to sign something for whatever reasons that, they know what the law is and they're not going to give any confidential information. There's just a spirit of distrust that I have been trying very, very hard to get people to understand that if you're clear and concise and transparent, we're not going to have people coming up here accusing us of this and that or saying, things that we know is not what's actually happening in the district around, and I hate to do this again, that doggone word left me yesterday, and I was like, what is it? What is that word? That equity, thank you. Thank you. The whole thing around equity and our staffing model, and I've been asking, and I can't get it, and I can't get it. I can't get it to you because you're the ones asking me. If we're looking at a staffing model that's just something that's tweaked, right, from what we had previously, but just really making sure that our schools that are overstaffed, I know what I'm hearing is that we have a certain amount of schools that have been consistently overstaffed, and we have a certain number of schools that have been consistently understaffed. And one of the purposes of the staffing model is to make those corrections. So, a lot of things have happened that maybe if we'd have done it a different way, we would have had a better result from what I'm hearing from principals and parents who are concerned about programs that their kids have been accustomed to, and what's going to happen to my art teacher, and what's going to happen to my dean, and what about the behavior issues in some schools that may not have as many issues in other schools, and having a model that's based on the population or the numbers in the schools without considering the real need in the schools. And I've been trying my best to communicate that both in my private meetings and in public, in hopes that we would be able to see this when we go on board docs, and so that we could kind of calm some of the issues that people are having. And I cannot be the only board member who is getting a barrage of questions and comments from people in the public, and in particular parents. And y'all know I've been on this board for a long time, and when parents start to ask me questions or, tell me what their concerns are or any kind of problems, I try my best. I don't care where you live or what, so-called district you live in, I'm going to try to get the answer. And it's been very difficult lately, especially. So, I have a lot of concern, and, I was hoping, because I spoke last time, the last meeting after the meeting, about a possibility of pushing the vote over so that we could have time, if there was some changes that needed to be made in the budget or updates or whatever, we would have time to do that. And then we could come back with a nice clean document, a nice clean budget that everybody was clear on, and they could see the numbers that they were looking for, and vote with confidence that what we have is what we need. And the changes that may have been made over the last few weeks, where what we see on board docs may not actually reflect what we actually have, but that's not there. So it's it makes it really difficult for me to just say, okay, vote yes today, when, I was hoping we had more time to look at this. And I know that there's information that's in my email that came to me, after 3:00 on a school board day, which basically means I'm probably not going to see it until the board meeting is over. There's been so many inconsistent answers. I'm hearing something from board colleagues, and I'm hearing something from the superintendent that's different, around the when the funding runs out, and people have been told, and they've seen a document and they've signed a document. I'm hearing from a lady who didn't get anything. I mean, she was under Title I, and now she didn't realize she was moved into another pot of funding. It's things like that just make me unsettled. And, I've said this before, in private, and I'll say it now, board members really, really like to trust that the information that they have in front of them is correct, and they have everything that they need to make an informed decision. And this is a very, very important vote. We're voting on the budget, and especially with all of these questions around, are these positions going to be here? Do they really understand that, some of this may go away? We're talking about maybe having to choose between this program and that program, and the actual purpose of the money, was to be for bonuses and salary increases, and for catching kids up through COVID. And although there is a lot of that in these budgets, there's also some things that really don't fall into that category just that way. So yeah, I am concerned about 18.2 million of recurring positions that are in the ESSER budgets, and whether what I'm not seeing that's in the email is going to correct what I'm seeing on board docs. And I would like to know what is compelling us to absolutely have to vote on this budget right now, when we have information that probably should be corrected in the budget. And I understand that we basically, we don't want to go all the way to September, but I believe September is our deadline. But, and that reminds me also, there are things that will be brought back in August that are already connected to the budget now. Somebody from the audience mentioned it around the, it was pathways and something else that, that's already in the budget, and we have to vote on it. Well, it failed. So, there are things that fail that can come back in 60 days. And that 60 days would be August. So, I would hope that we could defer the vote on the budget to at least the full board meeting, so that we would have the opportunity, and the staff would have the opportunity, to adjust any information that we have on board docs to the new information that I've been told, around certain positions that may be reflected in board docs as not as missing, and they've actually been filled. And so if someone could, General Counsel, can you give me an answer as to, what requires us to have this vote right here, right now, and not just a little bit later, so that we can have all of that information clear and concise in the budget that we will actually be voting on?
I'm not aware of any requirement that the vote have to happen now, but it's scheduled. The adoption of the budget was scheduled and notice to the public that's required by law, so it's before the board. We have a hard deadline of September 15th for an adoption, I believe, if the CFO would like to come up. And then the submission is September 30th to the state.
But the advertising doesn't have anything to do with us having to, we're not required to adopt it tonight because of any advertising, right? The advertising will basically last until.
Legally, General Counsel is absolutely correct. You would have to vote on it by September, so that we could bring it to the legislative archer and to the state by September 30th. The only concern is that, if you remember, the salary schedule is attached to the general fund. So until you approve the general fund, we can't pay the staff the new salary schedule, which is inclusive of the steps and the legislature's approved raise. And so right now we're only paying, the main employees, the 12-month employees, will have to have retroactive payments on their next check. But if you continue into August, then the teachers will come back. And the August 31st check will be different. And so we will have to retroactive all of those employees. So it
So
will
all
be,
of that is in the general fund, though?
it's all in the general
Right,
fund.
okay.
Because the salary schedule is in the general fund, which is the basis of all of the positions, including your federal and grant positions. So that would be the only problem. It's not a legal problem, but it would be difficult.
And in this, we have two votes then. We've got the general fund budget and then the special revenue fund. And that's where the, basically the ESSER questions are. And
Yes, ma'am. ESSER is in the special revenue funds because it's a grant.
it puts us in a really tight spot. Now, I do regret that there has been lots of questions for a very, very, very long time without clear answers. And now we are here at the vote on the budget with still not having, all of the answers. Or maybe we do, but it's in an email that's not connected to board docs, and not available for the public eyes. And then, I'll say this and then I will stop. I'm just going to be very transparent. Because I understand that, there are certain words that we use at convenience. And one of them is transparency. And of course, that other one is equity. And we've played around with that and used them, whenever it felt comfortable. And I'm in a position where I'm not trusting board members because we've seen things happen, we've seen things uncovered, and we've seen board members do things with a straight face, closed ears, and a covered mouth. So, there's no wonder that the public doesn't trust us as a whole, as a body. And a lot of that comes from some things that the board voted to do that basically stole voting rights from citizens and future voters who are our children in the classroom. So everything that we do is all connected, and that's part of my distrust as well. So I have to be very transparent with that. Dr. Narcisse, that's no reflection on you, as far as board actions. But where I am concerned is that I'm afraid that how we played with numbers has kind of infected some of the decision that you may have made when it comes to the staffing model, just based on numbers and not the real need in the schools. And yeah, some of your principals did express concerns about whether they're really going to be able to do their jobs well in the upcoming school year, based on some of the losses that they have and in core subjects. So, I'm concerned. They may have, they may be right on the cusp of a certain number and, they don't have what they need. So they're going to have classrooms with very large sizes. And we all know that, or we believe anyway, that kids do better when they have more attention and they have less students in the classroom. So I say all that to say, I have a difficult time voting on the budget tonight for all of those things that I've mentioned. And, I know I'll probably get railroaded with a whole bunch of email, like I have, and I'll answer y'all, I'll answer you. But, just understand, that I support my superintendent, and I've been trying really, really hard to get other people to support him by just showing more transparency and, just trying to compromise with people that are asking for certain things and feeling like they're not getting them. And I'm caught in the middle because, I have his ear, and, but lots of times, y'all, whatever I say often doesn't matter, especially when, I'm someone who is, I'm gonna, if I see something wrong, and I've said things about it, so I'm kind of in a doghouse with a few groups, but that's okay, because I have to live with myself, and if I see, like we tell the kids, if you see something, say something, well, I've got to do that, but so I get the impression that moving this or deferring this to a later meeting, it probably won't be acceptable. And there are some things that are linked to the calendar, as far as August goes. But I still would like to make the motion that we defer the vote to at least the full board meeting this month.
I have so there's a motion on the floor. Is there a second to that motion?
I would second with a friendly,
The
colleague.
advertising.
I was going to go to that next. If it got a second, I was going to ask council about the advertising requirement.
I don't have the advertising, length of advertising time in front of me.
10 days.
It's 10 days. So
Okay.
the date of our regular meeting is next Thursday, which would
So
not
that's-
make it possible.
That's 3 extra days for them to actually put it, so it's like 13.
Okay, so I'm interested in deferring instead of just saying no, because that's the position I'm in this moment. But what I simply want is a sustainability plan, because we're not addressing what we know for sure is coming. And I know it's so for the sake of advertising time, as well as giving staff time to come up with a plan, I'm willing to, we could do the first board meeting in August like we did here.
Right, a
Special meeting.
before the committee of the
So
whole.
is that your motion, Ms. Ware Jackson?
Yes.
And
And if
your
so, then
second?
that's my second,
Okay.
yes.
All right, so we have a substitute motion on the floor by Ms. Ware Jackson and Ms. Collins, and so we are now on the substitute motion to move it to, I am guessing, a special meeting before the Committee of the Whole in August. Is that what you're talking about?
That
Yes.
would have to be the, yes, sir.
Okay. So, Ms. Ware Jackson, you done with the floor?
Yes.
Okay, thank you. Vice President Collins.
I'm just wanted to quickly mention my colleague Lannis, Board Member Lannis. I appreciate the comments that you made earlier, and I would like to work with you on looking at the remaining money of ESSA. Some people have said that I said we have no more ESSA dollars. I never said that. I quoted what was told to me in November when we went through, I believe it was November of last year, when we went through the ESSA presentation. And I had on several occasions brought up the idea, kind of like my colleague just mentioned, of finding ways to retain staff and compensate staff, much like we had started seeing other districts in the state and across the nation do. And in that particular meeting, I read I read an article about Secretary Cardoza, U.S. Secretary of Education Cardoza, sending letters to every school district in the nation about doing just that with the ESSA dollars. It was at that time I was told, that's it, ain't no ESSA money left to spend, okay? And so since, and I think I trust that my colleagues' calculations are correct, there are approximately $130 million that we can consider a few things. That doesn't mean we gonna just stop everything that the superintendent has proposed that we thought was good prior to this moment, but in light of needing to already look at some kind of sustainability anyway, then why not, I just want to let my colleague know I'm in agreement with looking at the remaining ESSA dollars that's still in play, and hopefully doing things to create incentives and retain teachers and staff. Thank you.
Thank you, Vice President Collins. Mr. Lannis.
Yes, and thank you, Madam Vice President, for the comments. Only thing I would add is that information, and it's not a snag at you or anybody. I just want to let me clarify that. But that information was as easy as me literally stepping off my chair and then going to Dr. Bethley and saying, Dr. Bethley, how much money do we have left in ESSA 2 and ESSA 3? And her going into her notes and her telling me exactly what she had.
I did the same thing, and I got the response that I just said. So.
Okay. So I just wanted to, again, lift that up. But I will also say this. This is why it is thoroughly important that we bring back standing committees. You know why? Because we can have a standing committee for ESSA spending. That way the community does not have to wait to receive information if they come to the standing to one of the committees. You can meet with your board members. You can meet with staff, and we can dialogue and talk about this together. That is what true transparency is supposed to look like. The only thing I would ask is this, is that when we bring the item before our board, that board members, please don't vote it down. I look forward to meeting with you, Superintendent Gwen Shamlin, Attorney Gwen Shamlin, on next week to talk about how we make this flexible as possible for board members. That way we can be more transparent to our community. That way when we talk about equity, you understand it, you feel it, and you can see it on paper. That is the simplest way to get information disseminated from our board, from our superintendent and staff to our community as a whole. Because again, at the end of the day, we work for you, and that is the way it's supposed to be. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Lannis. Mr. Howard.
Thank you, President Chapman. Just a quick question. Ms. Lopez, if you could come up and talk a little bit about the ramifications of the substitute motion, about what does this mean as it relates to the spending you were talking about if we were to vote in favor of it. Just for clarity before we make the vote. Dr. Narcisse, there's been a lot said about ESSER and the spending and the patterns of spending and what's left over, what's not left over. And I would love for you to take everything that you heard collectively and just address the body as to what doesn't resonate, what we as a board should be thinking about or considering. I'll just say one thing as it relates to the budget before you address the body, Ms. Lopez. I think that we have been talking a lot about this ESSER dollars, and we have been talking a long time, to your point, Ms. Collins, about sustainability plans, what they look like, what does ESSER spending mean for the board. So in your commentary, Dr. Narcisse, if you could just address like one of the things that you said very early on about this spending as it relates to general funding is that we were building capacity. And so in the point of building capacity, sometimes once you build capacity, you do cut positions because you build a necessary capacity to address whatever need. So I would love to just hear you address a litany of the things that were said just for clarity purposes as we think about this general funds in the future, and then the special revenue as it relates to ESSER. And to my colleagues, like to Mr. Landis's point, like we still have decisions as a collective board to make as it relates to this spending. We can make amendments, we can change where we're going or the course of direction that we're going in. So while we're voting for this proposed budget, we still do have power listed with this money. A lot of districts right now are actually facing the decision of not even spending any of the money or haven't encumbered any of the money and having to make drastic decisions across the nation for this very large pile of investment. So I'm glad to see that we're having a conversation that's quite different from what other districts in the states across the nation are having, but we'll just love to hear you address that, Dr. Narcisse, and hear you address the ramifications of the proposed substitute motion. Thank you.
Thank you, Board Member Howard. I just wanted to first, I know we have had to do a lot of complex things, and I commend the board for being aggressive in trying to put children first. When we started about a year and a half ago, I remember the first thing the board talked to me about was that we needed to have a strategic plan with KPIs. As many of you know, we went through that process with many of the staff. We put markers together, and the board approved those KPIs and said, folks, our students have to come first. And then we organize the district around the students. As many of you know, and a part of that is supporting staff, professional development, many of those things. When you look at the strategic plan, there were 4 pillars that the board was very clear on with their KPIs. And that was my charge from that. Improve student achievement, ensure that we're operationally efficient, professional development, and customer service on how we work with our families. And then we agreed upon, and the board voted to make sure that we had specific performance metrics. And what is always challenging for a superintendent, Board Member Howard, and the rest of the board is that you have to organize the organization in a way to be able to do that, which means that, there are decisions that are made. And we went back and we evaluated the organization, even externally. We looked at our systems, and we also looked at a lot around practice and data around that. And as many of you know, where the district was and where we are now, we're moving in a good direction. We also took a lot of feedback from a lot of stakeholders, from teachers, parents, community partners, and those things. And then we began to shape and organize that. If you look at this budget and any budget that I bring to you, to this board and our staff who's worked very hard, which I commend them for trying to, we've been spending nights trying to not only inform the board members on their requests, but also to be responsive to the community. We have put some clear markers that we've agreed upon that comes first. And those markers have been around things such as improving literacy and performance in schools first, expanding more opportunities for children around access, which we've done that. We've started in that process. Providing more professional development for staff. Remember how you talked about capacity. I'm trying to also ensure that we created a network of systems around communities to help us move the work in schools, things that you heard around SEL, multi-tiered systems of support. And then we began to say, okay, let's now start to organize the dollars in that way to do that, which brought us to our 6 keys that we worked on, right? We've been clear about 1, trying to expand early childhood education in that work. Number 2, make sure we had kindergarten readiness. Number 3 was to ensure that all children can read at the 3rd grade level. Number 4 was to ensure that middle and high school transition. And then number 5 and 6 was to provide access to students, not only around providing with advanced courses, but industry-based certifications and those things. And that's where our Pathways to Bright Future work came into play. And simultaneously do that as we're putting dollars in to make sure that we're not only catching kids up, but we're also accelerating them. And so that has been our focus around that. The challenges that we've had, and we have not been perfect. And I tell everyone in the community, there's a thing that I always hear board members say, do not let perfection be the enemy of good. And this is going to take time and progress. And at times, just because there's a new superintendent, people expect something to happen yesterday. It does not happen yesterday. It takes us continuing to work towards that. When we looked at also how we staff schools, right? It's not that there wasn't good things in formulas and processes in place, but there was also enforcing of implementation that we had to do, which that caused different communities to be in different spaces. But I tell folks we could have done better in communication, and there's a lot of different mishaps that we've kind of done, but we've been trying to work as a system to be not only responsive, to be but very clear around moving the marker for kids. There's nothing that you will see in the budget that should not indicate that we are not trying to improve student academics, provide access and opportunity for kids across the city, solve the issue of community approach in terms of trying to get coordinated partners and folks to wrap around us to move students. And last but not least, develop our people. We have been working tremendously. This board approved $12 million off the ESSER budget where we tried to provide more PD for teachers to work in the schools, right? And we also incentivize them, knowing that teachers didn't get paid enough or the rest of the staff. And so these are the things that we've been trying to work on as we've been going. So that has been how we've adjusted within the budget. And more importantly, come with a balanced budget, right? And so, as I share with the board, my goal is to never bring you a budget that is in the negative, but I want to make sure that we also are using the dollars the way you have set the roadmap and voted in terms of the strategic plan around KPIs to do that. When we get to the end of the ESSER space, right? Because those dollars were not given to us to be a continuous dollars. It was given to us to help accelerate children loss, right? And also continue to help build capacity in those things. We will look at our data. We will set that data, look at our program, look at how students are performing, and then reorganize staffing accordingly. And so that has been the process that we have been committed to doing and doing that. And the other part too is we have not fully always discussed equity in terms of defining as a community that. And what I've learned in the process is as we're making shifts, we have to keep working on that. That's a hard lift for every community, what that means. And for us, the way that we've saw it was to align resources for schools or communities that didn't have to move resources in different ways to those that did have, because we have to think of our city as a collective Baton Rouge, not just individual neighborhoods. And so that has been what our challenge has been. And so I say all that to say is our focus in every budget that I will be bringing has always been that approach, that we're looking at the strategic plan KPIs that have been set, wrapping our dollars around that, and then showing acceleration according as we're simultaneously helping to support staff to do a better job with kids. And so that has been our work. And that has also been the work that the staff has embraced, because this board has, I would say, done a great job when we came in the first couple of months and getting data to be the driver of what we do around that, and then logistically work through everything else. And so that has been our approach.
Thank you, Dr. Narcisse. And I think the last thing I would like you to address is like, and then I'll be ready for you, Ms. Lopez. The concern about like, you know, the decisions that we're looking to make post ESSER money and once it runs out. You talked a lot about like capacity building, and then like as a collective board, like we will have to determine like our priorities based off of this money that we receive to accelerate learning, to address learning loss, to do all of the things. Can you talk a little bit about that process? Because we know that the money is not continuous. We know that it won't be the same amounts of money. And both as a board member and as a constituent of this district have seen where this board has faced budget deficits and tough decisions. So it's not nothing new, unfortunately, to us, but like I would like for you to talk about like what is your plan of action as it relates to how do we prioritize? So we see 10 areas that we need to keep on, like how do we prioritize that just so people can hear your vision as a collective when we don't have an excess of money, and like what are the real priorities? And I think the strategic plan addresses that, but it seems to be like from a collective that there's still confusion about like what we as a district is prioritizing and like what decisions we will need to make from a capacity standpoint to render the impact that we're looking to do.
So if we did not have ESSER, we would have to prioritize. We couldn't do everything. We'd have to say we're going to do 1, 2, 3 based around what our data says. What ESSER has allowed us to do is to do multiple things simultaneously. And that has been the purpose of it, not only to catch up kids, but accelerate. So our process even now is that we continuously reevaluate how program performance happens. This is why we put the scorecard up, for example, to be transparent for families. If you go to our website, we have a scorecard up where people can see how we are doing on those on the strategic plan goals. So our goal is that we will prioritize 1, 2, and 3, look at how performance has happened based on student performance, and then make adjustments accordingly. Those adjustments will be about reducing what is not working, and then putting more emphasis into what is working. And if we have multiple things working, I think one board member talked about how, you'll prioritize. So we have to prioritize in that process. But what we will not be able to continue, as many other districts, we can't just do everything. ESSER has allowed us to do that. But as we get closer to 2024, we will focus in those priorities. And as you see, Ms. Lopez and Dr. Bethley and all the chiefs from academics, and those, we're constantly evaluating programs. And evaluation of those programs come to the benchmark assessments that were set. We have those, the ANET data, Achieve 3000, Rethink for SEL, all those components, Dreambox. We look at those data as we work through and be responsive with our teachers, which I hear board members, which we have to do a much better job, I tell folks, on bringing teachers into that loop, but making data the driver for us to make those decisions, and then we'll prioritize accordingly.
Thank you for that, Dr. Narcisse. And I just want to encourage my board colleagues, like that is the hard work of the board. Once we see through acceleration what we were able to do as it relates to building capacity, truly looking at a budgetary process as not just a process, but how you are showing your priorities as a bud through budgeting. And so for the next board, which will not be me, for the next board to really think about how you utilize this process as not just something you have to do from state regulations, but really to build out what are you prioritizing as a school district. And from day one, through strategic planning, I thought we did this, but from day one, the superintendent should be aware of here's what we are prioritizing, and we're going to show the community that we're prioritizing that through budgeting. And so like that's just something that we as a collective have to do the hard work on, and we can't just wait until July to do that. That has to start throughout the year to build those priorities, so that when we get to voting on the budget, we can show the community what we are accelerating or what we're expecting from our district through the way we budget. So thank you for sharing.
Can I make just one last comment and then be very concise? I would just also just like to share with the board and the committee, it is important for us to keep some consistency for the staff. In terms of whether it's benchmark assessments and those things, we won't get better, and we cannot evaluate quality performance if we keep changing things. And this is why when you look at us trying to be early on assessments or making those things, the earlier we can do that and provide consistency with all those things, the better teachers get to prepare for kids and those things. And so, and also it's easier for us to measure it 3 years in a row. So we can say whether it's working or not. But if we're changing every semester, every year, those things, it makes it very hard for our staff.
Thank you, Dr. Narcisse. Now, Ms. Lopez.
So as you know, our goal is always to start our year with a fresh budget. So we try to approve the budget in June. So July 1st, it automatically starts. One of the biggest pressures for that is the fact that the salary schedule for every position, whether it be grant funded or otherwise, is in the general fund budget. It's in the salary schedule. So right now, we've had the 12-month employees, or the main payroll, which is a much smaller payroll, has gone through one payroll cycle at the old rate. So they have not received their steps. They have not received their state raise because they're at the old salary schedule because the new one has not been approved. Now, the problem will begin to grow as more staff returns. So obviously when your 9-month staff all return and they want their 10-day check, they're going to want their 10-day check with their step increase and their state raise, and I don't blame them. That can't happen until the salary schedule has been approved. So that is why I always get it to y'all for approval in June. So that way we start the year, there's no retros, it's just clean, everyone gets their paycheck as is. But right now, as the further we go out, the more retroactive payments will have to be on their checks.
Thank you, Ms. Lopez. That concludes my comments.
Thank you, Mr. Howard. So the substitute motion is to move the budget consideration to the August 4th, a special meeting before the August 4th Committee of the Whole. So we now go to the public for public comment relative to moving the budget to the August 4th special meeting. Any comments from the public on moving the budget to the August 4th meeting?
Storm Matthews. I believe it was 2014, y'all approved the salary schedule and you did the budget later. So if that is the concern, maybe that can be a motion on the floor to approve the salary schedule currently. So then we don't have the problem with paying people, and then do the budget once it is ready and prepared. Thank you.
Any other comments from the public relative to moving the item to an August 4th special meeting?
Thank you. I will concur with Ms. Matthews and suggest the maker and the seconder of the motion to limit the tabling, deferral, whatever, until August to the general fund budget only, and then in a subsequent motion, you could consider possibly taking up the salary schedule this evening. I don't think they need to be together. It's not like this administration follows the salary schedule anyway, so you may as well get something in place, and then we can respond to all the errors and omissions and the lack of job descriptions matching the people that are in those jobs. But with respect to moving the general fund budget to August, that's an excellent idea. And I will once again hammer on the fact that in these meetings, constituents ask their board members to get information. The board members ask the superintendent in a public forum for the information. He has no answer. He says, I'll get that to you. And assuming those questions are answered at all, it's in a private message and it never gets back in the light of the public. That is unacceptable. We are not in the 1800s passing messages on the back of horses. We should pretend that we're actually in the 21st century in an information age, share information, and demand excellence. To Mr. Lannis's one of his many points, I don't know that anybody is strongly arguing that the administration is breaking any laws. That's a really, well, at least with respect to the budget process, that is a really low bar to be setting. This process should be as good as it possibly can, not just good enough that you don't have the legislative auditor breathing down your necks or the district attorney actually prosecuting corruption. That is not an acceptable bar to rest all your decisions on. You should demand excellence from the superintendent. You didn't demand it from the previous one, and you certainly didn't demand it from the one before that. At some point, the public deserves excellence, competence, transparency from the person that their elected officials have chosen to be in charge of this nearly $1 billion a year ship. So please put off at least the general fund budget part until August. Do the salary schedule tonight if you wish. And between now and that August meeting, figure out how it is you're going to demand transparency and accountability from the gentleman from Maryland, or fire him. Thank you.
Good afternoon, Pastor Henderson. What I've heard here tonight from our people in the community has been a lot of character attacks. This board has an obligation to approve a budget. You hired a superintendent to do a job. We in the public, some of us really need the superintendent to do his job. You got staff members calling people bold-faced liars on Facebook. You have people with accusations that's just going, it's just never ending. We elected y'all to hire a superintendent, a very competent one, and you did, on a 5-4 vote. The problem is that we have a certain segment of us in this community who have an EAS problem. That's the Exceptional Adult Services problem. If we take the adult issues out of these decisions and put the kids first, then we can get somewhere. Because the other issue you're having is, well, if I was in that seat, I wouldn't do it. Or child, if I was him, I wouldn't have did that. Well, we're not in his seat. The scholars, the wannabes, the rejects, and the pretenders. The budget needs to be approved so you can move the district forward, pay your employees on time, stay out the conflict, and do what's best for children. You ask for change, we ask for change, we get it, and then we have an issue with it.
Hi, I thought I was going to get the rest of his green light. I agree with the two previous people who suggest that you move forward with the general budget approval tonight. Well, with the salary portion of it, I don't think that's going to go over well if you have teachers coming back and they're not going to get their step increases, and they'll have to wait for a budget to be approved. Just don't think it's going to work. Tonight, I think I stopped counting how many times I heard the word transparency. If you say it enough, you believe it. There's not transparency in this district. When you put a gag order on your principals, there's no transparency. When I send emails to members of the board and the superintendent, and I'm still waiting 11, 12 months later, there's no transparency. You say it, it doesn't happen. Best practices, I don't think anybody sitting up there has a clue as to what best practices are, when it started, who implemented, and how successful it has been in corporations. And then quality is a whole different issue. Yes, we are here for the children. Tonight, I heard a lot of campaigning. That's not why I came here. A lot of finger pointing, a lot of under the table finger pointing when some people were speaking, others of you were writing or on your cell phones, and I think that's a total lack of disrespect for your colleagues. Again, the last thing I want to say is approve the step increase for teachers so you don't lose any teachers come August 31st. You have too many teachers who are considering themselves day-to-day employees because they can't take the stress of everything that's being put on their plate. Look, good night.
Jamie Robinson. I think for a big piece of this public comment and even the statements that were being heard by the board being made, I think we're being so reactive to what each other are saying. I think that we keep missing exactly what we are saying. I heard the superintendent make a comment about consistency, and staff deserves consistency, and children deserve consistency. And that's what we've been saying since you came out with this comprehensive staffing module, that our children deserve consistency, our staff deserve consistency, and this is not that consistency. When I heard board member Gode say, isn't that a good problem to have? I've never heard of a good problem, because children deserve consistency. When those programs, when we have to choose those programs, what we're essentially going to say, we're going to cut this program that worked for this group of kids that they got used to, that they like the most. That's not consistent for children. So I don't count that as a good problem. I just count it as a simple problem. So I am in support of this being deferred to the August meeting, with a new motion being made that you all accept the pay scale or whatever it is, because that's important. It's important for our staff, even though it is only pennies, and we can do much better than that. Thank you.
I'm going to agree with a lot of the people. One, and first and foremost, if we don't have kids in the classrooms, then there is no point of staff, right? But if we don't have staff in the classroom, then exactly who would teach the students? I told you when I came up here the first time that my child teacher retired thanks to you. That's a problem. And I cannot point to my board member right now and say that it's not thanks to you, because I did a public records request asking for this pay salary months ago. And Mr. Shamlin and them could not provide it to me because they didn't have it. Ms. Bethley, Dr. Bethley actually said on record during the board meeting that we had no ESSA money. Now, so when we talk about, oh, hold up, let's stop my time. Stop my time, Miss April. That's right. That's where I'm going. Thank you, Mr. Tapman. That's 4 seconds. I get back, Miss April. So when we say let's move the budget, yeah, let's wait and make a very conscious decision about the budget, because a lot of people may not be seated after this election to actually be held accountable for a budget that doesn't make any sense. I've heard many people speak about transparency that don't know the definition of transparency. But I can definitely tell you I know the definition of being in court, because that I have no problem with being in. IDEA, Individuals with Disabilities Education Act, that is some of the funding that we will be using in the budget. And right now, it is not making sense. It's not making sense for not one child that you are legally supposed to use IDEA funding for. Cannot. Title II funding. Ben asked you for that in a public records request. Still did not get that. ESSA, Every Student Succeed Act money, did not get that either. It's many things that I asked for that we did not have that we just got, but it still is not reflected correctly. And the children in foster care, over $100,000 that we are not going to use, but we're only going to spend about $10,000 of that for miscellaneous. Please explain that. This budget does not make sense. And if we're going to talk about when the budget should have been approved, it should have been approved in May, according to Dr. Cade Brumley, the superintendent for LDOE. So no, We cannot continue to actually spend money frivolously. And we have to think about all of those individuals that we normally have sitting back there that are a part of your cabinet that are being funded courtesy of the ESSER money that will actually have to get their salary from the general budget. No, we can't push it forward. It needs to go to another meeting until we can actually get the information that we desperately need to actually give a real, true budget. Thank you, Board President Tapman.
You know, ma'am, we only speak once on each item. No.
It's an observation.
No.
I know you're going to turn.
No, it's the way, it's just the rules. That's all. Okay. Thank you. Any other comments on any other comments? Thank you, sir. Yeah, let's get his mic. Why don't you wait a second so we can hear you?
Don't walk behind me, because I don't know if you know your gun or your. Okay, I got it. Get away.
Thank you. State your name, please, and then you go right ahead.
Eric Brown. I'm gonna be quick. First, I'm so glad the people out there are not on the board, because believe me, we would never get nothing done. And second, please just pass the budget. That's all I have to say. It's very short. Pass the budget.
Any other comments from the audience on moving the item to the August meeting? Seeing none, we're back to the board. Vice President Collins.
Quick question on, because it has been done before, and I don't recall if we did it or not when we waited. I think that was the first year that board colleague Gode was president, and we wanted to take some special time with the budget. And I'm sure that was an issue at that time, and so we must have made provisions. And so then my question is, if I do a friendly, do we have to go back and forth on comments just
Yep,
to simply
we sure
say?
do. We absolutely do.
So I would make a friendly, but I doubt this motion is gonna pass whether I do a friendly or not. So I just want to state I agree with the concern about the salary schedule. But I'm gonna just leave the motion the way it is for the sake of time.
Thank you, Vice President Collins. The board is clear. We are voting on the motion by Ms. Ware Jackson and Vice President Collins to move the budget to a special meeting prior to the August 4th Committee of the Whole. Okay, Ms. Ware Jackson, go ahead.
Well, without having the ability to separate the salary schedule, which is really important to this, I believe that I should withdraw the motion.
Motion is withdrawn. We are now on the main motion to approve the budget, moved by Mr. Lannis and seconded by Mr. Gode. Madam Secretary, wait. Okay. I don't know if you're prepared to conduct the vote, but when you are, please do. It's the original motion to move the budget favorable, moved by Mr. Lannis, seconded by Mr. Gode.
Please vote. Refresh your screen.
The motion carries.
We move now to item B2. Recommendation is consideration of a request for approval of the 2022-2023 special revenue budgets. A, proposed 2020.
Votes don't appear on the screen. You're breaking up the meeting clock.
Excuse me. The consideration of a request for the approval of the 2022-2023 special revenue budgets. A, proposed 2022-2023 adult and continuing education. B, revised 21-2022 and proposed 2022-2023 all parish music concerts. C, proposed 2022-2023 radio training program. D, proposed 2022-2023 Believe and Prepare formula transition. E, proposed 2022-2023 career and technical education program number 998. Voc Ed and basic grant for states. F, proposed 2022-2023 child nutrition program. G, revised 2021-2022 and proposed 2022 and 2023 decathlon and fitness meet. H, revised 2021 and 2022 and proposed 2022 and 2023 EBR kickoff classic. I, proposed 2022 and 2023 through 2023 education excellence fund. Proposed 2022-2023 ESSA redesign grant round 4 redesign. K, proposed 2022-2023 Every Student Succeeds Act consolidated. K1, approval letter for all ESSA consolidated budgets. K2, federal programs 873. K3, federal program 886, K4, federal program 932, K5, federal program 954, K6, federal program 969, K7, federal program 973, K8, federal program 997, K9, Title I, approving academic achievement, K10, Title II, Part A, K11, Title III, K12, Title IV, Part A, K13, Title IX, Education for Homeless Children and Youth. L, revised 2021-2022 and proposed 2022 and 2023 high school summer school. M, proposed 2022-2023 eye care program and proposed 2022-2023 IDEA. O, proposed 2022-2023 IDA 611 ARP. P, proposed 2022-2023 IDEA preschool 619. Proposed 2022-2023 IDEA preschool 619 ARP. R, revised 2021-2022 and proposed 2022 and 2023 JRAA athletics. S, proposed 2022-2023 Magnet School Assistance, Project Explore. T, revised 2021-2022 and proposed 2022-2023 Middle School Summer School. U, revised 2021-2022 and proposed 2022 and 2023 music instrument user fees. V, proposed 2022-2023 Proposition 2 tax plan. W, proposed 2022-2023 Proposition 3 tax plan. X, proposed 2022-2023 pre-K. X1, approval letter for all pre-K budgets. X2, Cecil J. P. Card, LA4, state. X3, early childhood 654. X4, early childhood 662. X5, early childhood 802. X6, early childhood 818. X7, early childhood 867, community supply building access. X8, early childhood 888, PDG. X9, early childhood 940. X10, early childhood Believe. Y, school activity. Z, proposed 2022-2023 summer arts enrichment program. AA, proposed 2022-2023 ESSER. AA1, Strong Start Achieve ESSER 2. AA2, Strong Start Achieve ESSER 3, AA3, Achieve ESSER 2 Action 1, AA4, Achieve ESSER 3 Intervention Action 1. Do I have a motion? Moved by Ms. Dyson and seconded by Mr. Baloo. Wore me out.
I know.
Just can't read anymore. Okay, let's go to the board. Yes, moved by Ms. Dyson, seconded by Mr. Baloo. Any comments or questions from the board? Seeing none at the moment, we'll go to the audience. The audience like to make comments on the proposed special revenue fund budgets.
Hi, I'm James Finney. First, let me repeat what's been said before. It's irresponsible to spend one-time money on recurring expenses without a very specific plan of how that will not cause exigency further down the road. Furthermore, the general fund budget book that you just approved was hundreds of pages long. The Achieve ESSER 3 fund specifically has a value of around $115 million. You were about to approve the budget for that, a grand total of 3 pages. There are many other budgets in this special fund book that haven't been mentioned at all in the hearings that I've noticed. For example, Title I, $19 million, LA4, $5 million. Proposition 2, $7 million. Proposition 3, $37 million. $10 million, $37 million there. Eventually you add up to this total of over $1/3 billion. And I don't think you have given, I don't think you've even given ESSER the attention it deserves, and you certainly haven't given attention to these other funds as they deserve. And because there's no salary schedule attached, there would be great prudence in putting this off until either the committee of the whole night or the general board meeting night in August. It appears as though the superintendent intends to spend money as quickly as possible, and I think you need to put the brakes on there. One other nitpicky thing, because sometimes I read the backup when it's available soon enough. The memo that is dated tonight, but has been online for several days at least, covers a whole bunch of special fund spending for 2022, 2023. But there are 7, I think, if I counted correctly, where the memo would suggest that in this motion, you're also being asked to approve revised budgets for those 7 for the school year just ended. And so, I'll keep repeating this until I'm blue in my face. I would hope that once finally a motion from this board would be clear as to its intent so the public doesn't have to guess. So please defer this. Please be careful. Be wise stewards of our money. Thank you.
Any other comments from the audience?
Good evening, Tanya Nyman, District 7. And I just want to reiterate my concern again about the use of one-time money and the potential for creating a budget hole that could force the district into financial exigency that could provide the basis for a potential takeover, either by the state or even by the mayor, as it has been done in other cities. Now, I do want to clarify, because I do believe my comments were grossly mischaracterized before. I did not say Mayor Broome is in favor of taking over the schools. I said I've heard she's been pressured to. And I know she hasn't because I certainly talked with her about that before her run for mayor in 2016. And I never would have hosted a meet and greet in my home in support of her campaign if she had said she was in support of such a thing, nor would I have served on a transition committee for her if she'd ever said such a thing. But that doesn't mean that there aren't people potentially pressuring for that to happen. And in fact, I have heard rather influential people and powerful people in this parish express support for that. I do know that it is barred by our state statute, but that doesn't mean it can't happen, as it did happen in Washington, D.C. with the change of the rules. Just like the rules were changed for this board back in the day when you used to have to actually increase the number of school board members to keep pace with the population growth so that we could have more effective oversight by our voters over our elected officials, certainly to counteract Citizens United. And I know that's all a digression. But what I am trying to protect is the democratic control of our school system. And I do believe it is a pattern across this nation to force school systems into financial exigency, and this could be one potential means of doing that. So please be very wary about approving a budget that could create a fiscal cliff in 2024 that would compel such a situation. And I thank you, Ms. Collins, Madam Vice President, for bringing up the fact that at this point there are $56 million, right? 46 or $56 million that are being paid for through the ESSA funds for programs and positions that we would potentially want to keep on, but we certainly aren't going to be able to do that when we only have $2 million in the budget fund, in the general fund at this point in time. Thank you.
I cut my comments brief earlier because I assumed that there would be a second motion made to accept the pay scale as is and then reconsider the budget. But it's almost to the point to whereas members of the public, what's the point? What's the point of standing up here and giving public comment? When we speak, we're attacked through your rebuttals that we cannot come back behind. We are demeaned and degraded and treated as if we are idiots. Often we hear school board member Gode say, due to the public's understanding, that we are to address the public's confusion, I'm sorry. We are confused not due to our lack of understanding, but due to the lack of transparency, honesty, and what is actually going on. And I think many of you board members don't know what's going on because principals don't know what's going on. And they're being lied on, and they're being made to look as if schools have decisions about what's being made on their campuses. So many school leaders and principals reached out to many of us who are actively vocal at this podium and said, do not pass this budget. And I believe if many board members had relationships with their principals, they would have possibly told you the same thing if they didn't. But I don't believe they did because a lot of them don't trust their board members. We have to get away from attacking or defending an administration or a superintendent. It's not what it's about. When we come here, it's about protecting and defending children, children only. You talk about children every day. How's it children every day? You say it's everything we're doing is surrounded by children, but all we hear is data. We hear statistics. We hear formulas. We hear numbers. We hear a ratio. What you can't put in that data is what children are experiencing, the culture and the climate of our schools and the communities in which they live. Children who are addicted to drugs are mothers and fathers who ran the streets all night and the children stayed up worrying. Put that in your plan as you make these considerations.
This microphone up there too high for me. Okay. My name is Karonda Corley, proud parent and disabilities advocate. And I would like to take this moment of opportunity to thank Mr. Robertson, for actually saying that, because the children is what's supposed to be important. The children is what's supposed to be reflected in the budget, not payouts that we're receiving under the table or kickbacks. Hit dogs always holler, and I heard a bunch of hollers. And it's a problem. It's a problem when we have a school district that have over 43,000 kids that are not represented. It's a problem when we have over 4,000 kids with disabilities that are not represented. I stand before you today with a shirt on for a national conference that was about Down syndrome, because we actually have children in our school system with Down syndrome. Just like my child on my back have multiple disabilities such as autism and a rare form of spina bifida. Dr. Narcisse, you know about cerebral palsy, but those kids are not at the table and neither are their parents. They're not reflected in this budget. Children with disabilities don't always receive services from iCare. Children with disabilities do not always receive the funding and the resources that they need. Their teachers scream and holler at the top of their lungs, the paraprofessionals included. That's not happening. My child, who was assessed for dyslexia, you know what happened? The school system could not finish that. Why? It was because of funding. Funding. So now we have to go see Dr. Laura Cassidy. That's a problem when our school system is a multi-billion-dollar industry. I listen to other people talk about, hey, we need to approve a budget, but it's not helping kids like mine or other children. We wonder why literacy is a problem. It's because a lot of them are not being screened for dyslexia. We can talk to Dr. Kay Brumley about that. It ran on the news today. But it's not at the forefront. It's not. They did have a story today about a 77-year-old woman who is now working on her GED, who could not read. Those programs used to exist, and they don't. So when we talk about every child every day, we need to talk about every child and their parents, every child and their teachers and their support system. That's not a focus. It's not. In Capital Area Human District, they need more money, because all of our staff and our families now have a mental health problem, and it's thanks to this school district. Thank you.
I didn't mean to upset anyone. But I didn't mean to upset anyone. Surely didn't mean to upset. I think it was you. I'm a special ed teacher, and I think my first year in EBR, I was a co-teacher with a gen ed teacher, and it was a special ed. I had 7 special ed kids in the class, and I realized, I said, these kids are smart. So I pushed and pushed to have them assess for gifted. And they were like, okay. And of the 7, 5 scored in the 99 percentile. So if you go to MIT and you ask somebody for directions, they're not going to tell you, walk to the building on your left and make a right. They're going to give it to you in angles and mathematical situations. These kids were brilliant, but because they were special ed, no one understood that they could also be intellectually exceptional. They had quirks, they had behavioral issues because people didn't understand their exceptionalities. And then we have children who have physical disabilities who require a lot more. So, I'm up here advocating for kids with special needs. Just when you do whatever it is you have to do, when you decide whatever you have to decide, do not forget these kids, because we need them. And more importantly, they need us. That's all. Good night, guys.
Any other comments from the audience? Seeing no further audience from comments from the public, we move back to the board. Vice President Collins.
Just stating on the record that just like I voted no on the general fund budget, I'm voting no on the special fund budget for the four mentioned reasons. In particular, the reporting style of the ESSA money does not facilitate it's not transparent, and it does not facilitate honest conversations. My concern is that it's intentionally misleading, and it's not a stretch when, again, I have asked specific questions, in particular, been told about ESSA money that is all gone, and then my colleague, and I'm glad he was able to get it, got a whole different answer. I can't co-sign on something that people refuse to be transparent and honest with me about. And I, again, have grave concern about an impending fiscal cliff that people want to shrug off as a non-issue. Some of the people that want to shrug it off as a non-issue have had borderline seizures, and of course I'm exaggerating with the description, but they had borderline seizures on refrigerators for school sites and the cost, grant money being applied for, etc. But now all of a sudden, $56 million worth of deficit, near deficit, soon to be deficit, impending deficit, as I said earlier, is a non-issue. I can't co-sign on that. I mentioned my grandson and my coming granddaughter. But at the end of the day, whatever happens to this school system, my grandbaby's gonna be okay because of the kind of family structure that they have and the resources that we have. My concern is about these very children that some of these advocacy groups and folks that get on this mic claim they care about so much. Unto the least of these, they the ones that's gonna fall further behind and slip through a larger gap. And that's my greatest concern. And that's all I got. I have a massive headache. I had it coming into the meeting. Y'all gonna see me leave after the vote. It's not because I'm mad and upset, but I stuck it out for the two big votes for tonight, and I'm going home and take care of myself. All right, thank you.
Thank you, Vice President Collins. Ms. Ware Jackson.
Again, I'll just reiterate, my concern around that big bill. And, I want to support everything that we're trying to do for kids. I have a big concern about a little bit down the road. A year goes by really quickly, and I've never had much concern, or I've never had so much stress around budgets as I have this year. And there's, like I said earlier, there's still a lot of information that's sitting there, that questions that may be answered already, but I don't have them in hand, and I'm not comfortable voting for this, knowing that there's a lot of questions around these ESSER dollars, especially. I know we keep talking about ESSER, and like someone said earlier, there's a lot of other issues in there, but I haven't seen any real problems with those, and with the ESSER funds, the questions that I've asked and requests I've made around them, as far as showing, where we are, where we're going, like we have in other budgets, That's been a bit of an issue, bit of a problem to actually show us. And there are, like I mentioned before, there are certain things that are tied to this funding that will be coming back up for approval. The superintendent's package of contracts, some of those things are tied to that. The something else coming up after we vote on this is probably tied to that as well. You know, so I hate to say no, I hate to abstain, you know, but you know, I can't say yes, and that's problematic for me because I've never said I've never passed on the budget items, and so I just had to make that as if that was really clear, huh? But what's clear is that I'm not voting yes on this because there are still just too many concerns, and 58 million is a lot to try to catch up on, and without just a little bit of reassurance as to how we're going to not fall off a cliff, so to speak. So thank you all in advance for understanding.
Thank you, Ms. Ware Jackson. The board is clear. Madam Secretary, please conduct the vote.
Please vote. The motion carries.
Thank you. That concludes meeting number 2. Mr. Howard moves that we adjourn meeting number 2. So why don't we take a minute, not a minute, just like a second, because it's getting late, and log into the next meeting, please. Yeah. Five? 2 minutes, 2 minutes, 2 minutes. I'll be back in a minute and 55 seconds. So this is 3.
Yes. Okay, so I had already shown. I know.
All right, I'm gonna try to regather. Y'all take your seats and get your popcorn. Thank you all for your patience. We all needed a break. I'd like to call to order this special meeting number 3 for Thursday, July 14th, 2022. And I would like to ask the secretary to please call the roll. You were surprised there.
I was. District 9, President Tappan.
Present.
District 4, Vice President Collins. District 1, Mr. Blue.
Here.
District 2, Mr. Lannis.
Present.
District 3, Mr. Howard.
Present.
District 5, Ms. Ware Jackson.
Present.
District 6, Ms. Dyson.
Present.
District 7, Mr. Gode.
Still here.
District 8, Ms. Bernard. I want to remind everybody to log into the 3rd special meeting as how it's listed on board docs.
Thank you, Madam Secretary. We move to item B1, consideration of a request for the approval of a job description for school resource officer or school safety officer. Do I have a motion? Moved by Ms. Dyson. And
Point of order, what's the, because the
it says
recommended
request for
actions,
approval.
but it says or, it gives a choice.
So it's 2 different job descriptions, and so the board will have to choose one of the 2 job descriptions for approval.
So you're going to decide which one you want to choose in your motion?
Yes, please. Yes, please.
Thank you, Mark.
I make
Thanks
a
for keeping me
motion
in line.
for us to approve the armed security resource officer position.
Security, so this, under this, the school safety
School
officer?
resource officer.
Resource.
School resource officer, parentheses, armed.
Armed. School resource officer, armed. Ms. Dyson moved, and did you say, was that a second, Mr. Blue, or, no, seconded by Ms. Ware Jackson? Okay. Underway. I don't see any comments or questions from the board yet, so we will go to the audience on the motion before us. Are there any comments from the audience on item B1? School resource officer armed. Oh, it's a presentation. I'm sorry. Is that what you're doing?
No.
Oh, okay. This is just a comment. Okay, thank you. Good to see you.
Yes, sir. Good to see you. I'm here to request a member to provide information. I'm Greg Ferris, retired as police chief in Baton Rouge, and currently, among other things, doing some consulting for schools, churches. Thank you, ma'am. Good talk to you. Schools, churches, private businesses, hospitals. Among other things, we create, organize armed internal security forces. And the way we do that is in the way that I might suggest that you do that if you choose to, is we don't try to reinvent the wheel. We use police standards, firearms, psychological tests, everything that relates to the duties they're going to perform for the entity, the hospital, the school, the private business, the church, whatever it may be. Don't need to learn how to write a traffic crash or investigate a burglary. Do need to learn the laws and accepted practices and use of force, both lethal and non-lethal, as well as a big dose of conflict resolution. So that's the model we follow. That's information you have to provide.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you, sir.
Appreciate it. Good to see you again.
Since the non-tall person's coming to the microphone. Storm Matthews. I think that this position should be called something other than an SRO. An SRO are these gentlemen right here that we already have through the sheriff's department. And I think this has caused a lot of confusion because it's not the same thing. This is actually creating basically EBR's own little police force rather than the sheriff deputies that we are partnered with, contracted with the sheriff's department. So that's caused a lot of confusion. Now, the armed officer is much better than the other one, so I'm glad that that's the motion. The qualifications are much better in the board docs. Does still have the, that's irrelevant. Okay. If we are going to increase our officers in the schools, it needs to be through our current contract. It needs to be actual officers. What the gentleman just said about having to train about policing, because one of the things they have to know how to do is investigate criminal incidents per police department policies. Well, the deputies already know that because they are current deputies. Also, I'm going to speak now. I'm going to transfer from being the community activist to a mother of 2 Black special needs sons. Let me tell you something. These gentlemen, their first thing they're going to do if something happens with one of my sons, they're going to call their mother, because they know you don't question a minor without the parent present. One of these little fake cops, that's what I'm going to call it, for EBR's police force, they question my child, I will own EBR. If they do it, I have something I can go to. I can go to the sheriff. I have recourse for that if there is a mistake made. Also, if there is something serious and we don't have a deputy on campus, they're like, 20 minutes away? They're somewhere else. If we need to increase it, put them at each campus so that they can have community, so that they can build the relationship with those students, if that's what we need to do. But if we are going to increase them, then I want those 47 deans and counselors put back into the campuses as well, because we won't need as many officers on campus if we help the children in the younger ages before something happens, before they turn to stuff, criminal type activity. Thank you.
I apologize for forgetting to introduce myself every time. I'm James Finney. I won't belabor or lengthen the meeting by asking what the motion was. I'll be brief. Both of these job descriptions, I think, would be mistakes. The armed officer job description looks as though it is intended to create a mini police force, which Baton Rouge already has a couple dozen of. I don't know that there's a problem that needs to be fixed with the idea of borrowing commissioned officers that already work for a legitimate law enforcement agency, either the sheriff's office or the constable's office or BRPD. And the second job description, which you may or may not be considering at all tonight, looks as though you were intending to replace all the deans who are well-educated, degreed professionals with more highly paid, unqualified folks. That is a horrible idea, but so is having your own mini police force. It's an educational institution, not a law enforcement institution. There's a busy enough school to prison pipeline going. Anything you can do to interfere with that flow would be proper. Thank you.
Jamie Robinson. My problem with this is we say we want an armed officer. What about the badge? We're teaching children to respect a gun versus a badge. There's a saying that says, if it's not broken, don't fix it. We have an existing relationship with our sheriff office, and it works in all schools. When you go and you walk the campus at Glen Oaks or McKinley or Capitol High, Woodline, those children love to see those officers each day. When you go to a football game and the officers are working the football games, those children don't interact with the sheriff's officers they don't know. They interact with those officers they see every single day on those campuses. They have standing relationships with them. They're trained professionals. Let's let them do their jobs. Let's let them be the law enforcement officers that they are commissioned to be. Let's not obtain another liability. You know, they say we got to eat this elephant one bite at a time. I think we're taking on too much at one time. We're trying to eat the whole elephant in one swallow. Fix the other problems we got. This isn't a problem.
Any other comments from the audience?
So this topic came about because of the shooting at Uvalde that happened to elementary kids. These SRO positions are not going to any elementary school, leaving elementary kids vulnerable. So when I look at my child with a disability that is very familiar with his sheriff, Mr. KD, who's very familiar with the sheriffs that are here, like Mr. Owens and Prey, Mr. Stewart, Mr. Lockett, that's the constable, they've been highly trained to deal with individuals with disabilities. The state police department actually provide the training. The SWAT team get trained by the Deaf Commission. That means you have individuals living with disabilities that are making sure that individuals are trained and highly qualified to deal with our individuals in the disabilities community. You have more than 4,000 kids with disabilities at each and every last one of our 83 schools. You can't just put regular people off the street with a gun to go and deal with them, because it was just a regular individual with a gun that killed 21 people in Uvalde, Texas. It was a regular individual with a gun that made the SRO officer run away from Broughton County on Valentine's Day and kill almost 19 people. Unarmed civilians or armed civilians are not trained. That's a problem if that's what you're planning on implementing. And I have asked our person that's over security multiple times about active shooter drills for our schools, and it has yet to happen. And I've been asking that since he's taken this position. We need to look at every available law enforcement entity to actually be able to fill these positions. But it should never be regular individuals. Because if that's the case, then it needs to be a parent like me, because I am highly qualified and trained, not just to take care of people that have mental disabilities or individuals with disabilities, but I am highly qualified and trained to actually protect and serve. And I wear my shirt that say the Army proud. Do not, in no shape or form, give our children that look like these two board members right here, children that look like Ms. Evelyn Ware Jackson and our vice president, or like our general counsel, don't put them in harm's way, because that bloodshed would be on your back. And then you would have to deal with me personally. Thank you.
Any other comments from the audience?
Hey, good evening. I just wanted to say, Caitlin Joshua, sorry. Caitlin Joshua with the Power Coalition. Definitely want to speak on this agenda item tonight. Just wanted to reiterate, if we do plan on having individuals that are in the school system that are acting as SROs, if we at least do it under the sheriff's contract, that way there's legality there, there's pure from beginning to end accountability measures already put in place, instead of doing a separate contract and a separate system. Also, I wanted to reiterate, I know Storm had mentioned earlier about bringing back the 47 deans. I do think that does make a big difference in terms of being able to have systems put in place for behavioral issues or anything that might happen or transpire in the school under the jurisdiction of policing. And so did want to implore the board to also bring back those 47 deans. And also vote no against both agenda items as it relates to SROs laid out in this fashion.
Any other comments from the public? Seeing none, we go back to the board. I think Mr. Lannis is up. Mr. Lannis.
Mr. President, before I call up our chief of security, I just wanted to add some context to something because these are the stories you don't hear about if they don't make the news, and a lot of these stories don't make the news. Over the course of the last 6 months alone, this is only in my district. I can't speak for anybody else's district, but in my district alone, there were almost 10 attempts by our students or some of our students to bring guns on campus. These are fully automatic weapons. We're talking about a trigger switch that can turn a semi-automatic weapon into a fully automatic weapon that can dispose of over 100 bullets in 5 seconds. These were found on our campus, by the way, again. One of which was found on a bus, and it was a student that gave the information to the principal that made him check that bus and found it inside of the child's book sack. There was a football game that occurred in 2021 where 5 students brought over 7 guns on campus. One of those guns was a fully automatic handgun with a 100-round drum. Nobody detected these weapons. And there were at least 5 officers at this football game. This was Struma High School and Glen Oaks High School. Now, nobody's faulting the officers because obviously there were a lot of people there, but there is a need for a heightened sense of security inside of our schools. This is the crux of where we are right now inside of our society. Every other day you turn on the news, you see something happening inside of our schools where there is a shooting. You have to put up preventative measures. Now, I do agree. I will agree. I do have caution on the side of us moving towards officers that are not a part of our law enforcement or local law enforcement, but I want to hear from our chief of security to hear his recommendations and how we have came to this point.
Good evening. I came to this point because, you know, I shoot from the hip. You've been on me for a minute. I don't sugarcoat nothing. You ask me a question, I'm gonna give you an answer.
Yes, sir.
We need another layer in the schools. And people want to talk about arm this, arm that. We don't need extra armed officers at the schools. We already have the sheriff's department. We already have Baton Rouge Police Department. What we need to do on that front is that the amount of money we are paying them for extra duty is not working. But that's a conversation for another day. But right now, the reason why I want these school safety officers, they're gonna be unarmed. They're gonna do everything a school resource officer do other than the criminal aspect. That's when they'll reach out to the sheriff's department or the Baton Rouge Police Department. It's more to it than a guy just being hired and put there. He's gonna go through a course that I'm gonna go through with it. I've never been a school resource officer. I done did everything on the Baton Rouge Police Department but ride a horse and have a dog in my car. He's testament to it because that was my chief police and he'll tell you. The reason why I want the school resource officers in there is because it's different components to their training. They're gonna be mentors. They're gonna do things that the principals and the APs don't have to do. Their main focus is gonna be, once those kids go to class that first period, they have to walk that campus and make so. The problem is, if any of y'all have ever watched, did any research on active shooters, how do they make entry? There's always an exterior door that's not secure. That'll be their job to make sure that door is secure. And they will do that every hour. It helped with discipline, and it helped with mentorship. When they get to know these guys and meet these, and I'm not saying we gonna just take a guy off the street. I got several retired police officers, firemen, guys that worked at the plant. All these guys been reaching out to me, but they're like, man, if they approve this, I'm in 100%. These guys don't need the money, but a lot of these guys graduated from the inner city schools, and they was like, I got one guy who was like, well, man, if it come to pass, man, send me to Scotlandville High. I graduated from Scotlandville High. He a retired police officer. That's the kind of people that we gonna have in there to sit there and mentor these kids, and they'll be able to get, like you said, that information. They see that gentleman, they see Mr. Lannis every day. And Mr. Lannis like, you need to take your butt to class, this, that, and the other. It's about intervention. Well, that's just what we're missing. There are so many things that's transpired with these kids that after the incident that happened, that's when everybody want to talk and say, well, I saw this on social media, but you didn't tell no one. That kid, let's say Mr. Goday I'll put Mr. Goday at Liberty High. Yeah, I'm talking Liberty High. He developed a relationship with the kids in there. Someone may walk up to Mr. Goday and say, sir, this is what I saw on social media, this, that, and other. Then he can reach out to me, school resource officer, and we can intervene and kill that conflict. Like the incident that happened at McKinley High School. I was only on 2 weeks when that happened, but that incident had been going on since November. Since November. So why nobody intervene and kill that? So that's my take on it. That's why I want to go with the school safety officers unarmed, and that's my position on it. But whatever the board decide or do, whatever, I'm gonna give you 100% on either way.
Yeah, just want to make sure we, as you can see, Mac is very passionate about this. The board will decide on whether it's they have an armed officer or not, but the training and all that will still take place. But there's a full plan waiting after your vote. So.
No, I thank you. I just know that any loss of life, even if it's not a mass shooting, the threat of even bringing a gun on campus nowadays is too much. And think about the world again that we live in. Even coming inside of our school board office now, there's a metal detector because there's a heightened sense of danger and threat that looms amongst us at all times. Yes, sir.
Say one thing, and I'm gonna let this. I was a police officer for 32 years. I recall only one shooting at an East Baton Rouge Parish school. Were you the chief at that time, Chief Ferries? It was one shooting at. It's been that long ago. I can't remember what exactly one school, but it was just. There's only one in East Baton Rouge Parish. In the 32 years I was a police officer. It's two reasons why kids bring guns to school, because they're young and they want to show their friends and get their little accolades. But the number one reason why is because of things that are happening off the campus. Capitol Middle School example. You got kids coming from Brookstown to Capitol Middle. You got kids from the park. So you have a kid that's having a conflict with someone from out of Brookstown, and they back and forth on social media. He's threatening this kid. This kid live at 44th and Jefferson. He got to walk all the way to school. He's worried he's gonna get harmed because he got to walk through that gauntlet to begin with to get to Capitol Middle, and then he got to worry about this kid from Brookstown. So guess what? He armed himself with a gun. He's not bringing that gun to school to hurt nobody at the school. He got to deal with the environment he got to go through. And that's what people not understanding what's going on with a lot of these kids who bring guns to school. But all you want to do is just grab them, charge them, this, that, instead of looking at the root cause of what's going on. I'm done.
No, okay. I just say I completely understand. I have several students that have been in and out of the prison system, former students that is, one of which is in jail now, and he went in at 16, second-degree murder. So these things weigh every single day, and this is not an easy decision to make, but at the end of the day, What we heard continuously tonight is that we have to do what is best for students, and school safety has to be a top priority. So
Yes, sir.
I just say all that to say thank you for coming up and giving us that information, and I hope that my board of colleagues ask similar important questions so that we can make a very informative decision tonight. Thank you.
Okay.
Thank you, Mr. Lambs. Ms. Dyson.
Yes, ma'am.
Asking you, I'm just talking now.
Oh, I can sit down.
You can sit.
Okay.
I may bring you back up, but not now. Mr. Fairs, I am bringing you back up for sure. You can't run out now. Okay. So, but I have a few things and things to say as well. For years, I have been on this. This is not because of one incident in Texas. This has been a serious issue that I feel like needs prioritization with our school system, and we need to prioritize school safety. And at one point, I even requested quarterly reports. Now I'm feeling like we need them weekly. One of the things that I wanted to point out is in these job descriptions, they're very similar in that single point of entry is going to be checked throughout the day, actively working full-time, surveying the inside and out exterior of schools, perimeters. Also, mentoring, relationship building with the students. All of those things are in both job descriptions. We need these in the elementary schools as well, but at this point, you have to start somewhere. And so it's middle and high. I'd like to make sure that we know that we do not have a contract with the sheriff's department to have full-time officers at every one of our middle and high school sites. And I spoke with Sheriff Sid Gotro today, again, who told me that they don't have the capacity to do that. I've had meetings throughout this school year because we've had issues at schools that do not have full coverage. And we only get someone that appears, when they can, when they aren't needed at the sheriff's department. And so it's not like we can control when they come, if they show up, or if there was a meeting they couldn't miss, or a training they couldn't miss, or whatever it was. We don't, and I've even had situations where, and look, I don't want to down anybody because I think that this is not it's in addition. It's not to replace the contract that we have with the sheriff's office. It is not to replace that. But they do not have the capacity to give us full-time every day in every one of those schools. That is a problem. And it really came to light this year again, and we flat out had some meetings. I had some meetings with some other elected officials and brought them in, and we had discussions in conference room A with Superintendent Narcisse, and the capacity is just not there, and there's certain schools where they just don't get. You don't ever know where. You don't know where it's going to happen. It could happen anywhere. I've talked with a lot of people. I've talked with people that at a very large private school out in my area, they have 2 full-time armed security officers. They're a large school out in my area, and they have a lot of students, and we have a lot of students in some of these buildings.
I'm familiar with that, yes, ma'am.
Yes. And the thing about it is, I am so supportive of the mentoring, the relationship building, and all of that. And that has to be very prioritized in the job description, and is for the armed officers. It's not that they're just going to be walking around with their gun out, waving it around. No, but they're going to have it in an extreme situation where we can't wait to call somebody and we don't have anybody and something devastating happens. We won't have time. It'll have happened by the time they can get to us. It's just this serious to me. And for our entire school district, for all of the children in this district, we've got to protect them. But we've also got to protect our teachers and our principals and our administrators. And from what I understand, what I've talked through is that if we do this, and we hire, then we then can hold these women and men, armed security officers, accountable for full-time every day, and what you have, a checklist of what you have to do throughout the day, and making sure that that happens. And they would report both to the principal to do an evaluation and to our security director. And so we would have a lot more accountability in how we do this. I want to know from you if you can give us a little bit more detail. I'm aware of a training that you recently did in East Feliciana, and I'd like for you to tell us more about this, because I've been hearing highly trained and qualified to carry the gun, and not just people who we hire that, and so I'm trying to get some explanation of what you've done there and how they're approaching it, and see if we can learn from that.
Yes, ma'am. Am I on 3 minutes, or I'm?
Yeah, because I called you up
Pleasure
here.
of the board. Well, let me start by saying that I agree with the bulk of Mr. McGarner's comments. I have a lot of respect for him, worked with him a lot of years. And I think your best option is always a full-time law enforcement officer. But as you've noted, and as I think Sheriff Gautreaux said today, I wasn't there, of course, but they simply can't supply it. I'll tell you something else that I've noticed in what I've done the last 6, 7 years, 8 years. When you need officers the most, you can't get them. Not their fault. The 2016 problems we had here following the Sterling shooting, I had several clients who, per my recommendation, had hired extrajudicial sheriff's deputies and police officers. When the bad stuff happened, they were not there. Not that they abandoned their post, but they were working 7/12. They were working all the time, as I would have had them working had I been the police chief or sheriff in 2016. As to training, the difference between the concept of the unarmed and armed is simply the presence of the gun. I have a number of clients in Baton Rouge who I've helped build internal forces for the reasons we just talked about. The unavailability of law enforcement to supply enough people, or to supply people in the worst of circumstances when you have a crisis. The difference is nothing that, no disagreeing with anything Mr. McGarner said. That relationship should be there. The difference is, are they also able to respond instantly when, pray to God it never happens here, but when you have somebody come into the school and want to shoot the school up, whether that motive is a beef with the school, whether that motive is a beef with somebody in the school, that the beef was really outside the school, as Mr. McGarner talked about. That happens all the time. With regard to Mr. Lance's comment, I know exactly what you're talking about. That's those Glocks with the backplate modification where it goes full automatic. Then they go out and buy the 33-round stick magazines or the 100-round drum magazines, and you basically got a submachine gun. If you look at school shootings, if you are not there, in other words, if an effective response is not there, if it is not on your campus, then basically the limitation is how many rounds the shooter has. I was a SWAT team member, entry team leader, and commander during my time at the PD and the Baton Rouge PD and the Sheriff's Office. Do active shooter training a lot. Scheduling some for East Feliciana. Just did the evaluations for them. Going to do some active shooter response training. Not when Columbine happened, but when Chechnya happened. If y'all remember Chechnya, where they took over the school and they just basically slaughtered how many they slaughtered. I was at that time running a counterterrorism training operation at the U.S. State Department as a contractor. And my 2IC in that operation, it was a Delta team sergeant, very, very skilled man, very, very skilled trainer. Either he called me or I called him that night, and I said, our world has changed. No longer can we, as SWAT members, as responders, no longer do we have the luxury to perimeter up, to finish our cup of coffee when we get called out, go perimeter up, and get the negotiators to do their thing and try to talk the guy out. Because how they're negotiating is by killing people immediately. That, in my judgment, requires an armed response that is instant, an armed response that is on site. But it's got to be a very well-trained armed response, trained to the standards that are required by Louisiana Public Police Officer Standards and Training Council in the skills that will be needed, which are firearms, less than lethal weapons, and conflict resolution. They've got to have those skills. They don't have to be able to investigate a traffic crash, work a burglary, or flag traffic at LSU football or Southern football. But they've got to have, for your liability purposes and for the safety of the children that I know you're all primarily concerned with, they've got to be equal in those skills to the sheriff's deputies and Baton Rouge police officers who work for you. That's, I think, that's sort of the principle we operate on. And I will tell you this, in all honesty, some of the clients have adopted this, and some of them are adopting it, and some of them have said, we don't want to go there. If the answer from the client is, I don't want to go there, or we don't want to go there, then we do the best we can, what we call passive measures, the locks, the access control, the cameras, all that sort of thing. But if you get past that, then you've got to have an active response, and it's got to be right now. I appreciate you calling me back up. If there are any questions, I'm happy to address them. You done?
I'm good, and I very much appreciate your explanation of all of this and that it is a comprehensive plan that includes the de-escalation, the conflict resolution, the mentoring, the building relationships with our students.
Everything that your security director
All of
talked
those
about,
things
all of which is not just good, but necessary.
Absolutely. So it's not one or the other, it's both. And got to position ourselves. This board member feels like we have to position ourselves to best protect those that have been instilled in our care and our staff. And it's not one or the other. It's all of the above that is needed and required. And I just feel I'm optimistic and hopeful that this will pass and we can do a very comprehensive plan, and we'll definitely want your expertise on how do we do, what are we missing? What component needs to be added into our plan? Our job description. We are going to look at trying to approve something tonight, but we can always tweak.
You can always
if
tweak.
we need to. But we got to get something in place so that, because school is starting soon, and we've got to get moving on this, and then, as quickly as we can, get enough people trained. And we're still, this does not negate the contract with the sheriff's office, but they just don't have the capacity to cover us all.
If the sheriff's office or Baton Rouge PD could supply you with an SRO for every campus, that's your best option. That can't happen.
Thank you so much. And if you have more.
No, I just want to make sure that I'm clear that I don't disagree with the comments
I got you.
from the public about the best option being the sheriff's office. But I think you've already spoke to the sheriff himself today, and that's not possible.
Yes. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Ms. Dyson. Thank you, Chief. Thank you for your service. Ms. Wade-Jackson.
President Tatman, maybe I'm not hearing this right, and what I'm looking at in the backup relates to the collaborative effort between the parish sheriff's offices and the police departments. So what's the biggest difference between what we're proposing, which I thought was a parish sheriff or a policeman? So is it or is it not?
They don't have the capacity. We have to train
They don't have the capacity.
We have to
So
train
we have to, who has to train them?
So we, when we would hire these officers, we would put them in a training. We still partner with the sheriff's office, the police office, but this would be EBR's safety officers.
So,
Resource officers.
so who's going to train us to train them?
Well,
Is it the police department and the sheriff?
There's a training that we'd have them go through. If the board decides on armed officers, they go through training regardless, but they'll have additional training if we decide that they're going to be armed.
They'll have additional training from either the sheriff's office or the police department?
We have Mr. McGarno can tell you, if you want to know the specifics on who the trainers will be, we can bring that up.
If we decide to go with armed officers, they're going to have to go through, like the chief said, they're going to have to go through certain courses to be post-certified. In order for them to have a weapon and be accredited, they're going to have to go through post. I don't know if it'll be through Carter. Carter's how many weeks, sir? 8 to 12.
If I may join
Yeah.
you, it's currently about 16, I think. That's to be a full-fledged police officer with all the skills.
16 weeks.
16 days.
Weeks, not hours.
Weeks.
Weeks, okay. Because it does say 2 years of full-time commissioned law enforcement services, part of the qualifications for under education and experience.
Yes, ma'am. I believe Mr. McGarn in his comment said that he had some retired officers who were.
Yes.
Some
I have some retired officers
would
that are ready.
qualify
They were qualified.
day one.
Yes, they'll qualify day one.
Qualified day
Day
one.
one. If they still pro certified, if not, then we can always run them through the range with retired Captain Patan to get them back post certified where they can be able to carry with
40 hours, I believe.
Yes, sir. The 40-hour course. Yeah, one week of getting repost.
If they've been out less than 5 years, retired less than 5 years from the PD or the sheriff's office or any post agency, I think they're going to have to do 40 hours of firearms, and I think that's and legal update. And I think
Yes, sir.
Then they're ready to roll.
Yes, sir. Ready to roll.
And again, how many are we looking to hire, and how many do you?
26, one for each high school and one for each middle school.
Yeah, okay, and you said you know so far about how many?
20 plus easy.
Put the word out.
Yeah, so Mr. McGarner will have to go through the process of hiring everything,
Right.
but there's
how many
plenty
you know
of
there.
applicants that would be available. Ever since we began to talk about it, he's already had people asking about it, but we have to wait for the board to approve.
And I presume your concept is have them work under Mr. McGarner's supervision.
Yes, absolutely.
Yes.
Okay, thanks. I just wanted to make that clear that they will have training from our training, but also training from police and sheriff.
What you're gonna likely get is, see these officers retire at 48, 50, 52 years old,
Yes.
still in relatively good physical shape and qualified with that little bit of going to the range, as you
Correct.
mentioned, Mr. McDonough. They're ready to step in.
And they would be consistently at the schools. We're not moving them around.
Oh, no, ma'am. Each,
One spot.
yes, each guy that'll be his permanent duty.
Yeah.
Not gonna switch them around. We want those kids and the administration and everyone to be on a one-on-one basis with that one particular person.
So Board Member Jackson, what the goal is, Mr. McGarner says our goal is that we would put one officer every middle and high school, and then we would partner with the sheriff's office and the Baton Rouge Police Department for the elementary schools and work through that. And if there's additional areas where it's much more needed than others, we would move around.
And how many areas, schools right now do we have SROs? Or
Well, the
or we
way,
partner with the sheriff? Or the,
and Mac, make sure I respond correctly on this. The way that it currently is, first of all, they're not at schools all day. They take care of a subset of schools, right? And so that the difference that we'll have now is that we'll actually, because of the hiring of these 26, the capacity is much more built that majority of all our schools will be covered. So, all right.
Yes, sir.
all right, thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Ware Jackson. Mr. Howard?
Thank you, President Tamman. So I have first clarification on the motion. Is the motion to approve armed officers, or is the motion to approve armed?
So this is how I have it. I have a motion by Ms. Dyson and second by Ms. Ware Jackson. Consideration of a request for the approval of a job description for a armed school resource officer. Is that how you have it? Yeah.
All right, thank you. So I just want to lift this up. I appreciate your commentary as it relates to like experience and like what you have experienced and like what we need as a district. I just want to lift up as a board member. I don't necessarily support additional arming of officers or armed presence inside of schools. Two things for that. I know that we already have the relationship with the sheriff, so they are already armed officers within the community, and some have them come to our schools. I just don't think in this culture, even with the training, we see every single day what trained police officers have done and effectively done in our side of our communities. I don't know how, if we are going to constitute or say that they're going to have the same trainings that Baton Rouge police have already had, how that's going to be beneficial to our community. Secondly, I was just in Denver, Colorado, experiencing with other school board members from across the nation who are going through this same conversation. And a school board member in Tennessee talked about how a armed resource officer killed a student in the bathroom because of how he resulted in a particular conflict. So I will never want to support additional arming of officers. I just don't think the relationship is there. In what just happened in Texas, you had the immediate presence of armed officers inside of a school, and we still had the tragedy that happened. So I don't know how that is a preventive measure to really address the solution that we talked about. In your initial commentary, you talked about your belief was to have the unarmed officers in the preventative measures that you talked about, securing boundaries, making sure that X, Y, and Z is secure. I was a teacher inside of a school, inside of multiple schools for multiple years, and we always had the fear of one day it could be us. But I don't think that this is the solution or the preventative solution that we're looking to do to solve an issue of solving a school shooting. And so I won't be supporting the motion of supporting additional armed officers. I will support your initial commentary of having unarmed trained resource officers inside school to serve as preventative measures to help us prevent school safety shootings. I don't think anyone on this board wants school safety or a mass shooting to come to our front door. But we see every single day in this community, specifically for people who look like me, the people who are served or who are designed to protect and serve don't always protect and serve. And so I don't want a situation to occur to where an officer on campus armed is responding to a trivial fight inside of a school and think that the only measure of prevention is to pull his trigger or to do what we've seen happen in this country over and over again. So yes, we need preventative measures to prevent these things, but adding additional people inside of schools and campus with guns, to me, as a board member, as a black male in this country, is not the answer. So I would support the motion to have them unarmed, but to have additional forcing a presence of people with arms as a safety measure in our schools, I don't think is the answer. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Howard. Ms. Dyson.
I would just like to say that this additional means the only in some of our schools. So it's not additional, it's the only. And it's because they do not have the capacity to provide to us this not only that, but the accountability in us being able to hold these people accountable, because they work for us and they have this job description and they have this checklist, and both the principal and our director of security will be together working to make sure that these evaluations are being done and that they're not sitting out in parking lots texting on their cell phones. And it's going to be a job that is one that we can hold everyone accountable for what they're supposed to be doing. Periodic checks of this, that. It involves it all. Security cameras, everything. And it's the only coverage that we can get in some of our schools. We have to have it. It just has to be there. We can't wait in a crisis situation. And it happens in every part of our community. It really does. And we what would it mean? We'd have to take from another community and say, okay, well, we need it over here. Well, we need it over here. That's not relationship building. It's a full-time person that gets to know the students by name and able to have a relationship. But every school then gets it. It's so important. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Dyson. Mr. Lannis.
Thank you, Mr. President. I think, first of all, I thank both of you for coming up with the presentation today. This is a very impactful situation and discussion tonight. What I would say is I think that from hearing from board members, I think that the crux of this conversation comes down to whether we go with armed or unarmed. And I would say I would like to see us potentially show some level of scale to see how this looks with an unarmed school safety officer. And then if we need to make any approaches or changes, that we can come back before our board and see that those things take place. So I would like to offer a substitute motion if possible, that we approve the job description for the school safety officer.
It is in order. Is there a second to that motion?
There it is. Second to the motion. I changed it.
Second. So we have a motion and a second. It's a substitute motion. Moved by Mr. Lannis, seconded by Mr. Howard. And the motion is consideration for request for approval of the job description for school safety officer, right? Yep. Okay. So we Board is clear. We'll go back to the audience on this substitute motion. And really, this is armed versus unarmed. That's really what we're talking about. We need our microphone on.
Storm Matthews. I definitely understand what Board Member Howard and Lannis said, as I stated, as a mother of two sons, especially now that one is driving. Very fearful of what can happen. However, when I go to that job description of the unarmed officer, it still says, even though we brought it here, giving it time to be fixed, it still says high school diploma or GED is the only requirement for an unarmed. Guess what? I graduated high school at 16 years old. So that means a 16-year-old that was brilliant like me, because I'm the bomb, 16-year-old could get this job. 16. Because that's all you got to do. High school diploma or GED. And they will be trained in de-escalation and emergency drills. However, the duties are the exact same duties of the armed. The duties are the same. The duties are to investigate criminal incidents per police department policies that they are not trained in. No, please let a 16-year-old or an 18-year-old or whomever that is not trained in these police policies question one of my sons. Let him talk to Michael or William Matthews, and y'all gonna have hell to pay. Now, I agree. I prefer the unarmed too. Not gonna lie. Because I think more of it, school to prison pipeline. I agree. But this job description, no, you should have told them get it right. Because this job description ain't ready to go.
Thank you, James Finney. First, I appreciate the substitute motion. I find it less problematic than the original motion. But the fact remains, you couldn't afford, as it seems, according to the visitor from Maryland, full-time disciplinary deans with bachelor's or master's degrees. Perhaps they were mostly women. But it seems like we can afford really high-paying jobs for probably mostly men with perhaps a high school degree. Perhaps. By the way, I also graduated from high school at age 16. Maybe everybody in the room did. And then one more caution. Because there's a substitute motion, my understanding is that the software doesn't work. I'm not going to interrupt you on this item. If the votes aren't visible to the public, I'll just sue you tomorrow. Thank you.
Any other comments from the audience?
Name is Karonda Corley, proud parent and disabilities advocate. That's my child that is running around. And if we were actually in the classroom or at the school, right now, an armed security officer would be able to grab a hold of him and escort him to the office or to juvenile detention. Now, the reason I'm bringing that up is because we have laws in this state in regards to security versus police officers as it relates to individuals with disabilities. Are you aware of a law that passed last year due to an officer not knowing how to actually restrain an individual with autism? That child died. That child died in front of his parents. I refuse to be that parent. I refuse to be that parent, and I refuse to receive a phone call from any parent in this school system saying, hey, Ms. Corley, my child was now a victim, and my child is no longer here. I don't want to see anybody bury their child. Why I am saying that we should have available law enforcement agencies, such as the constables, sheriffs, police officers, versus security guards, whether they're armed or unarmed, is because they are legally required by law to go through training to restrain properly individuals with disabilities in any type of capacity. They have to go through that training. This gentleman can stand here before us today and tell us that that's what's going to happen, but that is not guaranteed. We did have a police officer before say that things happen and that didn't necessarily happen. And like I said, Mr. McGregor still has not addressed that I have been asking since he became our chief about an active shooter drill, and that has yet happened. Our children are very vulnerable, and our children are important to us. And being a parent of a child with a disability that has no sense of danger, I cannot stand here before you and not stress how important it is that we do not have individuals that are armed or unarmed that are just regular security guards. My child has a personal relationship with the sheriff, Mr. KD. He has a personal relationship with Mr. Owens, the sheriff, with Mr. Lockett, our constable, every police officer, but also they are highly trained. And that's what's important and key. So remember, that is a legal liability that our school system would take, and that is a legal liability that Dr. Narcisse would be faced with in court. Thank you.
Any other comments from the audience?
Afternoon, Patty Murray. I would like to say that one of our biggest problems that we have with this is the training for staff. I was an administrative dean, and one of the biggest problems is in-house. I recall we had a lockdown at a high school. Teachers opened the door because their child was outside and they didn't want to wait. There was an escaped prisoner, and we were by a prison. They said it wasn't important. It's very important that everyone is trained. This is the biggest problem that we're going to be faced with. The staff must be on one accord, regardless of which way we vote, armed or unarmed. Unarmed is very important because it's going to be a serious condition. Who's going to be the ones that's armed? Where are they going to be stationed? What is the time frame that they're going to be on that campus? Who's going to be contacted? Now, one of the things you have to consider is when you start dealing with high school students, are they going to be informed which one is armed, where they're going to be? There's some big high school students, and they are bullies. You have to admit it, and they're going to try to tackle or see can they subdue the one that is armed. Now, are we going to let everybody know who's armed? Where are they? Where they're going to carry it? Is it going to be visible? There's a lot of things consideration. And everyone, and it is so sad that we know that the things that have happened in the past with these schools and so forth, and we shouldn't be so vulnerable that we're going to automatically assume that this is going to happen in EBR. And yes, we should be proactive. But let's not assume that because it happened somewhere else that this is going to happen in EBR. Yes, be prepared. But we've been doing pretty good, but there is a policy that must be reported, and we need to plan. And every principal, every teacher, and have workshops and be prepared to do. And unless we follow through and be prepared, it's not going to work if you have machine guns and issue them out to everybody, because they're not going to do it. And let's get together and make a plan and be effective with the plan that was put in place. Thank you.
Caitlin, Joshua, I just have one question. So with this substitute motion, would we get more information as to how much this person would be paid, or would it be paid the same, even though it's unarmed instead of armed? So that's the only question we have.
Any other comments from the public? Seeing none, back to the board. Mr. Lannis.
Yes, sir. And this is my last time speaking on this particular item. I just want to add some context to a lot of what was said because I think some of it was lost in translation after I heard some of the comments afterwards. And again, this is only for clarification points. One, I think both gentlemen who came up here before have already said that every single person will have to be trained in the same sense and instance as a police officer that is armed, no matter if they don't have a weapon or if they have a weapon. Two, majority of the people who we are considering or who they are considering for this job retirees who already went through this training and have served in these positions for years. I heard firefighters, retired firefighters, retired police officers. So that means that these people have already served in the place of being a first responder for years. Two, when you think about unarmed, this is already starting to happen across our country. Let's start at what's happening inside of Shreveport. They have a organization called Dads in Schools. None of these men are armed, yet they put themselves on the line every day. This happened, let's take East Baton Rouge Parish. For the last over almost 25, 30 years, security dads, let me say the word so people can hear this. Security dads have been on the campus intervening in the same sense of in a way that I have heard tonight. For over 25 years, they have done this. Since I had graduated from there, they have been there. These men's kids and grandkids have already finished from this school, and they still go there every day trying to help out wherever they can. I don't want us to be lost in the idea that we're just simply hiring people. There are many other gaps that have to be filled, and I think you said that already, Mr. Chief of Security, and that is, one, making sure that we are covering blind spots. Two, making sure that when students leave out of the door, if you leave out, you will not have access to get back in. You will have to go and find somebody that has the authority to let you back inside of that school. I think that those are preventative measures that we have not looked at in the past, that we are beginning to look at now. And those things are going to also help us to mitigate a lot of the issues and incidents that are happening inside of our schools. But I can tell you this, the answer cannot be to do nothing and sit on our hands. The answer definitely cannot be to arm teachers. And there are people that, for anyone that thinks that there's not a possibility, just this last legislative session, there was a bill to put guns inside of teachers' hands. That is not the answer. A teacher should not have to put their lives on the line when we have people who are, one, willing, two, that are trained, and three, that are going to go through every necessary preventative measure to ensure that these schools are safe. So that's all I'll say on it. Again, I just wanted to add context to that these things are already happening. And this is but one layer to see and assess whether or not it works. If it does, we can continue. If it does not, we can go back to the idea of having more armed officers on our campuses, not for the sake of trying to police the campus, but simply and merely to make sure that these campuses are safe. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Lannis. The board is clear. We are voting on the substitute motion to consider a request for the approval of a job description for a school safety officer. Everybody understand the motion? Madam Secretary, please conduct the vote.
Please vote.
Unarmed.
The motion fails.
We are now on the primary motion. Consideration of a request for the approval of a job description for an armed school resource officer. Madam Secretary, please conduct the vote.
Please vote. The motion carries.
We move now to item B2, consideration of request for the approval for a pre-K 8 grade configuration at Kenilworth School conditioned upon its return to the East Baton Rouge Parish School System. Mr. Gode, you have a motion?
Yes, I would like to move that we delay this item until a date uncertain. And that, yeah,
Okay.
to a date uncertain.
Yeah, second. Anybody have a second? Ms. Ware Jackson seconds that motion.
And just so the public and other board members understand, the reason I'm doing this is I'd like for us to be able to have public meetings in the Kenilworth area and other areas to get more community input on exactly what configuration that should have. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Gode. We have a motion by Mr. Gode and a second by Ms. Ware Jackson. I have the board is clear. Any comments from the audience on moving this to a date uncertain? We're basically pulling the item. Yeah, you can speak on, absolutely.
Robin Clark, board certified teacher. I'm a community member in this area. I actually went to Kenilworth. And when I was in 6th grade, that's when it opened. And that's how old it is too. It's nearly 50 years old, by the way. It was built to service children who were in grades 6 through 8. And I just want to bring to mind the fact that I studied architecture and I also went to that school. I still live in that general community. I passed by it today, as a matter of fact. And it's kind of run down and beat up, by the way. But form follows function. So when you build a school, it should follow the reason for which it was built. It was built for 6th through 8th graders. So I'm against, if I'm against it being a pre-K through 8. I think if we have to take it back in its rundown and dilapidated condition, I think it should be a 6th through 8th, which is what it was designed to be. I live in that area, work in that area, and the community is now divided quite a bit because of the fact that we've had some redistricting, rezoning, and the schools in that area, the neighborhood or the community of schools in that area, Wildwood, Magnolia Woods, Highland, including some private schools like St. Jude. You got Charter, Baton Rouge Charter, and you got some Head Starts. Another great reason to not add that pre-K through 5 component to that school. Those schools that I mentioned, our public schools in that community, they're landlocked. And that's why y'all had to kind of wiggle, because Highland Road can't expand anymore. It's bordered by Wildwood and Magnolia Woods, and you can't do anything else except squish it and push it over. So Wildwood got the wealth of the land, because those public school kids, many of those children in that community are now going to private school. So if this goes to community conversations, I'd like to have a friendly amendment made that this be a 6 through 8 only. But I think there should be some accountability from the school that took it on. Just like you have a lease and a tenant doesn't take care of their property, what kind of accountability is that charter school going to give to us financially for tearing up our school? Did we do like a site? And what are the codes, the commercial codes now? There's a lot of redoing that has to get that school back to working order. So my vote would be to be 1, no, I don't want it back, because we don't have staffing for it. It's going to minimize more of the teachers that we do have, even if you move staff around. Bathroom accessibility is not conducive for students who are very, very young, early childhood, which is my thing. So I would say no, doesn't have the outdoor space, doesn't have the staffing. I think it's a problem. Leave it alone, give it back. Thank you. Good evening.
Good evening, James Finney. Thank you to Ms. Armand and Mr. Shamlin for your workaround. I appreciate that. With respect to Kenilworth, thank you, Mr. Gode, for your motion. I think putting this off to a date uncertain is an excellent plan. I would suggest it be put off until after the master plan has been talked about, to see where the use of this building would fit in with other schools nearby. And with the ever expanding cancer, the charter schools are exercising on our community. So please pass this motion, put this off indefinitely. Thank you.
Any other conversation on pulling the item?
See, if we had the room for the children, then I wouldn't have to bring all the kids in here with me. I'm a child magnet. But my name is Karonda Coyley, proud parent and disabilities advocate. And I do not think that we should bring Kenilworth back.
The motion is to not bring it. The motion is to get rid of this.
And I'm all for that.
Okay.
Let's get rid of it. And I got several reasons. Number one, we can't afford it. We can't afford that. And we can't afford Capitol High.
Let's stay on.
I'm gonna stay on that one. You keep taking my minutes, my seconds,
It's
Mr.
okay.
Chapman.
But you know what you're supposed to do.
I know.
So I'm gonna take you.
Miss
I'm gonna
April,
take
let
you
me give-
minutes. So let's go. Let's
Look,
roll.
Miss April, give me my
It's 10
5
o'clock.
seconds back.
It's,
Oh,
it's 10 o'clock, Miss Corley. Come on, let's move along.
He started talking. I get 20 seconds back. Okay. So we can't afford it. It's not reflected in the budget. Also, the programming that was proposed, we can't afford that. That was gonna have a board that was gonna get paid $123,000 plus. Y'all don't get that from us. And I really would not want to pay another board outside of our board that we actually elect to govern one of our schools. Third, we don't know what condition this building is in. The last time I saw it, it was in deplorable conditions. It is not in ADA compliance, American Disabilities Act, which means that we have a lot of students with disabilities and faculty and staff that have disabilities that would not be able to matriculate into that building safely. And last but definitely not least, we have to think about the buildings that we have right now that are not in ADA compliance. I know for one, I could speak about Northeast Elementary and High, and our playground is not in ADA compliance.
Let's stay on this agenda item, Miss Corley, or I'm going to ask you to step away. Okay?
Yes, sir, along with quite a few others. So I think that not bringing Kenilworth back would be great. That would be phenomenal for us to leave it where it is until we can actually get everything straight with our budget. Because right now, that is a pancake that keeps flip-flopping. And we know that right now we are in some dangerous waters where we're going to drown due to our budget. So I'm just asking that we do not, by all means, bring Kenilworth back. Thank you.
Any other public comment on pulling the agenda item? Seeing none, we come back to the board. Mr. Howard.
Thank you, President Chapman. I just want to say that, public discourse is fine when we talk about these issues. Mr. Godet, you bring up a valid point about why you should pull the item and all of the things. But I really have a serious issue with the continuous misinformation and mischaracterization around things. I was a teacher at Kenilworth. And this idea of, I passed by it and I know, just go to some of these places and get the information that's necessary. I don't care about people agreeing or disagreeing with me. Be factual in how you address and governance, how we have public discourse about children. Kenilworth, Capitol, Prescott, Scotlandville, they are all children who live in Baton Rouge, Louisiana. I don't give a damn if you don't like charters. These are kids, and your mischaracterization and information continuous, and it's doing nothing for impact. People come to this mic for 5 and 6 minutes every single week talking about a lot of bull crap that has nothing to do with impact and how we change this community. Baton Rouge is falling by the wayside every single day, and we spend 10 and 12 hours in this boardroom every first and third Thursday for nothing, with no true impact to our community. What are we really doing? What do you want to see accomplished as a district, as a city, as a board? We do this every week and nothing changes. We have the same conversations every week. We all have to do better because this is bull crap and it's not changing the lives of anybody, especially people that look like us.
Thank you, Mr. Howard. Mr. Lannis.
Thank you, Mr. President. And the first thing I'll say is that with respect to my board colleagues, Ms. Connie Bernard and Mr. Godet, I I respect the fact that they want to pull this item to get more information from their community as a whole, because that's something that should happen. But what I will say is, I think I find it very interesting that in one sense, we hear as a board that we need to take our schools back. And then the minute that we try to put ourselves in a position to get schools back that we think that needs direct intervention and resources from our school system, we hear that we shouldn't take them back. Well, we got to make a decision. Are we going to build up our traditional schools in the sense that the community has been saying to us? Or are we going to continue to do the same back and forth game at the expense of students in limbo? That is the biggest thing, or my biggest takeaway of tonight. I am happy that we are getting Capitol High School back, because that school sat inside that community. First of all, it's the second oldest African-American school in our city. Third of all, this school has been in deplorable shape for I don't know how long, and kids go there. I was there with the superintendent, and this is the thing that people don't even hear. The man wanted to walk off the campus when he walked there because he said it should be illegal for kids to go to a school that looks like that. Now, I ain't saying it to prop him up, but if it's not true, I just tell you to go to these schools and see them for yourselves. The only way that these schools are going to get the recommended necessary resources if we as a school district can support them in that sense. So again, I say I am happy that we are getting Capitol High School back. I'm happy with the resources we're going to put there. And I'm more, in fact, happy that that community known as Park or the Park are finally going to get an investment that they deserve. In the same sense that we saw it happen inside of Glen Oaks. The same sense we need to see happen in South Baton Rouge with McKinley High School, the first and the oldest African-American high school in the state of Louisiana. That has something to say about legacy. And a lot of these schools deserve the legacy that they have been built upon. And a lot of it is lost at the wayside because we are going back and forth about what we should do as a board. You know what we need to do? Support our kids. The way we do that is to give them better schools, make sure we have effective, good teachers with competitive pay that are supported with necessary training inside of some of the best facilities that we've ever been in. Now, if you think that this can't happen, we saw it happen with Park Elementary. I was just there today when the announcement of the very first medical academy at an elementary school. If we can do it there, we can replicate and do this in other places. Our school district is not falling at the wayside. Our school district is not broke. Our school district needs collaboration from community, yes. And we do have some things that we have to fix. But at the end of the day, we have to end these conversations the same way we start them. It has to start with students, and it has to end with students. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Lannis. The board is clear. Madam Secretary, please conduct the vote.
Please vote. Motion carries.
Motion carries. So we come to the end of meeting number 3 at 10:14. And Ms. Ware Jackson moves that we adjourn. And we're just going to go right into the next meeting, y'all. So, okay.
Log out and log into the new one.
Thank you for reminding us. All of these meetings except the committee of the whole were moved by the board. We moved the budget as a board. We moved the special meeting. So I didn't have anything to. So now we move to, I'd like to call to order this meeting of the Committee of the Whole for the East Baton Rouge Parish School System for Thursday, July 14th. Madam Secretary, please call the roll.
District 9, President Tapman.
Present.
District 4, Vice President Collins. District 1, Mr. Blue.
Here.
District 2, Mr. Lannis.
Present.
District 3, Mr. Howard. District 5, Ms. Ware Jackson.
Present.
District 6, Ms. Dyson.
Present.
District 7, Mr. Gode.
A little older, but here.
District 8, Ms. Bernard.
A lot older. We have a quorum. We move now to item B1, update from the superintendent, Dr. Narcisse.
I'll be very brief. Just wanted everybody to look around the room. These are artwork from students from our summer program. We're so excited that we did. I just want to give them a hand. I know it's 10/16, but we're still doing things for kids. Thanks them and also all the staff members that help for our summer programs. We have more kids in summer programs than we've ever had before, and so we're just thankful for that. And that is my report.
Thank you in so many ways. We move to item C1, consideration of a request for the approval to move Buchanan Elementary School grades 4 and 5 to University Terrace Elementary. Do I have a motion? Mr. Gode will move. Is there a second? Mr. Baloo. The board is clear on this. Are there any comments from the audience on item B1?
Wait for the microphone? Or should I just keep talking?
We can wait. We can it's on. Okay.
Okay. With respect to items 1 and 2, I'm just curious because it's not clear whether there is a kindergarten program at either of those sites. And clarification would be wonderful. Thank you.
Any other comments on item B1? I'm sorry, B2. Regressing. B1, I'm sorry. Okay. I am regressing further. B1. Seeing none, we move, I'm old and it's getting late. We move back to the board. The board is clear. Wait. Okay, Ms. Ware Jackson.
Does the motion, the action
What I-
match the memo? I'm sorry, it's to move Buchanan Elementary School to University Terrace.
Grades.
Grades.
Some of it. For spacing.
But isn't University Terrace where we're doing the work?
University Terrace is currently located at Oak.
Eva LaGuardia.
You want to, we can.
Oh, Lord. Okay. They're at Eva Lagarde. Okay, because I'm like, all right, it's actually, the site is Eva Lagarde. Okay, thank you. I was like, okay.
Thank you. Now the board is clear. And we will ask the Madam Secretary to conduct the vote.
Please vote.
C1.
The motion carries.
Thank you. We move now to item C2, consideration of a request for the approval to move University Terrace Elementary grades 2 and 3 to Buchanan Elementary School site for the 2022-2023 school year. Mr. Gode will move. Is there a second? Ms. Ware Jackson is the second. The board is clear. We go to the audience. Oh, I'm sorry. Mr. Lannis.
Sorry about that. I came in a little late.
No worries.
I'm just asking for a point of clarity. So Buchanan, they're going to move students to Eva LaGuardia Learning Center so that there's enough space for University Terrace Elementary to move kids to Buchanan, right? Is that correct? Okay, I just want to make sure. That's right. Okay.
Thank you, Mr. Lannis. Sorry about that. Mr. Gode.
Yeah, just it seems people are very confused about this. Buchanan and University Terrace will be merging into one school at the new McKinley Elementary site. This is to combine the 4th and 5th grade, if I got it right, at the current University Terrace School, which is at the Eva Lagarde Center as swing space. Right. So it's just combining all of the 4th and 5th grade classes at the University Terrace site. So there, it makes for a better school situation where you have more kids in the same class there. And the 2nd and 3rd grades will be taken and put into the Buchanan site. So all it is shifting kids around so that we can have better educational for the kids. And next year, the year after this, all of these children will be at the new McKinley Elementary site.
Yes, sir.
And if that confuses everybody, good, because it's confusing.
Very clear. Thank you, Mr. Gode. We go to the audience. Any comments on C2? Seeing no comments from the audience, we come back to the board. The board is clear. Madam Secretary, please conduct the vote.
Please vote. The motion carries.
Thank you. We move to item C3, consideration of a request to relocate and house Brownfields Elementary School at the White Hills Elementary School site for the 2022-2023 school year. Do I have a motion? Mr. Lannis moves, and Ms. Dyson seconds. And Mr. Lannis, that was for the motion that you were on the board?
Yes, sir. And this is just a quick, this is one that I really do like. The fact that I think it's the same situation as University and Buchanan. Brownsville Elementary will be merging with White Hills Elementary. So to have those students on the same site for at least 1 year, it gives them time to build some cohesion with each other. So I just want to say that I like that.
Thank you, Mr. Lannis. Appreciate that. We go to the audience.
James Finney. I have an observation, not an objection. You as a board are to set policy. Dr. Narcisse and his administration are to implement policy. In mid-July, you are being asked to merge 2 schools. Around the end of the school year, the administration already announced the merger of the schools to the folks involved. I would hope that in the future, the administration would get approval first before they act. Thank you.
Karonda Corley, parent and disabilities advocate. Brownsville Elementary was supposed to be renovated over 2 years ago. And it's a shame that it's just not happening. That's why the students are moving from Brownsville Elementary location and going to White Hills. White Hills location has not been renovated and is not in ADA compliance, American Disabilities Act. So let me give you an example of what I mean when I say in ADA compliance, because I just had people ask me about that. This boardroom has a door right here to my left that is not within the width that it is supposed to be according to American Disabilities Act standards. And because of that, a person in a wheelchair or a walker cannot come through it. So when I talk about Brownsville Elementary, we do have students with disabilities that go to Brownsville Elementary. We had students with disabilities that also attended White Hills Elementary. It's a great disservice to those children, just like it's a great disservice for South Downs pre-K and kindergarten to still have yet to be renovated when they have over 95% of children with disabilities. So many times we talk about the children mattering, but when do they actually really matter? Because all we're doing right now is moving them from one deplorable condition to another one. So how do you sleep at night? Because I can't sleep when I drive past that school and look at it in the condition that it's in and see that children with disabilities will not, staff with disabilities will not be able to actually go in that building safely. So hopefully the feds is watching this meeting, the Office of Civil Rights, the American Disabilities Act, IDEA, the United States Department of Justice, the U.S. Department of Education. I hope all of them are watching so that they can actually see that we definitely do not put children first. Every child does not matter, not in East Baton Rouge Parish. In fact, they don't even make it on the totem pole. That's a problem. So I ask that we do not approve it. Thank you.
Any other comments from the public? Seeing none, we come back to the board. Mr. Lannis?
Mr. President, and on this particular matter, I don't want this to feel like I'm refuting or debating a public comment from a community member, because I value the information that we receive from our community as a whole. But I would be remiss if I did not say that a lot of the things that were just said are simply just not true. Brownfield is being built on time. And this school is in my district, by the way. Brownfield is being built on time. We voted to merge this school 2 years ago, which is now the reason why they're being rebuilt. Brownfield is not in a quasi just terrible shape, but the school needs to be rebuilt because, again, we voted to merge both White Hills and Brownfield. The reason for that is because White Hills' population is extremely low and its utilization rate is low. And Brownsfield is less than a half a mile away. This is only going to be for a few months until that school is built at a tune of $25 million that you, the taxpayers, came before the board and said that you want to see happen. And that is exactly what's going to happen. We're going to put those students in much better condition than they already are. That's for Brownsfield and also White Hill Elementary. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Lannis. Mr. Goday?
Board Member Lannis just spoke to the exact issue I wish to speak about. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Goday. I see the board is clear. Madam Secretary, please conduct the vote.
Please vote. Now, please vote. The motion carries.
We move now to item C4, consideration of a request for the approval of the Student Rights and Responsibilities Handbook and Discipline Policy for the 2022-2023 school year for the East Baton Rouge Parish School System with noted changes. Do you want to make any comments, Mr. Shamlin?
I'll be like 15 seconds.
Yes, that's good. Well, make it 14.
Yeah, 14. The primary changes to the handbook this year are organizational. In many ways, we're making it easier to read for administrators and parents. I won't go into detail, but I will say that the progressive discipline piece is being laid out in a table that will allow people to see the level of intervention required, et cetera. There's some other changes in accordance with state law that are in place. Nothing that would be significant to the board. The other major change this year is we will allow parents, we'll have a system designed by our fabulous IT department, and parents will now be able to download and sign digitally the handbook and its many signature pages. And so that's being put in place this year as well.
Okay. Motion, please. Moved by Mr. Gode, seconded by Ms. Dyson. The board is clear with board members, so we go to the audience. Any comments on C4 from the audience?
I believe allowing the public the possibility to access electronically is a wonderful option as long as paper copies are still readily available. Thank you.
Any other comments from the audience?
Karonda Corley, parent and disabilities advocate. Under Every Student Succeed Act, also known as ESSA, parents are supposed to have input into every policy that our school system put in place. They're also supposed to have input in all the policies at that particular school that their child is attending. Now, why did I bring that law up? Because the parents' input was not provided, nor was it asked for this policy. That's a problem. It's not ever asked. That's a problem. And that's a federal law. That's not a state one. Every Student Succeed Act. We're also supposed to allocate a certain amount of funding every year from Every Student Succeed Act for more information from parents, to provide them information. That wasn't reflected in our budget either. But this policy can't go through. I'm sorry. Student Rights and Responsibilities Handbook and Discipline Policy always impact and affect our children with disabilities, as well as children that are minorities, including English language learners, at a much more higher rate. Children with disabilities, children that are minorities, children that are English language learners are propelled into the school-to-prison pipeline at a disproportionate rate of their counter peers that are white. So when I'm telling you this information, I'm telling you because we are violating federal law, and we are helping feed that school to prison pipeline. And I don't think that any single person up on this board want any child with a disability, such as my own, to go into the school to prison pipeline. Although I am aware that we have called the police on me 3 times, and we do frivolous lawsuits against other people that are very active in the community. So I am saying all this to say, no. We waste our time and our energy too many times doing things that are not right and that are not conducive for the children, but also violate the law, and this is one of them. This should be tabled and brought back after we have parents that have children inside of our school system. It cannot be the parent committee that our superintendent did, because there's only 2 parents of children with disabilities out of the 53 that are on that committee. And it hasn't met in quite a while. So you do have to have them equal. Equal. And that's a word that he likes. Thank you.
Storm Matthews, I'll just very briefly say I've had the privilege of previously serving on the Committee for Rights and Responsibilities. I was disappointed that that was redone this year and I was not put on that committee this year. I served as a special needs parent on that committee. So as she was saying, that is a requirement. Hopefully I was replaced with another special needs parent. And if that's the case, then that's fine. But I did enjoy serving on that committee. That was awesome.
Any other public comment on C4? Seeing none, the board is clear. Madam Secretary, please conduct the vote.
Please vote. The motion carries.
Move to C5, consideration of a request for the approval of a professional service contract between the East Baton Rouge Parish School Board and Aris Arizona State University Prep Digital. Do I have a motion?
I would like to make a motion to refer this to the regular meeting without recommendation, because I have a few questions about it.
So Mr. Gode makes the motion and Mr. Lannis seconds it. Board is clear. I'm sorry. Go ahead. Okay.
Yeah.
Oh, I'm sorry.
The issue, or not the issue, but the questions I have, and I don't know how to solve it, but I think we need to think about it for a little while. I think there's a 700 or 750 minimum in this contract. And at the end of this year, we had over 630 or 650 students in the ASU contract, which the 750 minimum would be okay. But with COVID going down and things like that, my understanding is the current enrollment is more like 200 and below, somewhere around 250 or a little bit below. So I just wonder if we need to, and I don't know what's the best way to look at this, because if we had another COVID swing hit, the numbers could go way back up overnight and we could be caught short. So I understand there's a play between both of these. Do you make sure you have enough capacity if the thing swings against you? But also, you don't want to waste money getting a whole bunch of capacity that you don't need. So I'm not asking, I'm not sitting here with an answer. I don't know what the answer is. But I think we need a little numbers and things behind that cap and a little bit of discussion for the regular board meeting about what would be the proper way to set that contract with the guaranteed number on it. And I recognize that on a per student basis, the number, if you got 700 something kids, it's a great contract. At 200 kids, it might not be such a great contract with the guaranteed minimum. So some kind of way, I think we need something in there to mitigate the swing potential. And I have some ideas that, things that I've worked on in the past on the business side, but I just think this needs a little bit more work before we vote on it for the final side.
Thank you, Mr. Gode. Ms. Dyson.
Yes, I completely agree. This is a large dollar amount, and we are talking about, just a smaller group of students. And I'm just hoping that we can really look at all of our options here to provide a quality virtual school, but that's a really hefty price tag per pupil. So I would like us to think through this and talk through it. I'd like to be part of that discussion as we try to bring this back to the full board meeting, the regular board meeting without recommendation. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Dyson. Mr. Gode.
Yeah, I just wanted to add, and to be clear, my comment does not refer to the per pupil cost, because at $6,500 per pupil, we get like $12,000 per kid that we're spending on our students now. And so the $6,500 would basically almost all be covered by the MFP money that we get. So if we have the student enrolled, we get that money. So I'm not arguing the cost per kid, because I think that cost is very reasonable, particularly when you consider the teacher costs and things like that are built into that. I would like to work a little bit on how do we assure capacity, but not pay full boat for every empty seat as we go through. So I just wanted to be clear, I'm not arguing with $6,500. I think that's very fair. I just want to look at how do we ensure capacity without paying the full boat on the entire thing.
Yep.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Gode. For now, the board is clear. We move to the audience.
Thank you, James Finney. If this is being put off for the substantive discussion to be in a week, I would hope that as the proposal changes, the backup changes and is expanded so that the public has a clear understanding. If there are just emails between the administration and the board, that's useless for public transparency. And then I would hope next week that you terminate this contract, because I think outsourcing education to an out-of-state company is a horrible idea, particularly to a state that just decided you don't even need a college degree to teach. So I would strongly encourage you to call outsourcing our virtual school a bad idea whose time to end has come and gone. Proximity didn't work. ASU digital prep didn't work. If you're going to run a virtual school, that's fine. Hire local teachers that want to work in a virtual setting and let them do their job. Thank you.
Storm Matthews. I do agree with what's been said about those were my issues, the 700 students. And I have issue with it being a 3-year contract as well, being locked into that. So I do like the idea of deferring it. One thing I would like to see you guys hopefully add to the contract is, even though Arizona changed their law that you do not have to have a degree to teach in Arizona, that anybody teaching a Louisiana child must have a degree. I would like to see that added to the contract, if you would.
Any other comments from the public?
Karonda Corley, parent of a child with disability and disabilities advocate. I'm gonna apologize to my interpreters because I keep walking in front of the camera, and that is making it so hard for our people that use American Sign Language. Now, I'm bringing up the American Sign Language because Arizona State University Prep, that was one of the things that they said that they could not provide to our children with disabilities that were attending them. They also said they could not provide Braille and many other accommodations, which means that our school system actually have to foot the cost. And unfortunately, our school system has not. And so we have a lot of students that actually attended Arizona State University that did not receive accommodations. And due to them not receiving accommodations, that impacted and affected their grades. Now, I'm asking, I agree with Mr. Godet, that we defer it. And we defer it and see exactly who will be legally responsible for providing the accommodations for our individuals with disabilities. Is it going to be East Baton Rouge Parish or school system, or is it going to be ASU? Because we had kids that did not receive accommodations. And that's a problem because now we're violating 3 laws: Office of Civil Rights, American Disabilities Act, and Individuals with Disabilities Education Act. And if those children had that spelled out in the IEP, just in case y'all didn't know, that means the parents can go to a due process hearing. Once they win that, or if they lose that, they have the right to file against any individual that was responsible for implementing that IEP federally. So that means if they want to do that against Dr. Narcisse, they can. So I definitely thank you, Mr. Godet, for wanting to defer that, but can we please get that information, because that is very critical and that is very important. And I don't think anybody want to be held up in court for, violating those laws. Thank you. And I'm gonna keep my time, board president,
No,
just
you're
for the
not.
next one.
No, you're not. Any other public comments? We come back to the board, Mr. Godet.
Yes, in the spirit tonight of making sure we're factual, I just want to make sure that people who are saying that Arizona puts unqualified teachers in the classroom, the way I read that law, and I did go and actually read the law, and I read other things other than just one TV station thing that was rolling around. The law says that a student can begin their basically student teaching as they're pursuing their bachelor's degree, but there's a requirement for a full-time certified teacher to be in the classroom at all times with that teacher. So I think it's been very much mischaracterized as to what people are saying unless I'm reading the law wrong, and I've read 4 or 5 other articles that agree exactly with what I said. So I don't want anyone to go away thinking that we're proposing to not have certified teachers in here, irregardless of Arizona. I haven't talked to Arizona State to know what their plans are in this, but I think that's just not true to say that they're allowing just uncertified teachers to roam free to corrupt the children in their classrooms. Secondly, we tried to run a virtual school ourselves and failed miserably. And so I think we only have a bandwidth to do certain things. We can't try to be everything to everybody right now. And we're trying to focus on early literacy. We're trying to focus on all these things. Taking on the heavy lift of a virtual school is just something that we're not capable of right now. One of the things about being a leader is understanding what you're capable of doing and what you're not, and what you need to, even though it may not be the best preference you have, but we're just not capable of doing this. I support the fact that our leadership is recommending we continue the outsources to a program that I understand got markedly better after we solidified our agreement with them and worked on that. So, and I just wanted to be clear in moving this to the next meeting. It's just around some of the contract details, and it has nothing to do with any of those other issues, because I think all of those other issues are relatively bogus. So thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Godet. The board is clear. Madam Secretary, please conduct the vote.
Please vote. Motion carries.
Thank you. C6, consideration of a request for the approval of a professional services contract between the East Baton Rouge Parish School Board and LSU and Agricultural and Mechanical College in the amount of $123,891 to provide staff and program support at the Eva Lagarde Learning Center. Do I have a motion? Moved by Mr. Godet, seconded by Mr. Howard. Right now, the board is clear, so we go to the audience. Any comments from the audience on C6?
Thank you. I'm James Finney. First and foremost, I believe this item is out of order because I thought you had a policy that items that fail need to stay on the table for 60 days before they can be brought back up. Perhaps I'm misinformed. So I'll go ahead and talk about the merits of this. The Coastal Science School at the Eva Lagarde Center was sold as a partnership between LSU and the East Baton Rouge school system. So I'm puzzled by why the partnership means that we're hiring LSU. Even so, I don't necessarily object to funding a couple graduate fellowships. I was a graduate student once. I would hope these are well-trained folks, possibly PhD students. There's a big difference between a PhD candidate halfway through and a first-year master's student. But I am puzzled about why it makes sense for a coastal science school for us to be paying for 1 month stipend for 3 members of the lab school faculty. The lab school is not a coastal science school. So it would be wonderful if you insisted on some clarification between now and the full board meeting. I understand it's late and you're not going to demand that now, but maybe curiosity will come up in your minds between now and a week from now. Probably not, but I can always hope. Thank you.
Good evening. My name is Dr. Linda Hooper Bowie. I'm a professor at LSU in the Coastal Environmental Science. I'm an environmental scientist. I'm also a resident of District 7. My child went to Buchanan Elementary School. She went to Glasgow. She's currently going to be she's a rising sophomore at Baton Rouge High. I am a huge fan of public schools, especially Baton Rouge public schools. So when I heard about the opportunity for LSU to partner with the Eva Lagarde School with East Baton Rouge Parish, I told my dean I was all in. So I had been training the newly hired teachers. I took the Amplify curriculum and I converted it to using the same science standards, and I converted it to a environmentally focused and coastally focused activity-based curriculum. I created problem-based learning for all the teachers, social studies, English, science, math, to work on together. And I also worked on creating a huge list of AR books that are associated with it. So I have worked very hard doing this, and how I did this was the Dean Delia, and I wrote an NSF grant that paid for my time and is also paid for the week-long workshop that I conducted a few weeks ago. And I will be seeing your teachers on Monday morning again for another week-long workshop. And we will, again, work on problem-based and place-based learning with your students. I'm currently working on a $400,000 grant. Can I continue? Because I'm providing information. For the National Science Foundation. We have lots of support from them because they feel like this is a model for the state of Louisiana and the nation. So I'm working on a $400,000 grant for the addition of the 2 new grades for next year and the additional grades the year after. And then if it continues, we'll write another grant. And so the idea is we wanted to put some skin in the game, right? LSU does not have a budget to do this type of partnership, so we wrote a grant. That's what we do. The other thing that was questioned is we're doing a few things with mentoring. So the teachers that are from the lab school, the laboratory school is a very unique model, and those teachers are going to be peer mentors, and I've been in close communication. Oh, I thought I was allowed to continue to talk.
Well, yeah, you get 3 minutes to.
Okay, well then if I'm called up for questions, I can explain the grad students.
Exactly. Thank you, Dr. Bowie. Appreciate those comments. Any other comments from the audience? Seeing none, back to the board. Ms. Dyson.
Yes, thank you for this. This is exciting work. And Dr. Bowie, I will call you back up. My daughter is a graduate from LSU, and she's an environmental scientist as well, and recent environmental sciences project manager. So I thank you for the work that you do. I thank you for writing these grants and the opportunities that this is going to provide for our students in our district. I'm so thrilled. I'm so excited, and it's going to be good work. So if you have a little bit more to share very quickly.
Yes, very quickly. So we are partnering with the lab school so they can be peer mentors. Steve Babcock and Ms. Svensson are very experienced in the peer mentorship, and also they're both scientists. The other thing is the graduate students. I'm very excited about the graduate students. We cannot offer them positions until this is approved. We have one graduate student is getting a master's, finishing a master's at Southern University in urban forestry. She's going to be my PhD student. The other one also has a master's degree, is currently working in 4-H youth development at Southern. And we're recruiting them to be PhD students at LSU with the idea of potentially being, serving as subject matter experts, not teaching in the classroom, but maybe doing small group activities with students or helping the teachers modify their activities that they have planned.
Thank you.
Mr. Goday.
Yes, I just wanted to thank Doctor, and I'm sorry I missed your name and I'm hard of hearing, but thank you very much for all of the hard work that you've been doing to put this in. And I think that this is an example of how, if we try to work with our community partners, we have a unique asset located here in Baton Rouge to work through this. And I'm just so excited about this. And my God, I was talking earlier about good things. Isn't it wonderful that people around the country are looking at us as a model of the right things to do? You know, we tend to get too hard on ourselves. We forget all the good things that are going on and the good progress that we're making. And those require changes, and changes are never easy. But we're actually starting to get recognition for some of the really good things that we're doing. And not only is the recognition good, but the opportunities that it provides to the children and our students and their families is what's really good. And because that's what we're supposed to be here about. So thank you very much. And if there's anything I can do to help as this goes forward, I'm more than happy to help you do that. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Goday. Ms. Ware Jackson.
Thank you, President Tatman. Exciting times at Eva Lagarde. And, but I would like the, our general counsel to make comment around a comment I heard about this item being on a previous agenda. Would
Yes,
you
ma'am.
clarify that, please?
Yes, ma'am. I think the concern was that we have a policy provision that says when an item is considered by the board, regardless of the vote, it can't be reconsidered for 60 days. The policy specifically says that when the motion is to move the item to a meeting, a special meeting, and that fails, the ban does not apply. And so you can bring it back at the next available opportunity, which in this case is the committee of the whole of this month.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Ware Jackson. The board is clear. Madam Secretary, please conduct the vote.
Please vote. The motion carries.
We move now to item C7, consideration of request for the approval of the Louisiana Compliance Questionnaire as required for the 2020-2021 financial audit of the East Baton Rouge Parish School System. Do I have a motion? Moved by Mr. Lannis, seconded by Mr. Ballou. Enthusiastically seconded, Mr. Ballou. There are no comments or questions from the board at the moment, so we go to the audience on item C7. Any comments from the audience on item C7? Seeing none, back to the board. Madam Secretary, board is clear. Conduct the vote, please.
Please vote. Motion carries.
We move to item C8, consideration of a request for the approval to renew the charter school agreement with Helix Mentorship and to provide for related matters. Moved by Ms. Dyson, seconded by Mr. Howard. The board is clear right now. We go to the audience. Any comments on the audience on C8?
Good evening, Tanya Nyman. And I generally come up here whenever there's a contract renewal for a charter school to raise a couple of issues. And I can't get to them all in 3 minutes or less, but I'll do my best. And to try to provide some context about why it's important. But so I'm going to focus on the real estate agreements. One of the things I think is important to note is that I tried to find the financial statements for Helix Mentorship, and I only found 2020. I didn't find 2021, which becomes important when you start looking at the different leases that they have. And they do have a considerable ones. They have two capital leases and also an operating lease. And it looks like they also have a lease agreement with the senior center, and they have leasehold improvements. So there's some sizable money going towards lease payments. Operating leases, for those who don't know, are sort of like a mortgage, but at the end of the mortgage, you don't get the house. The lien holder gets to keep the house. So it is a way of divesting money out of the community. Similarly with an operating lease, which means that you just have to perennially lease your facilities, it means you don't get to invest in infrastructure that the community will own and will benefit future generations and also minimize long-term costs. So instead, you get stuck with this recurring high-end lease. Why is that relevant when we're talking about children, and why is it important when we're trying to provide a quality education to children? Well, let's go back to what happened during Jim Crow, when you had a segregated school system with a white controlled board that would then vote to invest in infrastructure that benefited the majority white communities, but not in the majority Black communities in the schools that served African American children. It was a form of divesting the community from infrastructure. But of course, unfortunately, that financial arrangement didn't end, it evolved. And so now, instead of investing in infrastructure in majority Black communities that will serve the most vulnerable children in future generations, it is a way for private companies to siphon those funds out of the community so that they, more often than not, largely go back to real estate companies owned by, billionaires. So it is important when we're talking about how to run a system efficiently so those tax dollars can go to the education of the children and not to landlords who are profiting from the system, because these are dollars that were slated for educational expenses, and so they are no longer being invested in that. So it's a double whammy. One, the money doesn't get spent on educating the child, and two, the money doesn't get invested properly so that there's a long-term benefit to the community.
Thank you. I'm James Finney. I'm curious exactly how bad a charter would have to be for this board to say, we tried it, it was a bad idea, let's bring that money back to direct public control. Pay attention to how much in the general fund budget is set aside for charter schools. I think type 1's at something like $97 million. It's outrageous. With this school in particular, the folks in charge of the charter several years ago came back and asked for an early renewal so they could arrange buying the building. That didn't happen. Flipped from one real estate investment trust to another real estate investment trust. And now it's owned by an allegedly nonprofit corporation that's controlled by the same Bessie member that is the CEO of the charter management organization. There are 3 or 4 different nonprofit organizations clearly designed to obfuscate the public from what's happened with the money. Furthermore, I once had the occasion to ask someone who answered the phone at the school if I could be given instructions as to when the next public meeting was scheduled to be held and where. And I was told, well, I'll have to check, but those aren't open to the public. This organization has been hostile to democracy, at least for the last several years. But here's a more important point. This community would not accept a school that was 97% white in its student body. I don't think this community should accept a school that is 97% Black in its student body, particularly when it's not based on a neighborhood. At least until the Supreme Court has one more crack at it, Brown versus Board of Education is the law of the land. Separate and equal or unequal is not acceptable. 97% is an unacceptable percentage for any racial group in an open choice school. if they can't or won't attract a diverse student body, they should not have access to public funds, period. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Finney. Any more comments from the public?
Oh, we missing some people. Karonda Corley, parent and disabilities advocate. Several states now have recently passed, their judges have actually ruled stating that charter schools are not public schools. And as a result, they're now telling them that they cannot receive funding from their traditional school systems. It was ruled in Virginia. It was also ruled in North Carolina. But just in case you wanted to look it up. So that's something that we should actually look at, because one of the things that the senators have argued during this legislative session was how when the charter bill passed, it talked about charter schools being experiments. And with experiments, we're supposed to get results. You're supposed to have a control group and a variable group. I don't need to explain the scientific method to you, do I? Because I think that we all should know that that's something you learn in elementary school. But just in case you forgot it for any reason or another, none of the data has actually been collected in our state. Now, if we have to look at the charter experiment and what it has taught us that it is failing tremendously in New Orleans, and it is failing our children with disabilities at a disproportionate rate. So we have schools like Helix Mentorship that does not have children with disabilities attending. And when I'm talking about children with disabilities, just for the record, I'm talking about children with autism. I'm talking about children with spina bifida, with cerebral palsy, children with brachial plexus, those type of disabilities, children with CVI, cortical visual impairment, TVI. The list goes on. Deaf, hard of hearing, because I know Mr. Gode just said that he was hard of hearing. So these type of students are not allowed to attend that school. We cannot provide funding to schools that directly discriminate against our children, because all children are supposed to be able to enter into any school building. The only ones that legally can actually say that they're not going to accept children with disabilities are private schools. But if they're receiving a voucher courtesy of this state, then they actually have to accept them too. That's called civil rights violation. And I think that's something that we need to look at. So I strongly say no to providing funding to discriminatory practices. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Corley. Any additional public comments? All right, seeing none, back to the board. Board Member Lannis.
Well, I can't say thank you, President. I'll say thank you, Mr. Superintendent. Well, I heard quite a few things. One, I want to revisit one of the comments I just heard. One about charter schools not being deemed public schools. I'll just take us back to the landmark case in 2018, where the Louisiana Supreme Court did in fact rule that charter schools are public schools and are entitled to MFP funding. This is not something that the school board has ruled on. This is not something that we have made policy behind. We only follow the policies that the state provides, and the state provides that charter schools are in fact public schools. Two, the comments that I'm hearing right now, it sounds like we're saying to vote the school down. Well, I'll tell you what happened if we vote the school down tonight. They're going to go to Bessie, and Bessie's going to approve them. The reason why Bessie's going to approve them, because they meet every requirement by Bessie but one, and they still give them time to fall into compliance. Me, for one, as a board member, I would much rather have Helix under our control and management, because our guidelines for charters are much different than the state. And they have reached every single requirement that we have asked of them. Three, I would say thank you, Helix, for all that you have done inside of our community. I know where you started off at. I know you had a difficult job. I remember when your school was almost an F, and it was barely hanging on to that D. And now you have exceeded those expectations, and over again, and your school is now a C. In fact, it's ranked higher than some of our traditional schools. So let's just be clear. I just like to be honest about things, right? And in saying that, I say, not only do I think you all deserve a renewal, again, you have done a phenomenal job with the challenges that you face every single day. Some of the same challenges that our traditional schools face. Can some things change? Absolutely. But I like what you have brought to our community. The very first aviation school, the very first legal academy inside of our community, where we now have partnerships with Southern University Law Center, with the Baton Rouge Regional Airport. These are impacts that cannot simply be measured on paper, because you are also changing the lives and trajectory of the students that attend those schools. And I just say kudos to you and continue doing the work. And I heard a comment about Brown versus the Board of Education, and I just wanted to clear something up. Brown versus the Board of Education spoke about access in terms of demographics as it regard Black students going to schools that they could not get into due to legal barriers that prevented them from going there, racial barriers. Had nothing to do with charters, anything like that. It was about access for African American and students of color going to the same schools and having the same education as their counterparts. There is not one provision that has been set forth by this school that has said white students cannot attend. If they choose not to, because their parents don't want them to, they don't have to. But their doors are open every single day. It's not a lottery system. You can come and apply, and if you get in, you will have a phenomenal time. I've been on your campus, all of them, and you're doing a phenomenal job, which is the reason why you were approved for several other schools. These are the types of quality schools that we talk about when we say charter schools. It's not that we try to ostracize you all or divide you or build division. These are the type of schools that we need if you're going to be inside of our community of or cohesion of schools that we have inside East Baton Rouge Parish. So I just say kudos to you. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Lannis. Mr. Godeg?
I'm good.
You good? Oops, sorry about that. The board is clear. Madam Secretary, please call the roll. Conduct the vote.
Please
Low
vote.
sugar, low everything.
The motion carries.
We move to C9, consideration of a request for the approval of the recommendation from Gwen Shamlin, General Counsel, East Baton Rouge Parish School System, in the matter of Sophia Hunt versus Christy L. Woods, East Baton Rouge Parish School System, and Berkeley Insurance Company, docket number 700231, Section 25, 19th Judicial District Court, Parish of East Baton Rouge, State of Louisiana, and to provide for related matters. Do I have a motion? Moved by Mr. Ballou, seconded by Mr. Lannis. The board is clear for the moment. Any comments from the audience on C9?
Rhonda Corley, parent disabilities advocate. You know I would never miss speaking on my favorite subject, litigation.
Sure.
I think that we should pay any and every person that sue our school system, because our school system violates every single law. Civil Rights Act, Individuals Disabilities Education Act, American Disabilities Act. The list goes on and on. We stay violating. I can even talk about the abuse of force.
Let's talk about the agenda item.
So litigation, always pay the people. We definitely should. I don't know how much BRAC and Baton Rouge Area Foundation is paying attention, but the number of litigation cases that we have against our school system is horrific. And we wouldn't have this many if we would just simply follow the law. It's just that easy. We have Hammond, Sears, Atkins, Geis, Jonas, and Perkins at our fingertips. We can call Wayne T. Stewart at the drop of a dime. We pay him a lot of money, courtesy of Individuals Disabilities Education Act, and that money should be going to our kids in the classroom. So yes, litigation, pay it. And the next case that comes before you, if it's mine, pay that one too. Because, hey, they're coming. Every lawsuit, everybody that's probably even watching via YouTube because they don't have no ADA, it's not in ADA compliance, they don't have closed captioning on there when they watching it on YouTube. That litigation, yeah. most definitely pay it. I approve that message. Thank you so much, Board President Tapp.
Any other comments from the audience on C9? Seeing no other comments from the audience or no questions or comments from the board, Madam Secretary, please conduct the vote.
Please vote. Motion carries.
We move to C10, consideration of a request for the approval of policy EFAA. Do I have a motion? You want to hear a little about it first?
I'd like to hear about what's different.
Yeah, so can you, go ahead. You want to move it, Mark?
Yeah, I'd like to make a motion that we defer this to a date uncertain.
Moved by Mr. Blue, seconded by Ms. Dyson. The board is clear right now, so we go to the audience, and the motion is to defer to a date uncertain, item C10. Any comments from the audience on deferring the item? Seeing none, back to the board. The board is clear. Madam Secretary, please conduct the vote.
Please vote. The motion carries.
We move now to item C11, consideration of a request for the approval of policy BCB, school board meeting rules of procedure. Mr. Howard, you want to move? Yeah. Moved by Mr. Howard, seconded by Ms. Ware-Jack. Did you want? No? Okay. Seconded by Mr. Blue. Mr. Howard.
Thank you, President Tapman. So this particular item is really something that's been weighing on me heavily since January. My first meeting on this board lasted about 7 hours. And in that meeting, we were in here till almost 2 o'clock in the morning. We talked nothing about kids. We spent 7 hours like fighting in the weeds around issues that actually have no impact on kids. I think oftentimes as a board, we forget that we're a governing body and a policy-making body. We get into operational things, we get into the weeds of so many things, and when we see problems within the school district, our resolve as board members, as a governing body, is policy. If we do research on the things that we talk about as a collective body, 90% of it should be about policy. Instead, we spend 90% of our time managing folks that are not even employees of ours. I think as a collective body, this will drive impact, this will drive efficiency, and this will get us back to the business of what we as a collective board should be doing. We have people who have been on this board for a very long time. And one of the things that I talked about today at a work meeting is strategic planning is how are we measuring your effectiveness? When we spend hours and hours on this mic talking about things that have no resolve or no impact on kids, what are we truly doing? In my mind, we're wasting time. So this policy is being brought today as an opportunity to get us back to the business of this board, to drive efficiency, and to do the things that we should be doing to impact students and make sure that these boards and the comments that we made are driven for student impact. If you're spending hours and hours and hours and hours at board meetings, students in this district should have a different trajectory of what they do, and they don't. So we need to check ourselves. And I believe this policy will allow us to check ourselves as well as drive this administration to be more efficient about how we conduct meetings and what we're talking about and when we're talking about them. I've spent 4 years on this board. We've wasted a lot of time. I only have 10 more meetings left. And I hope that this board and this policy will drive us to be more efficient and resonate and impact around students of this district. So maybe it won't pass tonight, and maybe people will want to prolong it for a date uncertain or pull it off for the next 60 days. But I hope that it allows you, if nothing else, to check yourself and check your impact and check your own effectiveness as a board member.
Thank you, Mr. Howard. Ms. Ware Jackson.
Thank you, President Tatman. I would like to visit number 6 and number 7 and pull this piece off. The number 6 is in the event more than 5 members of a community request to speak on an agenda item, the presiding officer will have the option to reduce the time for comment for each individual to be less than 3 minutes. I think that there's already some pushback around people being able to speak in these meetings, and I think any attempt to reduce that right would be wrong. And so I don't support this piece of it. The rest of it, I'm fully in support of. And number 7, it doesn't match the previous one. I agree with the 5 minutes and the rebuttal, but the piece about having someone called up take part of that 5-minute allotment of time would decrease our ability to get the information that we need to make an educated decision. If we call someone up from the audience and they have information for us, I would not want to be limited to those 5 minutes. So I would like to amend that so that we can take care of those 2 items. So if I need to make a substitute motion to accept it with amendments of eliminating number 6 and amending number 7 to take out the piece about having a speaker that's called up, especially during committee of the whole. You know, we've seen this tonight. We see it all the time, and we only have one committee meeting. So.
So is that an offer of a substitute motion?
Yes,
Okay.
it
Do
is.
y'all have that? Because you're going to have to read it back.
Yes.
Is there a second to that motion?
Looks like the gag order is in place.
Are you seconding it?
With a friendly, I guess. The only thing that I could go along with would be to, and I appreciate this being brought to us, but the only thing that I can second is if it only includes that, you know, when we ask for staff members to give us information. That'd be the only part that I could go along with seconding this.
I believe that's what Ms. Ware Jackson requested.
No, I think she's requesting 6 plus that.
Yeah, 6 as well, because I don't think we should be reducing the time for public speaking, for the public comment.
And that wouldn't be
Because if we have more
necessarily,
than,
it would be at the discretion of the chair, depending on how many are lined up.
So Ms. Ware Jackson has made a motion which Ms. Dyson has offered to second if it's amended. We just need a decision.
okay, well, I'll accept that.
Okay, so we have a motion and a second, and you all have captured it.
I need to make sure we've captured it.
Okay, so well, let's see if we can walk back through it. I need to, because we need to understand the second so that the public understands. I'm sorry,
Okay.
the substitute, not the second, the substitute.
Oh. Would you like me?
Yeah, and I guess, yes, and
So-
sure, the second, go ahead.
So, all of this stands, except that I believe that we're going to take out the amendment to the policy maintains this provision, but now specifies that the 5-minute allotment include any requests by the board member made to any staff member and staff responses. And we're going to just take that out because there's sometimes that we need that information and the public needs that information. And so I can do it if that is the only exception to all of this.
So Ms. Ware Jackson originally asked that number 6 be accepted, but we are changing the motion to allow number 6?
Well, it looks like it unless we can send this without recommendation.
We can send it without recommendation.
Let's do that. Send it to the full board meeting without recommendation.
So the substitute motion is to send it to the full board without recommendation. And that's moved by Ms. Ware Jackson and seconded by Ms. Dyson. Ms. Ware Jackson, no? To move it without recommendation, you don't want to do that? Okay.
Wow. Well, it looks like we're stuck with some gag orders here.
Okay, so the second is, the motion is to move the item to the full board meeting next week without recommendation. It's moved by Ms. Ware Jackson and seconded by Ms. Dyson.
And what I'll do in the meantime is meet with Ms. Ware Jackson, Ms. Dyson, and Mr. Howard, and try to come up with a policy change that will meet everyone's needs ahead of next week's regular meeting.
Okay, so we're on the substitute motion. I'm going to clear the board. Is there any board members that want to make any comments right now? Mr. Goday?
Yes, first of all, I'd like to thank Mr. Howard for taking on this task. I think it's very badly needed. I think the second thing is we need to be very careful here, because if we put time limits on meetings, but don't put some kind of way to control some level of the public input, we run ourselves into the possibility of filibusters, where you could line up an infinite number of people to come in and try to take their 3 minutes, and we never get past an item because of that. So I strongly support that. There's no law that says we need to have 3 minutes. We say we need to provide comment. That's been the policy. But as I understand, our current policy would have allowed us to reduce to 3 minutes at the discretion of the board or with the, so that's not a change from our current policy, which we had. It just outlines it in more detail, if I'm correct.
I believe it does give a little more authority to the chair to reduce the speaking time when there are numerous, when more than 5 persons are speaking. So
Correct.
it does give a little more authority to the chair.
It does give a little more authority to
Yes.
the chair, but we do have the authority today to reduce the 3 minutes down.
Yes,
if we
with the
so
authority
choose.
of the board. That's correct.
And also, I think the Metro Council follows that kind of thing. So I will strongly support that we not do this and pass the motion as it is written. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Goday.
So I'm going to speak to one more issue here. This is actually a change to the rules of meeting procedure. It requires 6 votes and not 5. So I want to make sure the board understands that. I am going to ask the question, and I believe I'm correct about this. This is not really an approval. This is merely a sending without recommendation. So I think we can send without recommendation with 5 votes, but next week we would have to pull it and approve it with 6. Okay.
Okay. Ms. Ware Jackson, you are up.
Oh, yeah. Well, I just don't believe in gag orders. It just sounds like we're restricting the public too much. I think if we were in the habit of not putting so much on agendas, this would also decrease the time that we would be in a board meeting. And, and not stack meetings, if at all possible. So that's my concern. And we often have, only 5 comments is not, 5 people making a comment is not that many people. So I just don't agree with that. And I just wouldn't want to support that. We're just moving in a strange direction in this district. And it just looks like we're suppressing too many rights here. I agree that we need to have some limits on our time, but I believe there are ways that we can do that without hindering public comment.
Thank you, Ms. Ware Jackson. Mr. Howard, I had bounced Ms. Dyson off, so you'll be next, Ms. Dyson.
Yes, I too want to thank Mr. Howard for bringing this forward. I think it is a well thought through plan, and I just wanted to. I think I'm ready to withdraw my second for the moving it without recommendation.
Okay.
Just take me off that. I think
Okay.
that it's going to provide for much more efficient meetings. So.
Is there any other second, because I really need to go back, any other second for Ms. Ware Jackson's motion? Seeing none, that motion dies for lack of a second. We are back on the original motion for Mr. Howard and Mr. Ballou, which is to report as it is, right? Yeah, I'm sorry. All right, Mr. Howard.
So I just want to be very clear. Ms. Ware Jackson, to your point, I think that you are mischaracterizing the intent of this resolution or this policy change. This has absolutely nothing to do with a gag order. That's just a mischaracterization of what my intent was. I have sat on this board for 4 years now. This is more about us than anything. This is more about this administration being efficient about how we produce and present information. The public, nothing about what the public can do has changed. We oftentimes hear from the public, and it's 100 people who share the same idea of how to provide public input. So the mischaracterization is we're not putting a gag order on the public. The public still has access to us even outside of meeting times. They can send emails, they can call, and they can still do the same thing that they've been able to do from day one. This is about us being a governing body and not filibustering ourselves and grandstanding on issues that have no impact. Many of us have got on this mic and talked for 20 minutes with nothing coming out of it. Literally a bunch of nothing. So this ain't about the public. So I just really have to denounce the mischaracterization of the intent of this. This is about us. So let's be very clear on what it's about.
Thank you, Mr. Howard. I'm up. So I think it's important that we're talking about this at 11:33 on a Thursday night. And my issue is really that if you're at the end of an agenda, you become less important. So depending on how the agenda is written, the first items get more attention and the last items don't. I'm fully supportive of this. I'm not saying the language is perfect, but I appreciate you bringing it. With regard to the comment about stacking meetings, these meetings were actually all set up, because I saw that in an email. These meetings were all set up by board action. I didn't set them up. We moved the budget to today. We called a special meeting to put items that we couldn't pass on today, on a day that was already a committee of the whole. So there's no stacking of a meeting. This is just the way it turned out. The other thing is I would tell you is, probably may need to look at our policy in other ways too, because I have traditionally and been very methodical about the fact that if a board member asks for an agenda item, I put it on. The lengthy meetings we have had recently were people who sent very long, very detailed agenda items. That one of them ended up being a 2.5 hour. It was an addition, and it was 2.5 hours. And so, I think we have to be careful about, we need to get to the business of the people, and we need to do it in an organized and efficient way. And I'm going to say this straight up. If everybody on this board, if every member of this board came prepared, they did their homework, they reviewed the backup, they met with the staff, these meetings would take a third of the time. And so the only thing I'm going to ask from all of you, though, is as I implement this, sitting in this seat, I want to make sure that I'm fair in how I implement it. So I want to make sure I understand it. I want to make sure that it flows very well and no one says, well, you know, Mr. Tapman's doing this or whatever. I want some consistency and I'm going to need your help on that if this is to pass. But that's going to be a very important part of it, that everybody knows what to expect in terms of how the meeting will be handled. And frankly, when I cut you off, don't get mad at me. I mean, you can get mad at me, I don't really care, but don't accuse me of being unfair. You can, I'm sure all of you have been mad at me at one point or another. So those are the points that I wanted to make, but I fully support something that helps us do the business of the people more efficiently. And I don't have a problem limiting a board member's ability because we limit the public's ability in time. Why can't we be as effective at getting that information out? So I used all my words for tonight. Ms. Ware-Jackson.
Look, don't be offended, either one of you. I support this. We've been talking about this for a long time. Tonight is not the only night that we've had meetings stacked, you know, and we've been talking about it, you know, and pardon my term, stacked. But we've been talking about this for a while. We've had several meetings that have been very long, and this is not just the first time. We all agree that we don't want to be here at midnight. We've been here even longer at some previous meetings. I appreciate you bringing this forward, Mr. Howard. I really appreciate the work that Ms. Collins worked on this earlier, trying to bring it earlier. Mr. Shamlin has worked on this as well. What I saw originally came straight from the Metro, you know, and I reviewed that and was in agreement with most of that. And then seeing these changes was a little bit disconcerting because I know that we need to be in control of what's on the agenda and making sure that we don't have too much on an agenda with so much stuff loaded that we can barely get through it. And, you know, our brain power is gone after a certain amount of time. And I think it would cause us to be a lot more prepared in what we're going to comment on and how we're going to do it. And so I agree on the 5 minutes for board meetings. I'm sorry, for board members. You see what I mean? 5 minutes for the board members and time limits on the meeting lengths. And if I can go back to the original suggestion of taking out that time for staff to give information, I think that's even more critical than anything, because we need the information to make the right decisions. So if I can go back and make the substitute motion to, as we had spoken of before, where Ms. Dyson was in agreement on taking out that piece about staff comments interfering or counting within that 5 minutes, I think that at least would be more agreeable. So can we do that?
So Ms. Ware-Jackson has made a motion. Is there a second to that motion? Hearing no second, dies for lack of a second. You done?
Yeah.
Okay. Thank you, Ms. Ware-Jackson. Mr. Lannis.
Yes, thank you, Mr. President, for passing the mic, but also for your comments. You said so much that it's almost too much to unpack, but you said a lot. And what I'll just hint on is the fact that if we are prepared before we walk into the meetings, these meetings truly will not last that long. If we go and we talk and we meet with staff members when they are available. I mean, oftentimes you'll hear people say they haven't talked to the superintendent. I can, for one, I know for a fact that he calls every single board member and asks for direct input. But when we get in meetings, we hear that we're not talking to him or he's not talking to us. Well, I can just simply say that's just not true. And the last thing I'll end with is the words that we use, they have power behind them. So when you use words or terms like gag order, a gag order is something that is specifically administered by a court to stop a person from talking on specific issues. That's not happening with our board. Now, we're not talking about any issues that happen with principals. We're simply talking about when the public comes to the mic, nobody's trying to place a gag order on them. We don't even have the authority to do something like that. I just want us to be careful and clear about the words that we sometimes choose and we say. This is not to be egregious towards any board members, but I just think that it gives the impression to the audience that are listening at home and the public that something malicious is taking place, and it's just not the case. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Lannis. We now go to the audience. Any comments on the audience on item C11?
I have several comments. First, based on Mr. Shamlin's recommendation, it seems unwise to put this on the consent agenda. It seems much more prudent to send it without objection. Second, I tried comparing the existing policy BCB with what appeared to be the background before the modifications on this policy is presented on board docs. And I couldn't get that to match because I was looking for what the current rule is about the 5-minute clock. And so I would hope that in the next week, you could make sure that you're comparing the existing BCB and then do the understrikes and the fill-ins and when I printed it, red and black print out exactly the same. So it was on a black and white printer. So you might try shading or something instead, just to make it clear what the policy is now and what is proposed that it would become. Next, with respect to, I think it's item 6, restricting the public's time will make almost no difference to those of us that are used to speaking in public. We will squeeze our comments to the time that is available. But if the public gets the message that their input is not welcome, it will have a chilling effect on those of us that aren't, as a hobby, doing this on a frequent basis. So I would be very careful about leaning toward shortening people's time. 3 minutes isn't that long, and it's not what makes your meetings last a long time. I do think it would be at least somewhat entertaining, maybe it's the anarchist in me, watching those of you on the board actually be on a 5-minute clock and see what happens when the buzzers go off. Not sure that's gets us toward good government, but it would be interesting. But finally, it's not the Jillibusters, to use the term that somebody else has so cutely coined, or any of the long comments by any of the rest of you that keep these meetings going forever. There was a recent example when I taught my 4-hour class that starts at 5:30 and came here and you were still on presentations and hadn't gotten to an action item yet. You must insist the administration start coming prepared. So I think it was Mr. Howard's point with board members doing their homework. They can't do their homework until they've gotten the assignment. So unless the administration is forced to come prepared and have reasonable lengths of agenda items, your meetings aren't going to get any shorter. Thank you.
Storm Matthews. Thank you, Board Member Howard, for most of this policy. As somebody who has been here till 2 o'clock in the morning with you all, seeing that it will end at 9 o'clock brings joy to my heart. However, Of course, I don't like number 6. It's not us that makes us go this long. Of course, when there's major things like school calendar, when I will organize every teacher and every parent in this district to be here, then yeah, that does take a while. But if we work on communication in the district, then we don't have that problem. I never knew we had a 5-minute rule. That was already a policy that you guys had that just wasn't being used. So if that's the case, why don't we work on that first and enact that before you come at the public who isn't what makes the meetings run long? The presentations take forever. Some of them we need, though. I'm not saying don't do the presentations because we need the information, but everything within time. So just with that, but I'm very happy that we'll be getting out of here at 9:00 on twice a month basis. That's wonderful. Thank you.
Good evening, Tanya Nyman. No one likes the marathon meetings, of course. It's grueling on everyone, and I certainly don't think it encourages public participation even because people can't stay into the wee hours, most folks, right? Look at the numbers dwindling, right? But this is not the actual solution, if you ask me. It actually is continuing down the road that created the problem in the first place, which is destabilizing our public bodies. And I think what begins with that is actually by keeping you guys at part-time positions. It's quite clear that there is so much business that this board needs to get done, and it can't be done on with a part-time board. I would go into the need to reverse the problems created by Act 1 and Act 2 passed by Bobby Jindal in 2012, but I only have 3 minutes to talk, so we can't talk about that. But I can talk about the need for full-time board members that are appropriately compensated so we can attract people who really want to be public servants and make a career of good governance, and also get rid of, the 3-term limits, which is after 10 years is when people are really beginning to learn the nuances and the daily stuff of what goes on in and out, and they become experts in their fields. And then you'd actually have well-run, efficient meetings, and you could meet more than the 2 times a month. And so therefore, you could have a shorter agenda. And if you were actually fairly compensated, then you wouldn't have to worry about any repercussions for a vote that wasn't popular with, all those companies and corporations and stuff that like to say that, by golly, we need trained workers around here. And that's what our education is all about, not good citizenship or an understanding how civics works and good government works and a belief in the good of the whole and public infrastructure and, all of that kind of good stuff. So I strongly urge you to reconsider this route. I don't think it's going to have the effects you hope for. It's only going to exacerbate the worst of the ills. And let's think a different way and a different route so that we can indeed get down to the business of building quality education that serves all children and provides them with that's only can be done with a truly democratically controlled system. And you need the public for that. And you need the ability to express yourself in more than 5-minute increments to do that. And the public needs more time to do that. Thank you.
Karonda Corley, parent and disabilities advocate. It is now 48 minutes after 11:00 p.m. My child is still here. He's actually laying in the front by the constable asleep. Every single board meeting and committee of the whole, I faithfully attend with my child, even when we had him at the PDC until 3 a.m. I do think that we should limit the time as far as in the time that our board meeting lasts. But when I think about the issues that are not being addressed for my child and for other children just like him, I can't shorten the public's comments because it's important. And I think that sometimes we forget that these kids are our future. That's who matter. These children. I've made several recommendations. One, we can move the board meetings to Saturdays. Because if we did it on a Saturday, even though I know it's not popular, but if we did it on a Saturday, I think most people don't work on Saturdays except for during legislative session. Board president, I know. Session sometimes runs on a Saturday and a Sunday, but Saturdays. A second recommendation, bringing back the committees. Bringing back those actual committees. Those committees were very effective. Those committees worked. Those committees allowed the public to give their input. That also allowed those presentations to actually occur then. And if we needed more information, then the superintendent and his cabinet could actually provide it at the committee of the whole or at the next meeting. But it allowed those many different opportunities and channels. Last but definitely not least, provide food and drinks and beds and blankets, because we be here late, and I mean it sometimes, we leave and go and get stuff. And most definitely, can we please provide a room for the children that actually do attend? I know faithfully I bring my child, and sometimes it interfere with other members in the public. I know he's ran on the podium up there with the our board members, but if he had a room that was sensory friendly like he did at the PDC, then he would not interfere with us actually doing the democratic process that y'all were elected to do. I know it says in our student rights and responsibility handbook that ignorance does not constitute as a form of defense, and so it should not constitute as one for us. We definitely need to follow the ethics that we actually are sworn in to do, and that's to serve our children. So thank you, Board Member Howard. I pray that y'all follow those recommendations. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Corley. Any other comments from the audience? Seeing none, we're back to the board. Mr. Goday?
Yeah, thank you, President Tapman. Again, I'll be very brief, but again, I just want to correct some impressions that may have been given to the public here. At the board meeting that it was talked about, we had so many presentations that went on for hours. As you said earlier about this meeting, at that meeting, every one of those detailed presentations were requested by specific board members with specific items that they wanted covered in that thing. So, as Mr. Howard said, we need to look around at us. A lot of people around here are sitting there saying, blaming the administration and blaming this, that, and the other. We are the ones who have asked for all these details and detailed presentations. And that meeting in particular, I know that every one of those presentations was asked for by a board member. So, we need to be careful, and we need to understand what we're doing, but, we've met the enemy and they is us. Is that Pogo said that?
Yeah, I think so.
People in the audience aren't old enough to remember Pogo, probably, but we have met the member and they is us on this thing. So we need to do a better job, and I echo what Mr. Howard said. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Goday. I'm on the board. I definitely am for this. I struggle with further limiting public comment. It's just one of the things. I mean, I think at 3 minutes, particularly if there's a standard that says that if, maybe if they have 3 minutes, we could handle it in 3 minutes, right? I do have a little concern if a board member asks a question and it takes a staff member a little longer because it's more complicated, but I'm willing to work through this process because we clearly need to do something, right? And so I appreciate, again, Mr. Howard bringing this. I don't want anyone, and I don't think any board member here wants to do anything to in any way stifle public comment. I think it's about managing it. And I look forward to the challenge of getting all of my comments into a 5-minute presentation. I'm kind of kidding, but Mark is the one to get him to do it in 5 minutes. That's going to be tough. I'm just messing with you. So I do think this is a great discussion to have, and I appreciate you all bringing it. And the board is clear. And Madam Secretary, please conduct the vote.
Please vote.
That's all right. Do it again.
you can grab it.
The motion carries.
All right, we go to item D1, redistricting report. Mr. Shamlin?
Thank you, Dr. Narcisse. Ms. Ware Jackson requested an update on our redistricting efforts. As you know, we are in the midst of litigation. Currently, we have an action pending before the Court of Appeal. On June 17th, the trial court issued a judgment ordering the use of the Ware Collins Plan 111 and forbidding the use of Plan 22. The matter was appealed to the Court of Appeals, First Circuit. First Circuit upheld, the First Circuit prohibited the use of the Ware Collins Plan, but did not overturn the trial court's banning of Plan 22. So we are in a situation currently where neither plan can be used, and it's the interpretation of counsel, both internal and external, that we would currently run on the current 9-member plan until a decision is rendered. There is a court hearing set for August 10th of 2022 at 9:30 a.m. At that point, there will be a judgment of some sort or a decision made of some sort. And that decision can go a number of ways. And so we'll have to wait until August 10th. Until that time, we've been in consultation with the attorneys for the Secretary of State, who are also party to the suit, and they are of the opinion that we have to use the current 9-member configuration as well. So I know Ms. Ware Jackson and other board members were interested in an update on that. There was also a request for cost associated with the redistricting process. This was quite a challenge. I talked with Ms. Ware Jackson, and we did as much as we could before this meeting. We'll probably need to do a little bit more calculation with our CFO to figure out salaries, try to figure out accurate use of time by staff involved in the redistricting process. As you know, in addition to myself and April and IT, we had a number of staff people involved in televising meetings, setting up for meetings, taking down for meetings. And so to actually get an accurate calculation of their salaries and the time put in, it's going to take us a little bit of effort. So we're going to work that up and hopefully get a further update within the next week to share with the board. And that is my redistricting update as of tonight. And I'll take any questions.
Board Member Ware Jackson?
Thank you, Dr. Narcisse. No one's here from the team that represented us in court. My question to them was, have they worked on cases such as this in our state court and around federal cases that infringe upon the Voting Rights Act? They're not here to respond to that, but I was looking at a particular statute that says that right after the release of the U.S. Census, federal, state, parish, school board, and cities who are elected by districts examine them for population equality based on federal law, one person, one vote, or for malapportionment, or the 10% deviation rule that started with the U.S. Supreme Court in the 1960s with the Reynolds versus Sims case in 1964. The 2020 U.S. Census showed that the EBR school board districts had a 39% deviation. District 3, the smallest district with a population of 36,152, and District 7, the largest district with a population of 53,230, with District 3 being less than 16%. That's below the ideal district size, and District 7 being well over at 23.7%, well above the ideal district size. And adding those two extreme districts gives you a 39.7% deviation. The federal courts have stopped elections on redistricting plans being more than 10% in Louisiana, in St. John and Jefferson parishes. And based on research of Louisiana RS 1771.5, given that our school elections are scheduled for November 2022, within the 2 years of the release of the 2020 U.S. Census, this board had until March 1st, 2022, not December 31st, 2023. The Secretary of State, with a different state law, gave political bodies until June 22nd, 2022, 4 weeks before qualifying, to submit a redistricting plan. It seems like this board is stuck because the Secretary of State receiving a redistricting resolution for Plan 22, and the court has ruled, as you said, it null and void for violating state law. So there is no legal plan in the Secretary of State's office to qualify from for the July 20th through 22nd qualification time. For the July 21st board meeting, I'll be placing the Ware Collins 11-member plan on the agenda to be adopted. If the plan is not adopted, then for the August meeting, there will be a proposed 9-member plan that does not violate the Voting Rights Act or state law. Since state law requires the advertisement of a redistricting plan, I will be making that request for the advertisement. There should be no plan to qualify for office because the court threw out Plan 22 that was adopted in time for the June 22nd deadline. Now, we've spent well over $100,000, and it's still counting, to do the wrong thing and ignore the purpose of redistricting. We could have easily spent under $25,000 and had a plan that does not break state law or federal law with split precincts or violate thousands of citizens' voting rights if we had kept our hands out of it and accepted the recommendation of the RFQ Redistricting Committee. So I wanted to just inform the board of that, and I appreciate the budget being attached, and I realize that staff hours haven't been calculated at 150 plus average hours. I'll be looking to see what that is, and if you could bring that to us at the full board meeting, I would appreciate it. Thank you.
Board Member Godet?
This seems like this is my meeting to separate fact from opinion. Couple of quick things. One is, am I correct that the Plan 22 was ruled invalid at the district court level because it violated the letter of the law around split precincts? Is that correct, General Counsel?
That's correct.
Am I also correct that that's the first time that that argument has ever been used to try to invalidate a district?
I'm not aware of the answer. I can't answer that fairly because I'm not sure if
I'm
that's
pretty sure it is. Secondly, there has been no court finding. In fact, there's not even been a suit filed to say that the Plan 22 was discriminatory. And so for it to be characterized that way, strictly an opinion, and maybe it's a valid opinion, I don't know, but it is not a legal judgment and is not something that can be said with certainty. That is an opinion held by some, held by many, but it is not a certainty that that is. And so I want to make sure that that was clearly understood. And for the third part about the timing of the thing, the 4 weeks before qualification is necessary for the Secretary of State to set up their requirements, and so that's his thing. But my understanding is the release of the data for the census, for the 2020 census, was in mid-August of 2021.
It actually occurred April 26th of 2021.
No, that was the preliminary data.
Okay.
The final data was mid-August.
But it wouldn't matter because the state law says that you have until the second year following the data being delivered to the president. So whether it's April or August, that still puts you at December of 2023 as the date that you would have to reapportion.
I thought it was the March 1st of the second month.
It's
second
December. It's the last. Yeah.
Okay, well, anyway, we either have to March of 2023 or December of 2023 to do that. So that's the way I read the law also in doing that. So I just wanted to make sure that we had some clarity around what's opinion and what's actual fact that's been determined by a judge or that. And so all of these things are still under appeal, and we'll see where it goes. Thank you.
Board Member Jackson? Where Jackson?
I just find it interesting that this board spent 50 years in litigation. And even when we looked at our budget, one of the first things written was about the right to sue and be sued. You know, everything seems to be around litigation. We would rather just spend every dime of our kids' money on litigation, frivolous stuff that you know, Mr. Gaudet, very well is wrong and violates Voting Rights Act and violates the rights of thousands of citizens in this city. And this board sat here, at least 5 board members sat here without saying one word, with pleas from the public to do the right thing, and you refused to do the right thing. You would rather spend every dime of our children's money to do the wrong thing. And that's disgusting, absolutely disgusting. This district has been in a state of denial. It's been in a state of just deception for the last 10 years since that 2014 plan was set. There were things that happened during that time that were just outrageous to think about. Information that was not brought forward, things that we did not do that would have exposed the fact that this plan was actually a 6-3 plan. It wasn't until August of last year when we put our little dirty hands in there. First, we said we're going to give this to an RFQ committee so that in the interest of public trust and transparency. And then what did we do? Just abuse those words. You know, just hid our hidden agendas the whole time. I asked that demographer, the first one that was there, to the one that actually worked on the first plan, to come forward and talk about the reality of the 2014 plan. They would rather quit than do that. This board would rather hire someone else who would not even work on a plan that was reflective of the district. After being asked for a whole month, he dragged his feet and made excuses, finally threw out a little plan that was just, and had a memo that refuted his work. That work was a total waste of money and time, a whole year and a half, and now we're still here, you know, insisting that people in this area are not represented properly by this board. I have lost just total respect for you all. It is just an awful thing that you have done and insist on doing at the cost of the district and the children. And you talk about wanting to serve the children, yet you're ripping them off in their future voting rights, the ones, and even the ones that are in high school. This, what you're doing will affect this district and this city and kids' education for years and years to come. And each of you will suffer for it. You will.
All right. Any other comment from board members? All right. We'll go to item E1, announcement of meetings. Regular meeting to be held on July 21, 2002 at 5 p.m. at the Central Office Boardroom. The next committee of the whole will be held on August 4th, 2022 at 5 p.m. at the Central Office Boardroom. Motion to adjourn? All right, Ms. Godey.